Hello everyone, welcome to our live streaming, and today we are going to do the tutorial for modules 1 and 2. Actually, we will try to finish the 2 modules today. Okay, so since you have already bought the voucher from Metro Deal, I assume. Okay, kasi if not from Metro Deal, masyadong mahal yung kung direct kayo dun sa International Open Academy. It actually costs 6,300 pesos. So, malaking tulong si Metro Deal. Okay? So, I don't work for Metro Deal. I'm just giving the information kasi nakuha ko rin yung Tesol certificate ko from Metro Deal. Okay, and during that time, I only paid 499 pesos. Okay, so this is my first time to do the live stream, and I've been trying to find out how to actually share my screen kasi mas madali sana kung ma-share ko lang yung screen and then makakapagsalita ako. Unfortunately, I'm not so techy, and nag-try ako, nakailang trial ako for live stream, and then hindi lumalabas yung audio, so I don't know what happened. Anyway, so ito na yung gagawin natin. Ito yung module 1. Let's read it. And I assume that you have read already, no, na nakapagbasa na rin kayo nito. Kasi importante, before ka mag-exam, kailangan nabasa nyo na muna to. So, we will go through each pages para sabay tayo. Okay, so module 1, teaching and learning. You can just read it on your own. Okay, so sabi dito, ang module 1, itong module 1, there are 4 parts. 1.1 is motivation. Ito yung mga matututunan natin today. 1.2, understanding cultural backgrounds. 1.3, the importance of first language. And 1.4, getting started. So make sure that you click save and continue. Okay, na-click nyo na ba yun? Alright, para tuloy na tayo sa next page. Okay, so once na-click nyo na, tuloy na tayo dito sa page 2 ng Module 1, Learning, Teaching and Learning. So 1.1 is motivation. Okay, I'll give you some time to read this. Alright, kasi napaka-importante na mabasa nyo rin para hindi naman natin masabi na binigay ko lang basta-basta yung sagot. Maigi din na nabasa nyo rin siya mismo. Okay, so you can read it, the first paragraph. And then, under 1.1 is 1.1.1, which is the intrinsic motivation. What is intrinsic motivation? It is the best stepping stone to success, but it is not something you can teach. Okay, sabi dito, hindi natin maituturo yun. Although, ito yung best stepping stone to success. It is when a person is compelled to do something for internal rewards. Okay, this type of motivation is powerful because extrinsic rewards can be fleeting or disappointing. But an internal drive to succeed will always motivate an individual. Alright, so kailangan meron tayo nitong internal drive. Okay, mas powerful siya if compared dun sa extrinsic or sa external na motivation natin. Okay, alright, you may continue reading. Here are the tips kung paano natin ma-achieve itong intrinsic motivation. Okay, so there are 3 bullets here. Okay, second bullet, understand the basis for most forms of intrinsic motivation. Okay, and there are some facts also here. Alright, merong dito sa Tesol course, merong parang history. Alright, na minsan nasa tanong din. Alright, so lalabas din siya sa tanong. And last bullet is be aware of the fact that intrinsic motivation cannot be forced. Okay. Alright, so hindi natin siya mapo-force kasi inner drive nga siya, diba? Internal drive natin. So, tayo rin mismo yung makakapag-motivate sa sarili natin. Kaya, sabi nga, it is not something that you can teach. Okay? Perhaps you can always try to motivate someone. Like, for example, your student. You can motivate your student, but it's still up to your student to succeed. Okay, so are we done? Then, let's click on Save and Continue. Next is extrinsic motivation. Okay, so 1.1.2. What is extrinsic motivation? Alright, so while this kind of motivation is not nearly as strong as intrinsic motivation, it is much easier for the teacher to control. Okay, it refers to when an individual is compelled to do something because of an outside reward. Okay, by the way, para hindi tayo masyadong mag-waste ng time, paki-type, alright, paki-type if nabasa nyo na to para mag-go through lang tayo ng super bilis, okay? Alright, otherwise, yeah, kagaya na ginagawa natin ngayon, mabilisan, kasi may class din ako maya-maya. So, mabilisan, but later on, you need to read it on your own. Okay? Pwede nyo naman siyang balik-balikan. Alright? Although, na-save nyo na siya. Okay, so why it works? Alright, so anyway, ang sinabi pala dito sa extrinsic motivation, alright, kapag merong bad behavior, which is, minsan ma-encounter natin siya sa class, alright, ang mostly na ginagawa ng mga teachers are simply reward good behavior and punish bad behavior. Alright, although hindi tayo talaga nagpa-punish in that way, right? Dito ang itinuturo sa atin, although bad yung behavior ni student, itatry natin siya na i-motivate pa rin para yung bad behavior niya ma-turn into a good one. Okay, alright. So, sabi nga dito, effectively address the purpose of the project is rewarded with an A, and the student who does is punished with an F. Alright, kagaya sa grading system. Okay, why it works? Even though, as we have said, the drive caused by extrinsic motivation pales in comparison to intrinsic motivation, that doesn't mean that you cannot find success with the extrinsic motivation. Alright, so these motivators access on individuals' desire to find success, and so on. Alright, so sa papaanong paraan, ito number 1 is through grades. Diba, kagaya na sinabi kanina, good student will get A, and bad student, or those who expresses bad behavior, will get an F. Alright, next, competition. And next is extra rewards and punishments. Okay, so in addition to grades, some teachers will offer extra incentive to succeed, perhaps in the form of prizes. Okay, iyan yung madalas na ginagawa natin sa ESL. Alright, especially dun sa pinagtatrabahuhan ko sa Palfish, kailangan talagang bonggang rewards ang ibibigay mo sa student. Kapag kunyari, nagbigay ka ng, matatapos na yung class mo and 2 stars pa lang or 3 stars, may magpa-pop up at sasabihin na you need to motivate your student. So, kahit hindi kagalingan sa student, parang bigyan mo pa rin siya ng star. Basta kunyari, paulit mo na lang sa kanya. Pag naulit niya, okay, consider it na lang. Bigyan mo na lang si student ng star kasi mamomotivate nga siya every time makakakuha siya nun. Alright, tapos na tayo dito. Save and continue. Page 4. Ayan, page 4 na tayo. Yay! 5 na lang. 1.1.3, which type of motivation is better? Okay, I'll give you a chance to read it. I'll give you some time to read this. Para sabay tayo. Okay, so merong 3 bullets dito. Okay, first one, merong example. Ito yung actually mga examples to. Alright. Kung anong type ng motivation yung better, I think much better if basahin natin. So we'll start with an example we have previously used. An individual would like to learn English because she is moving to an English-speaking country. Whether she realizes it or not, this can be an example of intrinsic motivation and her need to fit in and be successful. You can help her access this by asking her to write down the reasons she thinks it will be helpful to learn English, and then look deeply into those reasons. Yeah, so some students are having trouble seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, which is normal naman for us din, diba? Alright, using extrinsic motivator like grades or rewards, you can help her over the hurdle and get back on track. The lasting motivation that will drive her to succeed is the need to fit in, but the temporary motivation of grades or a reward will help push her through the moments where she is having trouble seeing the finish line. Okay, so meron tayo parating intrinsic motivation. Pero yung extrinsic motivation such as yung pagbibigay natin ng rewards, okay, and so on, high grades, yun yung makakapush para lumabas or lalo siyang mamotivate, lumabas yung inner desire niya. Okay, inner drive. Alright, next, a man comes to you and tells you he wants to learn English so he can get a promotion and make more money in his corporate career. While money and prestige are both extrinsic motivators, the need for approval and competence is intrinsic. This is an individual who is driven by the desire to succeed, so extrinsic motivators will be very effective on him. If he wants to use this as a way of advancing his career, then he will likely want to learn English while attaining the highest grades or scores possible so he can flaunt his success. This is the extrinsic carrot that you can use to help him succeed. Alright, and the third one, basahin nyo. Okay, so ito na yung third example natin. Okay, so nakita naman natin yung pagkakaiba o na yung iba't ibang reasons nila or iba't ibang motivations. Although, alam natin na lahat is meron talagang intrinsic, and extrinsic. Okay, so save na natin and continue na tayo sa next page. Okay, 1.2, tapos na tayo dun sa 1.1, motivation. 1.2 is understanding cultural backgrounds. Okay, I'll give you some time to read this as well. The first paragraph. Mas madaling basahin kapag hindi nagsasalita, ano. Okay, so 1.2.1, why is it important to understand your students' cultural background? Okay, napaka-importante. Lalo sa ESL, iba-iba mga students natin. Ako mostly sa mga students ko, mga Chinese. Okay, so wala pa akong Japanese and hindi ko pa sila na-encounter. Alright, pero sa experience ko naman, mababait naman mga Chinese, kaya nagtataka ako bakit sinasabi ng iba na ayaw nila, namimili sila ng students. So, mga students ko, Chinese, meron din akong Spanish. Alright, mga adult Spanish, yung tinuturuan ko sa audio class lang. Okay, so let's read this. Why is it important to understand your students' cultural backgrounds? Okay, so there are 3 bullets here as well. It's very important that we read through this one. Okay, so first bullet is about the student's environment. Okay. Okay, next, students from various cultural backgrounds, right, will react to different styles of teaching in different ways. Okay, dito pumapasok siguro yung mga Chinese kasi they are very strict. Okay, dun sa isa kong pinagtrabahuhan, we have group class, and actually I have teaching assistant or assistant teacher, and she is super strict, as in, meron siyang pat-pat. Tapos ipinapalo niyo dun sa table kapag merong maingay. But that's just their way to keep the students quiet, no, and listening. Okay, next is an individual's cultural background can affect the way that he or she thinks, which can affect the student's performance in your classroom. Alright, so tapos na tayo dito. Save and continue natin. Na-click niyo na? Let's continue. Now is 1.3, the importance of first language. Okay. Kagaya sa atin, ano bang first language natin or yung mother tongue natin, right? Okay, so napaka-importante niya. More important than understanding your students' cultural background is understanding how their first language will affect the speed and ease they learn English as a new language. Okay. Alright, basahin niyo po. Yeah, what are some of the obstacles students face when trying to learn English as second language? That's why it's called ESL, right? Because it's not their first language. It is their second language. Kagaya din sa atin. Okay, so our first language, ako Tagalog. So, second language natin, English, right? Okay, 1.3.1, language barriers. Okay, every language has its own rules. And while many languages have share similarities that make new language acquisition simpler, some students will be trying to transition to a new set of rules and language structure. Okay, so pakibasa itong 4 bullets. Alright, tapos na po. Let's save and continue. Okay, nakakasabay lahat, ano? Okay, 1.3.2, doon pa rin tayo sa first language, no? How can we use our students' native languages to our advantage? Kailangan ba naintindihan natin yung language nila or aralin din natin yung language nila? Okay, that's what we will find out in this section. Okay, so page 7. Alright, so there are ways you can take those obstacles and turn them into advantages. Okay, so there are 6 points here. Okay, pakibasa nyo po para maintindihan natin itong first module about teaching and learning. Alright, so sabi dito, it is important that you understand cognates and how to use them. Okay, so what is cognates? It is a word or root word used in multiple languages and has a similar etymological background. In other words, you can provide a link for your students between their native language and English. Okay, because we know that language is cognate, no? Ibig sabihin, magkakamag-anak yan. Kaya, kung minsan, alright, so, for example, naalala ko nung nagpunta kami ng, I'm not sure if Malaysia or Singapore. Okay, sa atin, ang push is tulak, right? Actually, itong sasabihin ko, nandun din dun sa isa kong video na pinost, yung sa Pinay Backpackers. Okay, sa Malaysia or Singapore, nakalimutan ko na. Sa kanila naman is tolak, right? So, tolak, tulak. Yan, dun na pumapasok yung cognate na magkakamag-anak or relatives yung language. Okay, next, developing further or on the above point, emphasize breaking words down to their roots as you are teaching them. Okay. Using multiple texts is a good way to help students ease into the new language. Alright. Alright, next, we need to try asking questions in the student's native language, but ask them to answer in English. Alright, ito is kung marunong lang naman tayong magsalita ng language nila. Okay, pero most of them, okay, so common sense lang, or logic lang, they're trying to study English para ma-practice yung both ng skills, listening skills, speaking, communication skills nila. So, kung gagamitin mo yung language nila, kung itatranslate mo sa language nila para lang maintindihan nila, then, what's the use of teaching them? Diba? Kaya yung iba, talagang ayaw nila, although alam nila na-appreciate nila that you can speak their language, pero mas minamabuti nila na i-express mo yun, na tanungin mo sila sa English talaga, in English talaga, para talaga ma-practice yung listening skills nila, diba? Alright, so next, use your students' native language to help scaffold and model in English. Alright, so depende. Okay, so minsan may mga Chinese na ayaw nilang magcha-Chinese ka. Kasi nga naman English yung pinag-aaralan nila, diba? Di sana humanap na lang sila ng kapwa Chinese na makachikahan nila. Alright, ganun din dun sa iba kong students na Spanish. Alright, so have your students help each other. Okay, even if the students do not speak the same native language, they are going through the same process and can bond in their desire to learn English and help each other learn. Okay, so yung mga sinabi ko na which is quite opposite dito sa lesson na to. Pero, yun yung itinuturo nito, right? Na kailangan minsan i-translate natin sa mismong language ng students sa native language nila para maintindihan nila yung itinuturo natin. Ganyan naman yung required talaga, lalo na kapag beginner level. Okay, so depende sa level ng student yan. Okay, done na tayo. Save and continue. Okay, 1.4, getting started. Ayan na. Okay, it is no mystery that teaching students a new language is a difficult task, but it can be infinitely rewarding. Very rewarding talaga. So how do you actually get started on your career? The first step, of course, you have already taken, and that is to seek training. Let's take a look at some other important aspects of successfully helping your students. Alright, 1.4.1, ensuring your success. Here are some basic tips to ensure you are successful and able to help your students learn English as a second language. Okay, let's read all the tips here. Okay, itong 5 tips na sinabi dito. Kayo na magbasa. Okay, madali namang maintindihan itong mga sinasabi dito. Okay, so basically, self-explanatory naman siya. Ang importante na go through tayo dito sa course before natin makuha yung answer. So, right? And of course, hindi kayo nagbayad ng extra. Okay, unlike dun sa ibang mga nagpo-post sa Facebook. Pero lahat yun may bayad. Extra bayad. Okay, done. Save and continue. 1.4.2 is understanding the basics. Okay, so finally, ito na yung last page dun sa module 1, teaching and learning. Okay, so here are the basic frameworks that we need to follow in order to find success in helping students with the acquisition of a new language. And you will see these frameworks or these concepts in future modules. Okay, but here is the overview. Okay, linguistics, reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Okay, you need to read this through again. Alright, pagkatapos natin. Although, makikita natin ito muli sa mga next modules pa. Alright, save and continue. Then, start na tayo sa exam. Get yourself ready. Ready na kayo sa test or sa exam? Okay, ito na yung first exam natin. Nung time ko, ayan. Study time remaining 53 days. Ito na yung kasi tapos na ako dito sa lahat-lahat nung in-screenshot ko siya. Okay, for my future reference. Alright. The first question. Okay, exam page. Please note that you will be graded on the answer you give on this page. Okay, so choose the correct answer. According to Glasser, which of the following is an inherent need all humans require for emotional health? Okay, so ito, the need for food, the need to belong, the need for money, and the need to learn. Of course, the answer is B. Alright, the need to belong. Did you put it already? Okay, it's either you wanna check the result now, you will see that it's correct. Itong nandito sa akin, syempre lahat to correct na. Kasi kapag sinave mo, makikita mo na rin yung correct answer. Okay, so check result, correct? Save and continue. Number 2, which of the following are the two types of motivation? Okay, alam na natin yan. B, extrinsic, which is the outer drive, and C, intrinsic. Okay, inner drive. Alright, check result, save and continue. Number 3, can a student's cultural background affect his or her learning? Choose the correct answer. Okay. So, it's yes. Because people learn from the world around them. Okay, ito yung pinaka bottom line about dun sa cultural background. Right? Check result, save and continue. Number 4, which of the following are common barriers a new English language learner might run into? Letter A. Okay, so ito yung sabihin natin mga choices, no? So, letter A, getting used to learning a language with no cognates. Okay, however, dito sa test na to, kailangan piliin natin yung lahat ng tamang answers, no? Hindi lang basta isa. Okay, so lahat ng tama. Hindi natin makikita ang all of the above, basta-basta. Okay, so the answers are B, C, and D. Getting used to letters and words instead of conceptual symbols. Getting used to reading left to right. Yung iba kasi nalilito. Right to left, parang Arabic lang, ano? Getting used to the order of adjectives and nouns in a sentence. Okay? Check result. Save and continue. Nakuha lahat? Okay, B, C, and D ang tamang sagot. What are cognates? Question number 5. Okay. The answer is C, a word that has a common etymology with similar words in different language. Tandaan natin yung salitang yun, etymology. Okay, ang taray, ano? Pero, madali siyang tandaan. Okay, letter C, check results, save and continue. You can put the volume on. Okay, number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Alright. Breaking words down to their root parts is a great way to help students understand English. Yun yung binasa natin kanina, right? Okay. So the answer is true. Okay, this is still related to the cognate. Okay, letter B, students learning English for the first time should not be able to use translations in their native language. The answer is false. Okay, so kagaya na sinabi, yung in-explain ko sa inyo kanina, right? Okay, kapag beginner, okay, iyan yung law. Actually, iyan din ang rule dito sa Europe na kapag beginner, allowed pa ang teacher na mag-translate into the first language ng student or dun sa language na naiintindihan ng student. Pero during the in the beginning during the sa kapag beginner talaga as in zero English talaga. Kaya importante rin na maita-translate natin sa kanila, right? So we are using their language para maintindihan nila. But may exception yun. Kagaya na sinabi ko, only if they are beginners. Okay? Kapag beginner lang talaga, as in zero knowledge sa English. Okay? Pero soon as they're advancing their levels na, hindi na natin kailangan na i-explain yun sa kanila. And ayaw na rin ni student na ipatranslate kasi ang gusto ni student is maintindihan nila. Okay? But don't be confused. Alright? So the answer here is false kasi we should be able to translate in their native language. Okay? Only if beginner si student. Check result, save and continue. Number 7, which of the following are basic skills that students need to master to have English fluency? Okay, so the correct answers here are letter C and letter D, reading and writing. Okay, so obvious yung answer dito, reading and writing, because pedagogy is for teachers as well as the classroom management. But the question here is about students, right? What the students need to master to have English fluency. Alright, so the correct answer is C and D. Finally, tapos na tayo. Ayan, you have successfully completed the module with a score of 100%. Yes, you can check your test details now. Check result, save and continue. It is very important na i-save and continue nyo para mag-proceed kayo sa next page. Okay? Alright, so tuloy-tuloy natin. Module 2, Linguistics. Okay, linguistics, alam natin yan, is the study of language. Ito yung kaninang nakalagay dun sa basic framework, no? So first is linguistics. Alright, it is the study of language and its structure, and is an invaluable tool for individuals who are trying to learn a new language. Alright, as we think about helping our students read, write, speak, and listen to a new language, we need to prepare to give them the basics in structure that will help them understand the overall structure of the English language. Nabubulol ako. Alright, so basahin nyo na lang. So, ito yung mga points or parts nitong Module 2. Phonology, morphology, lexicology, syntax, and semantics. Save and continue. Proceed to next page. Mahaba-haba itong Module 2. Okay, 2.1, phonology. What is phonology? It is the study of the sound and structure of a language. Okay, basahin niyo po. Okay, basa tayo. Yes. Ang ginawa ko kasi, ni-record ko na lang. Maganda sana kung meron tayong, sa bagay, live to, no? Hindi pala, di bali sana kung Zoom naka-live. Pwede kayong magbasa or magsalita din. Alright, anyway, 2.1.1, Basics of Phonology. Okay, you can't study phonology without discussing phonetics. Okay, but for the purposes of this course, phonology is more important. Phonology deals with how we mentally break down the pronunciation of words, while phonetics deals with producing the sounds. Therefore, phonology is more relevant for people who are learning a new language, not learning spoken language for the first time. Okay, so magkaiba yun, ano? In phonology, words are broken down into smaller units that represent sounds, okay, to make it easier to pronounce new words. Alright. Parang yung sa phonics natin, yung sa phonetics, ba, b, k, yung mga ganon. Alright, so phonemes, ano yung mga phonemes? It is a unit of sound that, when replaced, changes the sound of a word in a particular language. Okay, so even though there are 26 letters, there are 44 phonemes. Okay, and it represents all iteration of sounds that a letter can make. For example, a C can sound like a k or an s. Alright, like cake. Alright, cement. When C sounds like an s. Alright, then for example, yung word na cement or C for cake, right? Depending on its position in a word. Alright, he or she will understand the different sounds in the English language. Phonemes are broken down into two categories, vowels and consonants. Save and continue. Page 3 tayo. Okay, umpisahan natin sa vowel. It is an open sound that is spoken without blockage from the lips or tongue. Ano yung mga vowels natin? Di ba yung a, e, i, o, a? Okay, hindi natin pag Tagalog, a, e, i, o, u. Pero pag English, a, e, i, o, a. Alright? So, single vowels, short vowel, meron tayong short and long, schwa, okay, schwa sounds, long vowels, and diphthongs. Okay, mga oy, ay, mga ganyan. Alright, consonants are sounds with obstruction from the lips, teeth, or tongue. Just like vowels, they can be complicated to understand because there are so many variations of similar sounds. Consonants can be broken down into the following categories: voiced and unvoiced. Minimal pair. Alright. Two words differ in meaning because they contain one phoneme that is different are called minimal pairs. Alright, it is minimal pairs are often words that rhyme or form a near rhyme. And phone. It is the smallest units of sound. Okay, basahin nyo na lang. Alright, save and continue. Accents. When a syllable, or page 4 tayo, no? When a syllable or sound within a word is given more attention than the other, this changes the way an individual pronounces a word. Okay, ito na yung may mga stress accent, dynamic accent, or stress. When an accented syllable is given a change in pitch and volume, it is referred by any of these three names. Excuse me. Next is pitch accent. When the accented syllable is differentiated through a change in the pitch which it is pronounced. Quantitative accent. When the accented syllable is differentiated through a lengthening of the syllable. Next is intonations. So magkaiba ang accents and intonations. It is a change in the pitch of a word or syllable that does not change the meaning of the word, but rather indicates a number of different situations including, alright, so revealing the feelings of the speaker, identifying the phrase as a question or distinguishing between different types of questions, giving importance to a word or phrase in the statement of questions. Okay, save and continue. Page 5, 2.2, Morphology. Okay, morphology is closely related to phonology. Sige, basahin niyo po. Alright, 2.2.1, Basics of Morphology. Okay, morphemes. Okay, are the smallest linguistic units that carries meaning. While phonemes are smaller, they essentially build toward pronunciation rather than meaning. Breaking a word into its morphemes allows an individual to separate and better understand the root words, prefixes, and suffixes. Okay, so makikita natin yung examples sa page 6. Save and continue. Page 6. In the sentence, send these sematics down to the marketers. The word marketers has three morphemes. Okay, morpheme number 1, market. It is the root word. Okay, morpheme number 2, okay, marketer, right? This is the suffix that is added to the word. Okay, carrying with it the inherent meaning of the one who does something. So, naging noun siya, di ba? Marketer. Although market is noun also. Na ano ako doon charing. Okay, so understanding the suffix allows a student to understand that a marketer is one who markets. Alright, this morpheme is called the bound lexical morpheme. Morpheme number 3 is S, right? It means plural, ano? The letter is added to the amount is clear, and that the word fits in the sentence grammatically with the intended meaning. The sentence would still make sense without this morpheme, but it would change the meaning. The morpheme is bound. It's called the bound grammatical morpheme. Okay, so free lexical morpheme and bound lexical morpheme. Okay, ito na yung mga classifications nitong morpheme. Okay, save and continue tayo. Mahaba. Okay, so bound grammatical morpheme. Sige po, pakibasa nyo. Tapos balikan nyo na lang pag hindi nyo naman siya naintindihan. Ang importante matapos natin yung exam. Yun naman yung natin. Alright, pero minsan maigaling kasi na merong nagbabasa para sa atin. Pero kailangan practicein na, or practicein na rin natin, or sanayin na rin natin yung pagbabasa natin. Next is free grammatical morpheme. So, understanding these basic concepts can help a new language learner get a sense of how a language is structured, make connections, and learn new words and phrases more easily. Okay, andyan yung mga examples. Save and continue. 2.3 na tayo, page 8. So, kalahati pa. Lexicology. Lexicology is the study of words and therefore includes elements of other aspects of linguistics we will discuss in this module. So, what are the basics of lexicology? Alright, so to understand lexicology, it is important to break it down into its smaller parts. First is lexeme. Lexeme is a lexicological unit of linguistics, nabubulol ako, which for most parts refers to a root word. Yun yung lexeme. Sige, basahin natin. Root word is snow. Alright, is a lexeme. And all iterations of that word, like snows, snowed, snowing, all share the same lexeme. By breaking words down to their roots, students can better break down new words, connect to a word's etymology, cognate, right? Or even find a cognate they can relate to. Alright, save and continue. Page 9. Lexical items. Okay, whereas a lexeme is the root of a word, a lexical item is the entirety of a word or phrase that imparts meaning. In our previous example, we mentioned snows, right? Ano yung root word niya? Snow, right? Snows, snowed, snowing. Well, in that example, all of those words are different lexical items. A lexical item can also be a combination of words like classwork or phrase like in the way, right? In the way. Essentially, lexical items are the units in a sentence that have separate meaning. Next is word form. Ayan, yung mga word form na yan. Favorite ko yan. Okay, go, are, goes, went, and will go. Okay. Another important idea that is helpful to know is that lexicology also encompasses lexical structure, which deals with the structure of words and their parts. Let's take a closer look at lexical structure. Sige po, pakibasa. Yan. Okay, save and continue. Page 10 tayo. Page 10 na tayo. Co-text. Alright, and context. Okay, huwag kayong malilito dyan. We will discuss semantic ideas in detail later in the module. Okay, about dito sa context. Co-text, and context. Nabulol ako po. Sorry naman. Save and continue. Page 11. 2.4 Syntax. Now that we have learned about how sounds and words are created, it is time to discuss how sentences are formed. Okay, so 2.4.1 Basics of Syntax. First, clausal sentence. Ito yung mga simple sentence lang, mga subject, verb, right? Okay, sorry, nag-Norwegian. Subject, verb, and object, yung mga ganun. Okay, or as long as it has, or sabi dito, clausal sentence is a simple sentence that contains only one clause, or a complete proposition, which is the subject and the predicate, okay? Or the compound sentence. It has more than one clause, known in this case as coordinating clauses because they work together to complete an idea. Alright, so hindi lang tayo basta subject and verb lang. Save and continue. While it would be impossible for us to cover every single syntactical rule, here are a few more that are directly relevant to your students who are learning English for the first time. Page 13 na tayo. So every sentence needs at least a subject and a predicate. Okay. The verb and the subject of the sentence need to agree, meaning that if you are using a plural noun, you need to use the plural form of a verb. Okay? Anong example natin doon? Okay, so, for example, ano ba example natin? She does. Okay, pag singular, she does. Okay, she does not know. Alright. Pag plural, they, so kailangan mag-agree din yung verb, ano? Ano ang plural nun? Do. Okay, they do not know, for example. Okay, so next, for the most part, the best way to frame a sentence is in active voice rather than passive voice. This means the sentence Sammy threw the ball to Jane is more grammatically sound than if it was passive and written like this: the ball was thrown to Jane by Sammy. although they are both grammatically correct, but it is more sound, okay? It sounds more correct yung una. Sammy threw the ball to Jane, okay? Next, verb tense needs to agree throughout a piece of writing or spoken language. If the first verb you use is in the past tense, then all subsequent verbs with the same intention should be past tense. Kailangan, ano tayo dito, consistent, past kung past. Alright, save and continue. 2.5 Semantics. We have successfully worked our way to understanding how sentences are structured, and now it is time to discuss words again, but this time we will look at the connotative and complex meanings they carry. Semantics is a branch of linguistics that involves the study of words and their meanings. 2.5.1 Theories of Semantics. Okay, so there are formal, lexical, and conceptual. Nalito ako dun na. Semantics. Okay, pakibasa niyo na lang. Tapos na po. Mabilis, ano? Sensya na, Rufa, may talaga ako magsalita. Alright, so kung tapos na, save and continue natin. Then 2 more pages before the exam. Page 15 tayo. 2.5.1, Extending Word Meaning. Alright, dito makikita natin yung 2 categories nito. Denotation, connotation. Denotation refers to the literal meaning of a word. Okay, you can find the denotation of the word in the dictionary. With synonyms, the denotation is similar or the same. Connotation. It is referred to the implied meaning the word has, often because the word is used to describe something beyond what the denotation states. Take a look at 2 synonyms, like skinny and thin. If you use these 2 words to describe a person, their denotations are pretty much the same. However, the connotation behind thin is more positive than the connotation behind skinny, right? Tama nga naman. Thin implies someone at a healthy weight, while skinny implies the person is frail or weak. It takes true understanding of language to get such small but important complexities of meaning. Okay, pati redundant, no? Maging redundant na rin siya. So because of the complexity of a language, speakers and writers can build meaning that is implicit rather than explicit, and sometimes difficult to decipher even for the most fluent English speaker. Okay, next is the literal language. Literal language is when a speaker or writer directly describes what they mean. Okay, alam naman natin yung word na literal, right? Literally. Alright, next is figurative language. Itong sa mga Americans, mahilig sila sa mga figures of speech. Okay, so when the writer builds meaning that goes beyond the literal meaning, here are some examples of figurative language: metaphors, similes, personification, irony, symbolism, right? Like butterflies in my stomach, and so on. Save and continue. Last but not the least, sa Module 2 is 2.5.3, More Semantic Terminology. Beyond what we already described, there are important terms within the study of semantics you should be aware of. Synonymy, okay, sameness of the meanings or synonyms, as we all know already. Hyphonymy or hyponymy. Oh, nalito ako dun. Okay, so this term literally translates to inclusion of meaning, and essentially refers to words that belong in groups. A fork is a hyponym of silverware because it is a member of the silverware's group. Antonyms, okay, oppositeness of the meaning. Incompatibility, homonyms, okay, so we know the homonyms as well, and polysemy. Alright, marami pala sila, itong semantic terminology. Alright. Kasi ang mostly na alam lang natin is antonym, synonym, and homonyms, right? But now, we know there are more semantic terminologies. Alright, so save and continue tayo. Then, we will proceed to the exam. Are you ready? Okay, save and continue. Question number 1 sa Module 2, what is phonology, the study of? Okay, the correct answer, sabihin na lang natin yung correct answer, kasi malilito lang kayo pagbasahin ko pa isa-isa. So the correct answer is letter C, the study of the sound and structure of language. Check results. Okay, then save and continue. Question number 2, which of the following are common types of phonemes? Alright, correct answers are B and D. Vowels and consonants. Okay, yun yung most common types na phonemes. Check result, save and continue. Nakakasunod po tayo. Question number 3. Which of the following terms describes a morpheme that is not dependent on other words and carries meaning? Okay. Di ko to binasa, no? Kasi sabi ko sa inyo, basahin nyo na kanina. Alright. Which is letter D, free lexical morpheme. Okay, that is the correct answer. Free lexical morpheme. Tandaan natin. Sabi dito, it describes a morpheme that is not dependent on other words and carries meaning. Save and continue. Or check result muna, then save and continue. Question number 4. Which of the following are word forms of the word go? Okay, ano yung word forms niya? Okay, so irregular verb to, no? Actually. Go, A, and B. Right? Went, goes. Alright. Check result, save and continue. Actually, sa ESL naman, bihira lang naman na, kasi most of the time, lalo na kapag sa ESL company ka talaga, nag-work, provided nila yung lesson. And hindi naman sila after sa linguistics. Pero maigi na rin na alam natin kung paano natin ituro yan, no? In case magtanong si student. Or in case na ma-encounter niyo yung student na super smart. And kailangan mo siya talagang ituro. Okay, check results, save and continue. Number 5, which or what part of speech describes an action or a state of being? Uy, alam na natin yan, verb. It is an action word. So the correct answer is A. Check results. Okay, ano yung noun? Name of people, or people, person, thing, charing. Alright. Alam natin yung mga yan. Alam natin yan, adjective, de-describe, diba? Dine-describe si noun. Okay. Number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Letter A, a compound sentence is a sentence that is made up of one clause. So the answer is false. And letter B, an adjective is a word that modifies a noun. Okay, it is true. So check result, save and continue. Doon na tayo sa last page ng exam. Then we will discuss kung kailan yung next na streaming natin. Okay, para i-continue natin yung next na module. Finally, number 7, which of the following words have antonymy? Okay, alam natin yung antonymy, right? Oppositeness ng word. Alright, so there are 2 answers here. Light and dark, letter A, and day and night. They are complete opposite, right? So, total opposite itong 2 words na to. Unlike itong iba, right? Hindi naman sila opposite talaga. Alright. So, for example, near and close. Actually, synonym yun, no? So, near to me, near the road, close to the road. Alright? And skin and thin. Although, magkaiba yung connotations nila. Alright. So, tapos na tayo. Check result. Save and continue. So, 100% na naman kayo. O, diba? Okay. So, discuss natin yung next na live streaming natin. Okay, kasi medyo tight yung schedule ko for tomorrow. I have a class. Wait, Wednesday. Yeah, fully booked ako. Actually, 2 hours a day lang ako nag-work kasi ayaw ni Habi na nag-work ako habang nasa bahay yung mga bata. Especially ngayon na, naka-bakasyon. So, I think, tapos ako ng 3, may gising ba sa inyo ng around, let me see, if we do it at 6 as well, then I have a class from 7 to 9. Okay, so I think mag-stick na lang muna tayo sa 6 o'clock. Alright, pwede na rin yan. Okay, so I'll see you tomorrow, same time, 6 o'clock. Bye! Thank you for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe para updated kayo dito sa course natin. Welcome back to our live streaming. So, wag na tayo magpatumpik-tumpik pa. Let's get started. Okay, actually, itong sa module 3, it's about reading. Okay, so reading is extremely important in learning new language. To be able to read fluently, an individual needs to recognize sounds and patterns, comprehend the words they read, and understand how the words work together in a sentence to convey meaning. In this module, we will break reading down into smaller parts so you can help your students successfully find proficiency in the skill. In doing so, we will cover how to work on beginning reading skills, how to transition into more difficult decoding, and how new readers can gain meaning from what they are reading. Okay, there are 5 parts in this module. Number 1, developing reading skills. Number 2, auditory and visual discrimination. Number 3, forming associations. Number 4, decoding. And number 5, reading for purpose. Okay, so anyway, I assume that you have gone through already these modules 3 and 4, kagaya nung napag-usapan natin kahapon, right? That you will read it ahead or prior to our tutorial today para mas madali or mas mabilis yung gagawin nating tutorial para dito sa modules 3 and 4. Okay, save and continue. 3.1, developing reading skills. Okay, so under that is the first bullet or the first part. 3.1.1, beginning to read. As you approach reading with your students, it is important to remember they may be coming from different backgrounds and therefore may need different levels of instructions. Okay, kaya kailangan talaga alam natin yung cultural background ng students natin. Okay, for students whose original language does not share the English alphabet, that is where you need to start. For students that share an alphabet with English, it is important you go over the way words are sounded out because even if the students are familiar with the English alphabet, the sounds of this new language will likely be unique and somewhat foreign. Okay, kagaya kunyari yung Tagalog and English, right? Sa atin yung vowel a, e, i, yung vowels a, e, i, o, u, right? But vowels in English is different, completely different. Alright, so a, e, i, o, a. Okay, sa English, merong long and short vowels. And alam natin yan. Ang yung binanggit ko kanina, alright, those are short vowels. Ngayon, ang long vowels, yun din yung name ng alphabet or ng letter, which are A, E, I, O, and U. Okay, so phonemic awareness. Alright, we already discussed phonemes in detail, alright, in the previous module. So there are 3 bullets here about phonemes. Phonemes are unique to each language. So your students may have difficulty adjusting to learning new phonemes. Alright, your student may naturally think of phonemes in their native language, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, which could be in direct contrast with English phonemes. Alright, and last bullet, making phoneme awareness fun and active is an effective way to increase engagement and understanding. Okay, so conforme sa ESL company, right? May iba, kagaya nun sa pinagtrabahuhan ko dati sa YECO, pwede kami mag-upload. Alright, makakapag-upload kami ng sarili naming video or ng learning material. Although provided din nila yung learning materials. So, additional lang yung sa amin kung paano namin mai-present dun sa student yung lesson. Alright, so most of the time, ang ginagawa ko, nag-upload ako from YouTube, right? Especially when it comes to phonemes, may mga songs doon or games and easier to understand, right? Pero dito sa Palfish, provided na lahat and hindi ka makakapag-upload ng video. Okay, so let's move on, save and continue. 3.1.2, beginning to read. Okay, ito na, phonics, alright, learning the alphabet, letter sound correlation, concepts of print. Okay, so let's begin with the phonics. The concept behind phonics is students begin to see and understand patterns in how phonemes relate to each other. Okay, once they recognize these patterns, students can easily sound out words that are foreign to them. This can also help them understand meaning when they see patterns in root words, prefixes, and suffixes. However, English is notorious for straying away from patterns, so while phonics can be a helpful tool, it certainly has its shortcomings. Okay, so what about learning the alphabet? Some of your students may not need to learn the alphabet because the English alphabet is the same as their native language's alphabet. However, if your students do need to learn the alphabet because it is very different than how their native language is structured, you cannot skip this step. Alright? So we cannot skip this step. Right? Especially sa mga Chinese students natin, Japanese, Koreans, hindi English yung alphabet nila, right? Okay, next is letter sound correlation. We will discuss this in more detail later in the module, but whether your students are familiar with the alphabet or not, learning the correlation between letters or graphemes and sounds, phonemes, is extremely important because sounds are unique to a language. Many of these sounds and combinations of sounds will be difficult for your students to get used to, so make sure that you practice a lot. Okay? Kailangan talaga natin ng lesson planning, okay, when it comes to teaching them how to read. Okay, concepts of print. Alright, some of the concepts of print we discuss here will be relevant to students who come from different backgrounds. Okay, so once again, pasok dito yung about sa cultural background. Alright, so alam na natin kung halimbawa sa Palfish, alam natin ang mga students natin are Chinese. Alright, so mas makakapag-prepare tayo because we know that they are not really familiar with English alphabet. Okay, so first bullet, the English language is read from left to right. Okay, hindi siya kagaya ng, I'm not sure. Okay, pero sa Arabic, they read from right to left, right? So baligtad, they read from here, excuse me, from right to left. Alright, unlike English, left to right, that's how we read it. Okay, so madali sa atin, no? Beginning to read, okay? Pero, pag sa kanila, paano ang basa? For example, read. Okay, sa kanila, dare. Maybe. Alright, malamang ganon kasi left to right sila. Okay, next, the English language is read from top to bottom. Okay, so usual way para sa atin. Ayun yung normal way, no? Okay, letters and words convey messages, of course. When you get to the end of a line on the right, you need to return to the beginning of the next line to the left. Okay, so always from left to right, okay? The illustrations in a book correspond to the words written there. Okay, lastly is decoding. We will discuss decoding in more detail in a future section, so we will only brief touch on it here. Once your students have built up their phonemic awareness, their knowledge of the alphabet, and their letter-sound correlation, decoding helps them put everything together to pronounce new words. Okay, ganyan din yung itinuturo ko sa anak ko. Kaya, I'm so proud kasi 4 years, at the age of 3, okay, nakakabasa na siya. Right, and expert na sa pagbabasa. Siya na yung nagbabasa ng story para sa amin. Okay, save and continue. 3.1.3 Advanced Reading Skills. Once your students have built up confidence with the basics of reading, your next step is to help them develop proficiency in more advanced reading skills. Alright, first, summarizing. It is an extremely important skill because it helps your students bridge the gap between understanding the words they are reading and understanding the meaning those words are trying to convey. Okay, and so on. Alright, I assume that you have read this already, right? Finding the main idea, important facts, and supporting details. While summarizing requires a student to understand the main idea of a text, it is important to discuss this separately. Okay, so bakit separately? Sabi dito, once students have summarized the text, you can ask questions that get to the main idea. Like, what is the point that the writer is trying to make? Questions like this allow the students to take the step from summarizing the entire text to pinpointing what is important. Okay, next is sequencing. It is to take a step beyond summarizing. Alright. Whereas summarizing concerns itself with understanding what happened, sequencing requires students to label, categorize, and compartmentalize what happens in the text. Very usual to sa Polfish. Ang dami nilang ganito, kunyari sa reading or listening skills ng students. After that, they will answer. Okay, idadrag nila yung picture dun sa sentence. Alright, and or otherwise, gagawin nila itong sequencing. Alright, next is relating background knowledge. Alright, it is always helpful that you relate what they are learning to their background knowledge. Kung may time kayo. Alright, depende yon kung forme. For example, free talk and something, mas madali na ma-relate nyo sa background knowledge. Otherwise, kung provided yung lesson material, pwede nyo pa rin siyang maisingit in a simpler way. Okay, save and continue. 3.1.4 Advanced Reading Skills, Making Inferences. Okay, so once your students begin improving their ability to understand English text, the next step is to improve their ability to make inferences. Okay, so what does it mean? It means accessing meaning not explicitly stated. Okay, ayan na. For example, if a man were to walk into the room closing an umbrella, you would make the inference it was raining outside. No one specifically told you that it was raining, but you were able to use context clues to draw that conclusion. So once the students are comfortable understanding what they read, working on their inferential thinking will help them learn to see meaning in a text that is not explicitly stated. Okay, yan na rin pumapasok yung common sense. Okay, next is drawing conclusions. This idea goes hand in hand with inferential thinking. In order to accurately draw a conclusion, a student needs to understand the literal meaning of a text and how that literal meaning can lead to a conclusion. Next is comparing and contrasting. Okay, ito na yung sa mga advanced reading skills natin, no? Marunong na rin tayong mag-compare and contrast. Next is distinguishing between fact and opinion. Okay. Next, self-questioning. And lastly, it's about problem solving. Okay, so these are self-explanatory. Okay, kagaya nung nakita natin kanina, yung inferences. So once na mabasa na natin itong comparing and contrasting, alam na natin kung ano yung ibig sabihin nito. Even though I do not have to really explicitly state the meaning of this. Yes, nagamit natin. Alright, so save and continue. Okay, so 3.2, auditory and visual discrimination. So both auditory and visual discrimination refer to our ability to perceive and distinguish between different elements. And the best way to understand these two concepts is by looking at each individually. So 3.2.1, auditory discrimination. Alright, it refers to our brain's ability to organize and categorize sounds, thereby allowing us to make meaning of what we hear. While auditory refers to sound and reading is typically done silently, the ability to distinguish between different sounds or phonemes can affect our ability to sound out and identify vocabulary. Alright, the inability to effectively access one's auditory discrimination can impair someone's reading tremendously, especially when students are asked to read out loud. If someone has trouble with auditory discrimination, they will have trouble. Okay. First bullet, understanding phonemes and how they are different. That's why phonemes talaga yung napakaunang itinuturo, di ba? Yung sounds, and then later on, understanding the letters, okay, mga sight words, and so on. Next is learning to read. As we already discussed, the early reading strategies rely heavily on a student's ability to understand and distinguish between different sounds. And lastly, sometimes, struggles with auditory discrimination can affect a student's ability to focus on what they are reading because they have difficulty blocking out background noise. Ay, isa ako dyan. Alright, so just because someone suffers from an auditory discrimination disorder does not mean they cannot learn a new language. Okay, a disorder like this simply provides an obstacle on the path to success. So, obstacle lang, but it doesn't stop you to succeed. Alright? So, hindi ito magiging hadlang para sa isa na matutunan ang new language. Save and continue. 3.2.2, visual discrimination. Natapos na natin yung auditory, ngayon visual naman tayo. It refers to an individual's ability to distinguish between letters, shapes, numbers, and objects. While both are important, visual discrimination is much more impactful on an individual's ability to read than auditory discrimination. Okay, so mas grabe pala ang impact nitong visual kaysa dun sa auditory discrimination. Alright, so auditory discrimination affects an individual's ability to sound words out, but visual discrimination affects an individual's ability to recognize which letters he or she is seeing. Alright. Ito na yung mga bullets dito. The students has trouble identifying letters and learning the alphabet. Okay, the difficulty will be recognizing letters rather than an inability to remember what they are called. Okay, so they can recognize but they cannot remember what they are called. Right? So difficulty telling the difference between similar letters like B and D. Alright, sa mga younger kids, normal pa ito sa kanila. So don't push your kids na agad-agad matutunan nila ito. Similar numbers like 6 and 9 and or similar shapes like circles and ovals. Alright. Happy lang ako kasi yung mga junakis ko hindi naman nagkaroon ng trouble identifying or telling the difference between these kagaya ng examples dito. Next, difficulty differentiating between words that have similar beginnings or endings. Okay, visual discrimination issues, just like auditory discrimination issues, can be overcome. But reading is much more important much more difficult for people with visual discrimination disorders. Here are some potential classroom exercises that you can use to help students who struggle with visual discrimination disorders or deficiencies. Using visuals that are bright and colorful to help students work on distinguishing between clear shapes and colors. Alright, so using digital tools such as a laptop or tablet that can help make working on visual discrimination fun for the students. Alright, ito yung motivation, no? Make learning about visual discrimination fun by using games or puzzles that require the student to differentiate shapes or letters. Okay, save and continue. 3.3, forming associations. So, ito yung mga bullets about dito. Alright? Ito yung mga basic principles behind teaching a student how to form strong letter sound associations. First is assessment. Okay. Second, sequential and systematic instruction. Alright? Next is teach explicitly. And do not focus just on reading. Okay, so basahin natin itong mga basic principles. Sa assessment, okay, every student is different. Kaya kapag nagtuturo tayo, makikita natin doon kung ano yung level ng student, no? So, ibe-base natin, kailangan adaptive learning yung gagawin natin dun sa mga students natin. Next is sequential and systematic instruction. While pedagogy often dictates you let students guide their own learning, a skill like this needs to be taught systematically and sequentially. Okay, in many ways, basic skills like this works best with old school instructions, which means you teach a concept, assess for that concept, teach another concept, assess for both concepts, etc. Alright, teach explicitly. Alright, when teaching letter sound associations, it is important to be explicit about your teaching. That means you are clear with your students about what you are teaching them, what they are learning, and why they are learning it. The more you get the students to buy into the process, the more success you will have. And lastly, do not focus just on reading. So learning letter sound associations is not just a reading skill. It is multi-sensory. Therefore, you should treat your instruction as a multi-sensory skill. Use whatever resources you have available to help students make the associations they need to use. Alright? You can use flashcards, pictures, digital games, and any other modes of learning you can think of to get the job done. In this way, you will help your students in more than just their reading. Okay, ako ang ginagawa ko, aside from the flashcards, minsan tinuturuan ko rin sila ng sign language. Okay, so yung mga students ko, doble ang natututunan sa akin. Not just English, but also sign language. Save and continue. Alright? 3.4, decoding. Once you have your students form strong associations between letter and sounds, the next step is decoding, which refers to displaying those associations by turning written words into speech rapidly. This is an essential part of language and is displayed when your students read aloud. Okay, na-touch na natin kanina itong decoding, pero ito yung more details about it. So 3.4.1, common questions about decoding. Why is decoding important? Alright, because it is the basis for most reading comprehension skills. An inability to decode words lead to an inability to identify and understand vocabulary, a difficulty building fluency, and difficulty with overall reading comprehension. Alright, how can you tell if a student is struggling with decoding? Students who are having trouble decoding often believe they are stuck or reading is something they are bad at. Here are some symptoms to look out for to identify students who are struggling. Alright, first, the student feels stuck when they need to read a lot of words because they cannot focus enough of their attention on any one word. Okay, so ito yung mga bullets na to, yung ilan sa mga symptoms para masabi natin, para ma-distinguish natin or ma-identify natin if the student is struggling with decoding. Alright, so number 2, the student spends so much energy. Alright, so they spend so much time para ma-decode yung words. Alright, and lastly, number 3, the student complains that he or she simply does not know how to sound words out. Okay, and this is usually a sign of frustration at the energy it is taking to decode the words being presented to them. Number 4, the student can identify letters and sounds and even the relationship between the two, but struggle putting them together in a short amount of time. Okay, learning is a process naman, no? So as long as we know how to do it, that's why we are given this module para alam din natin yung symptoms para ma-identify natin itong mga common problems or malaman natin kung nag-struggle ba sa student. So, magagawa natin yung part natin para maturuan sa student ng tamang paraan to decode. Alright, remember that these observations can reflect anything from a student struggling with a new skill to a student having a learning disability inhibiting his or her ability to decode words. Alright, save and continue. So 3.4.2, common questions about decoding. How do I teach decoding to my students? Alright, here are some simple ways you can help your students improve their decoding skills in your classroom. Number 1, when you are teaching a sound, use visuals to reinforce their knowledge of sounds and ask the students to say the sound out loud as practice. Yes, out loud dapat kasi mapapractice din yung auditory nila. This will help the students improve the speed at which they can decode and also stimulate more of their senses as they learn, making it more memorable and impactful. Okay, use phonics to give them more practice sounding out phonemes and building to sounding out words. Use relevant reading and writing assignments that relate to what you are teaching. Alright, and don't be afraid to use methods to ask students to use their hands. Using manipulatives is a great way to help students learn on a higher level and ensure that the information you are teaching makes its way to the students' long-term memory. Alright, now you can try grouping your students homogeneously so you can address specific problems or struggles in pockets of students to make your job a little easier. Okay. Ito pumapasok to kapag meron kang group class. Alright, or nasa classroom ka talaga. Pero since most of the time, one-on-one naman yung student mo. Alright, one-on-one naman kayo yung student mo. So, ma-identify mo siya agad-agad. Save and continue. Alright, last page na tayo ng Module 3, Reading. 3.5, Reading for Purpose. Alright, alamin natin kung ano-ano ba itong mga simple strategies that will help your students read with purpose effectively. Okay, magiging bookworm na sila. Teach your students to be reflective about their reading. Reading is an active skill, not a passive occurrence. If a child loves playing baseball, he cannot express to sit on the court and let basketball happen. He needs to try. The same principle applies to reading. Encourage your students to be aware of their reading, what works for them, what helps them, and to have the follow-through to do what they need to do in order to read more effectively. Alright, make sure your students understand the purpose for which they are reading something. If you take a passage completely out of context, it is not going to make such sense, right? Invite the students to the process of seeing or setting a purpose. And lastly, model active reading for your students. Okay, so many teachers like to tell their students to annotate a piece but don't like to show them what it means to annotate a piece. Okay, a good way to do this is to take the first section of whatever you are going to have them read and go over it as a class. Okay, so ito yung the best way. Ganito rin yung teaching method nila dito sa Norway actually. Hindi basta ipapabasa lang ni teacher sa student. Siya muna ang mag-uumpisa, then ipapa-repeat niya sa student. Ganun din yung gagawin natin, right? So if you're able to take a student who does not know English and take him or her from sounding out letters to reading actively and fluently, you'll know you have been successful. Save and continue. Okay, so natapos na natin yung module 3. Ngayon mag-e-exam na tayo. Are you ready? Okay, so let's see kung tama yung mga sagot nyo. Alright, so number 1, why is phonemic awareness important no matter what native language a student speaks? Okay, so there's only one answer, which is letter D. Phonemes are unique to a language. Alright, check result, save and continue. Number 2, which of the following are advanced reading strategies? Alright, there are 3 answers here, kagaya ng natutunan natin kanina. Alright, ang mga strategies are letter B, summarizing, letter C, sequencing, and letter D, identifying main ideas. Alright, ito na yung nagpapakita na advanced na yung reading strategies or reading skills ni student. Check result, save and continue. Number 3, why is reading considered an active process? Okay, there's only one answer, which is letter B. It is an active process because it requires effort. Kailangan naman talaga ng effort sa pagbabasa. Okay, so check result, save and continue. Number 4, which of the following are suggestions for teaching students to form letter sound association? Okay, so there are 3 answers here. A, assessments. Okay, ito yung forming of the letter sound associations. A, assessments. C, explicit instruction. And letter D, multi-sensory teaching. Okay, so check result, save and continue. Kita nyo naman, 100% pa rin yung result natin dyan. Okay, so number 5, what is decoding? Okay, decoding is letter C, rapidly turning written word into speech. Okay, so that is decoding. Alright, check result, save and continue. Number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Letter A, it is a good habit to ask yourself questions as you read the text. Yes, it is. So, it is true. Okay, kanina na-discuss natin ito, no? Yung asking yourself a question about dun sa text. And letter B, the first reading skill you should teach is how to compare and contrast. Of course, it is false. Alright, so all the time, it's phonemes, right? So, last number, susunod. Pero una muna, check result, save and continue. Okay, so number 7, why is reading for purpose a higher level of thinking than comprehension? Okay, there are 2 answers. Letter A, because reading for purpose requires a comprehension of implicit ideas. And letter D, because reading for purpose allows students to extend meaning. So, why is reading for purpose a higher level of thinking than comprehension? It's not only about comprehending, okay, comprehension. Okay. Dun sa reading comprehension ay magkaiba kaysa dito sa reading for purpose. Alright, so kita naman natin, ang result natin is 100% and natapos na natin ang module 3. Save and continue and let's get ready for module 4. Let's continue sa module 4, which is about writing. So, reading serves as the basis for understanding a new language. Writing gives the opportunity to explore the new language. Now that your student is able to comprehend the English language as he or she reads it, it is time to put the student in charge of using that language to convey his or her meaning. Okay, learning to write in a new language can be very challenging because you need to have the same basis of knowledge as you would for reading, but you also need the ability to create those words to represent your thoughts and ideas. In this module, we will discuss the basics of writing in English, including how to craft a sentence, how to make words work together, and how to explore the language through writing. Okay, so there are 4 parts in this module. Part 1, the sentence structure. Part 2, grammar. Part 3, informative and explanatory writing. And Part 4, persuasive writing. Save and continue. 4.1 Sentence Structure. In your studies of reading and comprehension, your students have developed some basic skills in understanding the language as they come across it. Now that they have a basic understanding of English sounds and words, it is time to help them learn how to put those words and sounds together to create sentences that convey meaning. We will start at the beginning and look at how sentences are structured in the English language. 4.1.1 Basic Sentence Patterns. Okay, what are the basic sentence patterns? Kagaya nung sinabi ko nung nakaraan, di ba, yung mga subject, verb, and object. Okay, so makikita natin yun dito sa yung 5 basic sentence patterns. Umpisahan muna natin sa subject and verb, right? Kaya meron tayong subject and verb agreement, right? So these are the examples. Mark ran. Alright, so Mark is the subject. Ran is the verb. As we all know, verb is the action word, right? Next, Maria slept. Okay, the dog plays, Jimmy fell. Now, this is the second pattern. Alright, subject, verb, object. Alright, so S, V, and O. Sentences that follow these patterns are very similar to subject and verb sentences, except an object has been added to the sentence. In an English sentence, the object is the thing that is being acted upon by the subject. Okay, so in other words, the noun or the subject is acting verb upon another noun, which is the object. Here are a few examples of sentences. Okay, so Mark, which is the subject, ran, verb, to the store. Okay, so store, it is another noun, but it is acted upon by the subject, right? So store is the object in this sentence. And so on. Maria slept in bed. The dog plays outside. Jimmy fell to the floor. Save and continue. Let's continue. The next or the third basic sentence pattern is subject, verb, adjective. Okay, so this sentence pattern is similar to subject, verb, object, except the object is not a noun but an adjective. Okay, so you can read the further explanations later on or even now. Alright, okay, here are the examples. Mark is hungry. Maria was tired. The dog looks playful. And Jimmy seems dumpsy. Alright, we all know what an adjective means, right? We all know what adjective is. Okay, so it describes the noun, as what we can see in these examples here. Next one, subject, verb, adverb. Okay, to the untrained eye, this sentence pattern is the same as the previous one, which is the subject, verb, adjective, right? The difference between the pattern and this pattern, however, is while that structure saw the object turning into an adjective, this one sees it turning into an adverb. Okay, in other words, the verb no longer acts as a state of being to set up a description of the subject, but rather the words following the verb act as modifiers to the verb. Here are a few examples. Mark ran quickly, Maria slept peacefully, the dog plays loudly, and Jimmy fell disastrously. Okay, dun na tayo sa last basic sentence pattern. Okay, subject, verb, noun. As you already know, the object of a pattern has to be a noun. However, just because there is a noun following the verb does not mean that it is the object of the sentence. In this sentence structure, the noun is not the object because, like with subject, verb, and adjective, the words following the verb describe the object. Here are a few examples of the sentences that follow the subject-verb pattern. Okay, first, Mark is the store owner. Next, Maria is a doctor. Third one, the dog was a corgi. And lastly, Jimmy became a lawyer. Save and continue. The next part is about clauses. Okay, so looking at the examples in the previous section, you may wonder what happens when the sentence get more complex. Okay, nakita natin at first yung 5 basic sentence patterns, right? Ngayon, magiging mas complex na yung sentence. Okay, it's not only about those patterns. That can certainly complicate things, but a sentence still follows one of the previous patterns or two of them if it is a complex sentence. Understanding the typical sentence patterns is helpful, but your students also need to understand the basic structures that dictate sentences in English. In order to understand these basic sentence structures, we need to first discuss clauses. Alright, what is it? Okay, clause. A clause is one of the basic units in English grammar, and is a group of words that contain a subject and a verb. Every sentence has at least one clause, because the requirements for a sentence and a clause are the same. However, a clause does not necessarily complete a thought. There are two types of clauses, and understanding both is important for students who are learning to write English. Okay, so what are the two types of clauses? First is the dependent clause, or we also call it subordinating clause. This is exactly what it sounds like. A clause or a group of words containing a subject and a verb that is dependent on another clause. Okay, in other words, it would not work alone as a sentence because it needs another clause for it to make sense, right? Okay, an example of a dependent clause is because the word is ending. Okay, so we see the noun and the subject and the verb there. The only thing that makes this clause dependent is the word because, which adds the implication of cause and effect to the sentence. We see the cause, but we need the effect to complete the sentence. So let's proceed to the independent clause or the other type of clause. An independent clause is a clause or group of words containing a subject and a verb that can exist by itself and be a complete thought, and therefore a complete sentence. Okay, and then if we combine these two clauses, one dependent and one independent in the previous example, we get a complex sentence. Okay, first let's give an example using independent clause. Alright, they went down to the bomb shelter. Alright, so iyon na yung independent kasi wala yung subordinating word na because. Alright? So let's let's read an example ng combination of dependent and independent clause. Because the word is ending, they went down to the bomb shelter. Okay, so nakita na natin yung dependent, nag-start siya sa subordinating clause or subordinating word which is the word because. Okay, but since we combined them, naging isang buong sentence na siya. Alright, so this is a complete sentence with an independent clause marked by a subordinating clause, presenting a cause, and an independent clause completing the thought with the effect. Save and continue. 4.1.4 Basic Sentence Structure. Okay, with dependent and independent clause under our belts, we can turn our attention back to sentence structure and look closely at how these clauses can work together to create and convey meaning. Okay, simple sentence. Alright, Bobby drove his car to the store. Compound sentence. Bobby drove his car and Mark read the directions. Okay. Complex sentence. Bobby drove his car to the store to buy gum. Okay, compound complex sentence. Bobby drove his car and Mark read the directions when they went to the store. So, we see the differences between these sentences, right? Okay. Dun sa simple sentence, makikita natin that it only contains one independent clause and that stands alone in a complete thought. Kaya tinawag siya na simple sentence lang, right? Okay, and then dun sa compound sentence naman, it contains two or more independent clause, kagaya yung nakita natin dito sa example. And these clauses could stand alone if needed to. For example, Bobby drove his car, Mark read the direction. But of course, we combined them, that's why we added and this word ends. Complex sentence, okay, it includes an independent clause and one or more independent clauses. Okay, this means that within the sentence, there are subject-verb pairs that would not be able to stand alone as a complete thought. Okay. And in this example, we borrowed the simple sentence and added the dependent clause to buy gum. Okay. Actually, pag sinabi natin buy gum, it is a complete sentence na rin, ano? But because of the subordinate word to buy gum, that's why it became dependent. The subject Bobby is implied by the independent clause, and this dependent clause cannot stand alone and make sense. Compound complex sentence. It includes at least two independent clauses and one or more dependent clauses, essentially combining the elements of a compound sentence with the elements of a complex sentence. Okay, save and continue. 4.2 Grammar. Understanding sentence structure is a key aspect of grammar, but there are other grammatical structures or grammatical rules important for your students to know and understand. Okay, so what are those? 4.2.1 Nouns, 1 of 3. Okay, as we discussed in an earlier module, a noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Here are some different types of nouns. Proper nouns, the names of specific places, people or things. Common nouns, general or colloquial names. Concrete nouns, people, places, or things that are tangible. Abstract nouns, ideas that are intangible. Okay, nouns can be tricky because the terms encompasses a lot of different types of words. When using nouns, one of the grammatical structures or grammatical rules you need to look out for is whether you should pluralize a noun and how to do so. Okay, when does a noun get pluralized? Pluralized. Not every noun has a plural form because it does not always make sense for there to be more than one of something. Count nouns refer to nouns that can be counted, like cup, table, monkey. These nouns are specific objects that can be more than one. Non-count nouns are nouns that cannot be counted because they already represent a group of objects or a type of object. For example, water is a non-count noun because you cannot look at the ocean and count the water. Makes sense, right? Save and continue. 4.2.2 Nouns. Ito na yung 2 of 3. Okay, how do I pluralize a noun? The rules of pluralizing a noun are fairly simple, but since there are a lot of nouns that do not fit into any of these rules, the task of pluralizing can be taxing. Okay, here is a basic rundown of the general rules. Most nouns are made plural simply by adding an S. Yeah? Cup, cups, egg, eggs, joke, jokes, mask, masks. Huh? No, it's not. Nouns ending in okay, see X, X, or X, X, or S, or sounds require an addition of ES at the end. For example, bench, benches. Okay, box, boxes. Class, classes. Nouns ending in F or FE require you to change the F or FE to a V and add an ES. So, calf, cows. Half, halves. Knife, knives. Alright, some nouns do not follow any rules for pluralizing, and your students will simply have to learn them. So, child, children, mouse, mice, woman, women. Some count nouns are the same whether they are singular or plural. Moose, moose, deer, deer, species, species. Okay, save and continue. So this is the third class, possessive nouns. Alright, because nouns represent people, places, things, and ideas, they sometimes need to be possessive in order to show that the person, place, thing, or idea owns or is in possession of something. Possession is usually marked by an apostrophe and follows these rules. Okay, so you can make most nouns possessive simply by adding an apostrophe and then an S at the end of the word. That's what we call apostrophe S. So mark, marks. It means marks, it marks thing or marks stuff. Dog, dogs. Boy, boys. When you come across a plural noun that ends in S or a noun that already ends in S, you can make it possessive by simply adding an apostrophe. Boys, boys. Okay, plural na to. So, para maging possessive pa rin siya, we will add apostrophe at the end. Okay, class, class, dogs, dogs. If you have one item, but you would like to express the two different people or things own it, you would add an apostrophe and an S after the last person's name. So, Bill and Frank's new house, Boxer and Spot's toy, Sally and Anne's car. If the objects owned by two different people and are separate things, then you should add an apostrophe and an S at the end of each name. So Bobby's and Mary's wedding rings are gold. Jill's and Samantha's jobs are difficult. Jean's and Yancy's tables are both oak. 7, continue. Next is 4.2.4, pronouns and antecedents. Okay, so we'll see here why is this important in writing. Okay, let's see the example here. Mike grabbed Mike's shirt and went to find Mike's mom to tell Mike's mom that Mike's mom needed to leave right away because Mike and Mike's mom were in danger. Okay, so we can see that it's quite repetitive, no, and choppy. So now let's use pronouns. Mike grabbed his shirt and went to find his mom to tell her that they needed to leave right away because they were in danger. Okay, so clearly the second example sounds much better and gets the point across without reusing the original nouns. Okay, the major thing your students need to understand about pronouns, besides the different types that exist, which we will discuss in this section, is that every pronoun needs an antecedent, or a noun that is taking the place of. The only exception is the indefinite pronouns, or is indefinite pronouns, which replace vague nouns like all or some. Okay, now let's look again at the second example above, which contains pronouns. Each of those pronouns has an antecedent, which you can see in the first example. Let's rewrite the second example, but this time we will include antecedent to each pronoun in parentheses. Okay, Mike grabbed his, which is Mike's, shirt and went to go find his, alright, or Mike again, mom to tell her, or Mike's mom, that Mike and Mike's mom needed to leave right away because Mike and Mike's mom were in danger. Okay, so when a pronoun does not have a clear antecedent, the writing becomes very confusing, and it is hard to distinguish who is doing what. Here is an example of a sentence with unclear antecedents. Note how difficult it is to understand who the sentence is truly taking or talking about. Mark, John, and Billy went to the mall because he needed a new shirt. When they arrived, he ran to the clothing store and he ran after him, trying to keep up while he hung back and headed to the food court. Because the antecedents are unclear, you could not tell which boy went to the store, right? Which boy chased after and which boy went to the food court. Okay, save and continue. 4.2.5, types of pronouns. So here are the types of pronouns here. Actually, there are 9 different types of pronouns. Personal, possessive, indefinite, reflexive, reciprocal, intensive, interrogative, relative, and demonstrative. Okay, so review na lang sa atin ito, kasi napag-aralan na natin to nung high school, from elementary until college. Alright. Okay, so andito na yung mga example. Personal, I, he, she, me. Possessive, my, his, their, mine, mga ganyan. Indefinite, alright, everybody, somebody. Reflexive, myself, yourself. Okay, reciprocal, each other, one another. Intensive, himself. Okay, interrogative, who, which. Okay, so who took the candy and which door is it? Relative, whichever. Demonstrative, this and that. Okay, save and continue. Next, 4.2.6, verbs. Along with nouns, verbs are part of the 2 most important parts of a sentence. So it is important that your students know how to use them and the rules that govern English verbs. Verbs are extremely complicated because there are many different rules governing how verbs are used, but can be generally broken down into 3 categories: transitive, intransitive, and linking. We will look at each of these types to give your students a sense of how verbs work. Okay, so here are the categories of the verbs. Transitive verbs. Okay, here are the example. Brian hit the ball and ran to first. Okay, it means it is a verb that exists in a sentence with an object. Okay, the subject of the sentence is doing something to something else. Next is intransitive verbs. Okay, here's the example. Because the food was not free, she left. Okay, while she is leaving whatever place she is in, the object doesn't need to be expressed because the intransitive verb left is enough to describe the action. Okay, linking verbs. Okay, these avocados seem like they have not ripened yet. Okay, so the subject of the sentence, these avocados, is not acting upon anything else. So, seem is a linking verb, describing the relationship to the rest of the sentence. Save and continue. 4.4, writing. Pasensya na sa background ha, gising na yung mga Janakis ko. Informative and explanatory writing. Okay, so next, definition. In this type of writing, your students will define a topic and explain it in detail. Potential practical application. Okay, your student works in an office, and the sales team is trying to land a new client who works with industrial refrigeration parts. The boss asks your student to provide a report on industrial refrigeration parts, so the sales team are prepared when they pitch the client. Okay, next, breaking something into parts. Describing behavior or function, and also explaining why. Okay, that's why we call it informative and explanatory writing. Okay, save and continue. So, last page na tayo ng Module 4, Writing. So, this is the last part, persuasive writing. Okay, while persuasive writing is less utilized in most careers than informative and explanatory writing, it is still an important genre that can help your students in different aspects of their life. Okay, so what are the examples? Alright, or what are the different types of persuasive writing? First, thesis. Okay, yan. Lahat yan na paghirapan natin ng college tayo. Next, organization, support, elaboration and analysis, and conclusion. Okay, if your students can master these basic components of a strong argument, you will find it much easier to be convincing whenever they are trying to persuade. Okay, save and continue. Are you ready for the exam for Module 4? Okay, number 1, which sentence pattern does the sentence Samuel ran to the store follow? Okay, the answer is letter B. Okay, subject, verb, and object. So this is the correct answer. Samuel is the subject, ran is the verb, and the store, which is another noun, is the object. Okay, so check result, save and continue. Number 2, which of the following are examples of independent clauses? Okay, so there are 2 answers here. First, they went to the movies. Okay, it is complete. It has a complete thought. Okay, next is she wants to go. So these 2 examples, letter A, or these 2 answers, letter A and letter C, are examples of independent clauses. Check result, save and continue. Number 3, which of the following is an example of compound sentence? Okay, so the correct answer here is letter D. Myrtle drove to the store and Calvin bought a soda. Okay, so check results, save and continue. Question number 4, which of the following pairs provides a singular noun and its accurate plural form? Okay. Obviously, we know the answer already. Letter B, knife, knives. Okay, dun sa rules na pinag-aralan natin kanina. Kapag FE, if it ends with FE, then we will replace it with V, plus we will add ES. So, knife becomes knives. And beach, the ch, we will add ES, beaches. Okay, bench, benches. Alright, check result, save and continue. Question number 5, what is the word for the noun that a pronoun is replacing? Okay, number 5, the answer is letter C, antecedent. Okay, it is the word for the noun that a pronoun is replacing. Alright, check result, save and continue. Number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Okay, a verb always needs to have an object. Okay, it is false. In possessive nouns, possession is usually marked by an apostrophe. Okay, so that is true. Check result, save and continue. Remember the apostrophe S. Okay, but if it's plural already, for example, boys shirts, then we just need to add an apostrophe. No need to add an S on it. Okay, save and continue. Question number 7, which of the following is an important component of persuasive writing? There are 3 answers here, right? So thesis, letter B, support, letter C, and D, analysis. Check results, save, and continue. And so we're done with the tutorial for modules 3 and 4. So you see that your progress is already 40%. And still, your marks Okay, 100% pa rin. So, thank you for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And I'll see you tomorrow for modules 5 and 6. Okay? Thank you. Bye. Hello, welcome back ulit sa ating tutorial. And today we will proceed with module 5, okay, which is about speaking. Okay, study, reading and writing are extremely important to learning a language, but the real test is speaking. Okay, so natapos na natin yung reading and writing, and I also assume that you have read already these sections, no? Since sinabi natin yesterday na ang topic natin for today, for tutorial today is are modules 5 and 6. Okay. Right, so students will use everything they learned up to this point to quickly process information and speak in a language that is not native to them. In this module, we will go into more detail about sounds and how they are formed in the English language. We will also talk about how to best help your students become fluent speakers of English through reading out loud, responding to questions, and eventually speaking about their own ideas. Once your students are able to master speaking the language, they will be well on their way to achieving English fluency. Right, in this module, we have four parts. Part 1, sounding out words. Part 2, reading out loud. Part 3, responding to questions. And Part 4, presenting new ideas. Okay, let's save and continue. First part is sounding out words. Although we already discussed sounds in the module on reading, we will focus more attention on helping your students actually sound out words, and we will start with a specific overview of phonetics. Okay, so 1.1, phonetic symbols. As you all know, phonetics is the study of sounds and human speech. What we did not discuss earlier is that phonetics has its own language made up of the most common phonemes in the English language. While your students do not need to know these phonetic symbols to be able to read or speak, it can be helpful when trying to teach how to pronounce English words. And here is the basic rundown of phonetic symbols. Alright, so consonants, here are the symbols. Okay, and here are some examples. Okay, so we'll see lots of, it's what we call International Phonetic Alphabet or IPA. And some of the ESL companies require us to send IPA to our students. Okay, for example, itong P. Okay, P. Alright, ito yung symbol niya, and we know how it sounds already. P. And then examples here are pen, copy, happen. Okay, so we really need to hear that sound. P. Not pa, right? But P. Okay, next is B. Alright, back, baby, job. Alright, so we need to hear that we sound out this phonics, and this is the symbol. Alright, so b, p, not ba, but b. Alright, and so on. Okay, so there are a lot of different symbols here that might be not familiar to some of you. Alright, so for example, this one, that's why it's called the symbol, right? This is not letters, these are symbols. Okay, for this one, for example, church, match, nature. Alright, so pag isulat natin siya using the IPA, International Phonetic Alphabet, instead of writing CH, alright, instead of writing this, etong symbol na to, yung makikita natin. So, if you will check, if you will check the dictionary, then i-check niyo yung IPA or the symbols of the words. So, makikita niyo itong mga to. Alright? Okay. Save and continue. Alright, let's proceed to vowels and diphthongs. Okay, so here are the symbols for vowels. Earlier, we had the consonants, right? Now are the vowels and diphthongs. Okay, so if we see this symbol, it means ang basa is like short E. Okay, or short I, which is pronounced as E. Alright, so yun ang sound niya, E. Okay, kit, bid, hymn, minute. Okay, and this one is short E. Okay, short E, which is E. Alright, short I, short E. Dress, bed, head, many. Okay, this one is Alam na natin yan. Okay? Trap, bed. We don't say bad. We don't say trap. Okay? We say trap. Okay. Also this one. Oh. Okay. Lot, odd, wash. Okay. Alright, so kailangan importante na alam natin kung paano basahin itong mga symbols na ito. Alright, especially na teaching yung pinasok nyo, teaching yung career na pinapasok natin nyo ngayon. So, napaka-importante na alam natin to. Kasi kapag mapaharap kayo sa situation, kunyari merong parents na nagtanong, kasi yung especially sa case sa pinagtatrabahuhan ko, yung mga parents parati silang katabi ng student. Okay? Talagang nag-o-observe sila sa class mo, which is okay naman kasi talagang behave si student pag katabi si parent, di ba? At nakakatuwa naman kasi talagang supportive yung mga parents. Okay. Yes, so continue tayo. Alright, strut, mud, love, blood. Okay, now this one is long oo, right? Foot, good, foot. Okay. And so on. Okay, face, day, break. Alam na natin basahin itong mga to. Alright, I. Ito na yung mga diphthongs natin. So, makikita nyo rin yung mga diphthongs. Alright, price, high, try. Alright, choice, oi. This is oi. Choice, boy. Oo, goose, two, blue, group. Okay, so dahil nag-aaral, actually din ako ng Norwegian ngayon, nami-mix ko na rin yung mga sounds, alright? So, for example, okay, hindi ko nasasabihin. Okay, anyway, let's continue. O, this is the O sound, right? Goat, show, no. Okay, ow, these are the diphthongs, right? So, ang diphthong, hindi naman natin ganito talaga sinusulat, but these are the symbols. Once again, mouth, now. Okay, so ow, alright? Near, here, very. Okay? And so on. Meron ding stress mark. Okay, alam na natin yan. Kagaya nung na-discuss na natin dun sa reading module. Alright, save and continue. And okay, next is articulatory phonetics. Pag British, ganun ang bigkas. Pero since Filipino-English tayo, articulatory phonetics. Okay? When your students understand the important phonetic symbols of the English language, figuring out how to sound out new words will be much easier. Another thing that will help them learn how to sound words is an understanding of how to make those sounds. Okay, so it is the study of how sounds are created, and the working understanding of the ideas outlined in articulatory phonetics can help your students understand the English language. Alright, understanding the anatomy of speech. Ito, pag manood kayo sa YouTube kung paano yung mga tamang pronunciation, ilalagay doon. Meron pang sinasabi na alveolar ridge, lagay yung tongue on your alveolar ridge and so on. Okay, on your palate and etc. Okay, so here are the anatomy of speech. And we need to know that each body part, alright, contributes to speech. Okay, like our lips. Okay, pero iba-iba yung basa dyan, iba yung term, okay, yung terminologies dun sa mga yon. Alright, first, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, alveolar ridge, the gums just behind the upper teeth. Alright, palate, the hard palate or the root of the mouth within the sphere of your teeth. Alright, velum, the soft palate. Okay, and so on. And also our pharynx and trachea. Alright, save and continue. Next is speaking. Okay, these parts of your mouth, no, actually it's a continuation of the previous page. Okay, these parts of your mouth and throat, including your tongue, lips, and teeth, work together to modulate the sound waves that emanate from your throat. Without these parts, we would only be able to make one toned and distinguishable noise, rather than complex and recognizable speech. Okay, so how do we make sounds? Essentially, the sounds we make are puffs of air traveling through our throats and out of our mouths. The sounds these puffs of air make depend upon all the parts listed above and how they block or change the air as it passes through. To illustrate this process, think about the sound from blowing air through a tube. Now think of the sounds you can make if you blow air through a flute. Okay, which blocks and moves air in specific ways. This is how your voice works. Ang pangit ng boses ko, no? Pasensya na kayo. Okay, so save and continue. Making consonant sounds. The difference between consonants and vowels is consonants are made when there is more obstruction to the air as it passes through your mouth, whereas your mouth generally remains open when pronouncing vowels. Typical Filipino, no? V. Alright. Consonant pronunciation can generally be broken down into the following categories. Alright. First, stops. This is when you completely block the flow of air from your throat by closing your mouth at some point during the pronunciation of the sounds. Okay. And alright. Yung ginawa ko, yun yung sounds, no? Hindi ko sinabi yung letters. Okay, kasi sounds yung pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. Alright, nasals. Parang ako masyadong nasal, right? In a nasal sound, you close your mouth just as you would with a stop, but the back of your velum lowers, which allows air to flow up through your nose and out of your nostrils. Okay, ito yung mga nasals natin. Next is fricatives. In these sounds, you can only close your mouth partway, so air is forced through a narrow passage and makes a hissing sound. Itong hissing sound. Right, yan yung mga fricatives. Okay. Okay, may hinanga pa. Okay, affricates. A combination of stop and fricative sounds that are made in a similar way. Okay. Approximants. Mahirap siya kapag ganitong audio lang. So, nung nakaraan, may audio class din ako. Alright, so, mahirap din siya talagang i-discuss. Kaya, ang ginawa ko, nag-share na lang ako ng link sa YouTube, no? And since this is live streaming and para ma-avoid din natin yung copyright strike, alright, hindi na ako mag-upload. So, you can just do a research on your own about this. Okay? Marami sa YouTube kung paano itong consonant sounds, kung paano ituturo itong phonics. Alright? Pati yung proper way. Alright, so approximants, the sounds is like a fricative, except that it involves less abstraction. Sometimes, you will make these sounds by touching the tip of your tongue to the alveolar ridge, lowering it as you release the air. Alright, so, alright, so there are also voiced consonants, which refer to consonant sounds that are accompanied by vibrations in your throat as the air passes through. Okay, so alam natin na merong unvoiced and voiced. So the next topic would be about voiced consonants. Save and continue. Place of articulation. Mahirap basahin tong mga to. Okay, let's try. Okay, consonant sounds can also be classified based on where in the vocal tract air gets obstructed, known as the place of articulation. Here are the different terms for where consonant sounds are articulated. Okay, excuse na lang kung mali yung bigkas ko sa iba, ha. Okay, bilabials, when you close or constrict your lips. Okay, labiodentals, when your upper teeth and lower lip meet as you speak. Dentals, when you press the tip of your tongue to your upper teeth as you speak. Alveolars, when you press the tip of your tongue, parang tongue twister, to the root of your mouth as you speak. Post-alveolars, when you touch the tip of your tongue to your soft palate when you speak. Alright. Palatals, when the body of your tongue touches your palate as you speak. Velars, when the body of your tongue touches your velum as you speak. Glottals, when you constrict your glottis as you speak. Alright, so kanina pinakinggan ko kung paano yung pronunciation itong glottals. Alright, so it's glottal. Okay, it's like letter D. The phonetic symbol there is D. Okay, so glottal. Alright, making vowel sounds. While vowel sounds still rely on the opening and closing of the mouth, we block the airflow from our throat, significantly less when pronouncing them. Many people have difficulty explaining the difference between a vowel and a consonant, so learning how each of them differs in pronunciation can be helpful. Generally, different vowel sounds are made by different mouth shapes and positions of the tongue body. Okay, so wag nating pagtatawanan yung kunyari yung iba na nahihirapan i-explain yung difference between a vowel and a consonant. Kasi I'll give you an example, no? Hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin na vowel and consonants lang. It's super dali. Napakadali. Alright, no. Kasi ang English, complex nga siya, di ba? So for example, yung letter Y, hindi lang siya basta consonant. So minsan, ang letter Y is a vowel as well. Okay, depende sa word. Alright, save and continue. And let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, 5.2, reading out loud. Reading out loud is a great way for your students to improve their spoken fluency and to improve overall comprehension. Let's start off by looking at the benefits of reading out loud. Okay, why we read aloud? Increased retention. That is true. Anytime you access more than one sense, you are more likely to retain the information you are consuming. This is why the most memorable lessons from school were the ones where you did an activity that required you to get out of your seat and move around. Having that extra wrinkle made it more memorable. When we read out loud, we are not only reading, but we are also listening to what we read. Okay, so yung retention, yung importante doon. Next is increased focus. When you read to yourself, it is easy for your mind to wander and get distracted by external forces. Reading out loud creates an atmosphere of reading and requires you to focus on each and every word. That does not mean your mind cannot wander, but it cuts down on your chances of being distracted. Okay, so I'll give an example. Biblical ito. Okay, sa Bible, sinabi na hindi ko na alam sabihin sa English. Anyway, sa Tagalog na lang. Okay, sinabi na pag magme-meditate tayo ng salita ng Diyos, ng Word of God, we need to read it. Nakalagay doon. Babasahin mo ito ng pabulong araw at gabi. Bakit pabulong? Bakit hindi, parang tahimik ka lang na magbabasa. Mas maigi na basahin mo ng pabulong, di ba? Para andun talaga mismo yung focus mo. Hindi naman ibig sabihin ng aloud, kailangan malakas ka talaga magbabasa, especially if you're just reading to yourself, no? Okay. Enough na yung kagaya nito, yung for example ako, magbabasa ko, when you read to yourself, it is easy for your mind. Yung ganyang volume, hindi naman kailangang super lakas. In that way, you will be more focused dun sa binabasa mo. Next is self-correction. It is easier to hear yourself pronouncing a word wrong when you say it out loud. Kagaya ko, yan, minsan naririnig ko yung sarili ko kapag mali. Pero wala tayong magagawa, live ito. Okay, when you read a word silently, you don't need to pronounce it to identify it. Reading out loud helps you improve speaking fluency because it ensures you know how to pronounce the words you are reading or that you learn. Self-correction is also important because if you are aware you made a mistake and fix it, you are operating a high level of understanding. Okay, learn and practice intonation. Alright, yung intonation, it's very important as well. As you read out loud, you can practice intonation, stressing the right syllables and delivering the lines the way they were meant to be delivered. This is another indication of understanding the intricacies of the language, since intonation is only implied and not explicitly detailed in a piece of writing. Okay, let's save and continue. Next is strategies for reading out loud in the classroom. Minsan ayaw natin ito, no? Pero minsan yung mga classmates natin na bibo talaga, gustong-gusto nilang nagbabasa, kaya nga bibo sila. Alright, there are a number of ways you can have your students read aloud to practice their proficiency with the language. Okay, let me just get my eyeglasses. Alright. Okay, some of these strategies ask students to read in front of the class. Some ask the students to read in front of a partner, and others ask the student to read out loud only for him or herself. So each strategy has its merits and its drawbacks. But reading out loud in any form is going to help students improve their overall fluency. Okay, so here are the strategies. Okay, round robin reading. Okay, with this strategy, you make a game out of reading out loud and students take turns reading a certain amount. So itong mga strategies na to, kapag group class ang i-handle nyo, pwede nyo itong gamitin as warm-up maybe. Alright, this is a great way to get your students comfortable with reading out loud, but it can be difficult to motivate struggling students to read because of the stigma of reading in front of a group. This is also a great strategy for getting everyone involved in reading together, but it can also be a hindrance on students who are stronger readers and have to wait for struggling readers to catch up. Okay, so kagaya nga sinabi kanina, meron itong merits, meron ding drawback. Okay, popcorn reading. Each student reads a certain amount of text out loud, then yells popcorn and picks a new student to read. This can be a good way to make sure everyone reads because the students are going to be better at keeping track of who has read and who hasn't than you would be. And it frees you up to monitor and or provide individual attention to struggling students. Next is combat reading. This is similar to popcorn reading, except the goal of the students is to catch someone who is not paying attention. This can add a layer of fun to the activity. But be careful presenting reading as a punishment. That is not the best way to nurture lifelong readers. Okay, kailangan parating positive itong view ng student sa reading. Okay, so don't ever make reading a punishment for them. Alright, pick a name reading. This is the same as popcorn, except instead of giving the students the power to select the next reader, you leave it to chance by using some variation of a hat filled with everyone's name. Okay, touch and go reading. The teacher is in control and touches a student on the shoulder to read. Okay, so ang dami na natin natutunang strategies na pwede nyong gamitin sa classroom. And these are to motivate the student as well to read out loud. Okay, so save and continue. Next is choral reading. Okay, so chorus, right? The entire class, along with the teacher, read out loud together. Okay, parang nagka-choir tayo. This strategy serves a number of purposes. First, it helps take the stigma away from struggling readers. Secondly, it gives the opportunity to model correct pronunciations for students that is not combative or anxiety inducing. Thirdly, all students are engaged at the same time, which is a lofty goal for any teacher. We need to make sure that they are really engaged no? Kasi minsan yung iba nag-aano lang, lip sync. Alright, next is partner up. Have your students pair up and share the reading, taking turns reading a certain amount out loud. This is more difficult for you to manage and monitor than the whole class reading. But it can help students get a chance to read out loud in a less stressful situation. Alright, heterogeneous pairing. This is the same as the previous strategy, except that you intentionally partner struggling readers with readers who are excelling. The idea is that the excelling student can help the struggling reader bridge the gap. Critics note this strategy does not really help the strong student very much, as slowing down to adjust for their partners might work against them. Okay, teacher modeling. The teacher reads aloud to the class in order to model pronunciation and fluency. This can be an effective strategy because the students see how the piece should be read as they follow along, but make sure you monitor for engagement closely, as it is the type of lesson that is easy for the students to check out for. Okay, echoing. I like this, echoing. Alright, repeat after me. This is similar to the previous strategy, except the students echo back whatever the teacher reads, trying to match the pronunciation, inflection, and emotion. This can be a great way to model for students while still holding them accountable in the classroom. Okay, sa mga kids or beginners, pag may ipaparepeat kayo, kailangan ulitin nyo yun 3 times, right? So, repeat after me. Okay. Pag ganon, TPR, we need to do that. Okay, ilagay natin yung kamay natin sa lower lip, okay, sa baba. Excuse me. Then, sabihin natin sa student, ibig sabihin pag ginawa natin yun, that the student has to look on your mouth, no, at your mouth. At your mouth. So, that means, makikita niya kung paano bubuka yung bibig niyo, kung paano niyo ipopronounce yung salita. Okay, at kailangan talagang ipakita niyo sa student. I-exaggerate niyo na hanggat maaari. Apple, ganyan. As in, kung kita niyo lang ako, ipapakita niyo talaga sa student while nakapoint yung finger niyo dun sa baba. Alright? Okay, so that is echoing. So, i-echo siya ni student, i-repeat siya ni student 3 times. Okay, unless you are reading a sentence, no? Kasi mahirap naman paulit-ulit niyang basahin yung, or sabihin yung sentence. Unless hindi niya talaga yung mabasa. Next is reading body. Students prepare individually, each with a unique text, and then read their piece to a body. Trying their best to read it with no mistakes, peers can offer critics and suggestions, and you can monitor many students at once. Tape recorder. Students read into a tape recorder and play it back to themselves as they follow along with the text. Yan, maganda yan. There are many things you can do with this, like have the students try to get the perfect recording and then turn it in, or have the students swap recordings with a partner. This is also a great way for your students to get an idea of what they sound like, where they are struggling, and where they are excelling. This is also a great way to help students get used to self-correcting. Okay, ito na yung dito pumapasok yung self-correcting. Alright, save and continue. Next is responding to questions. As with a lot of topics within this course, responding to questions is not compartmentalized to speaking, meaning it is something that can help students gain fluency in a number of different ways, not just one. There are different ways we can look at this topic, and each one works on a different skill that will build your students' English fluency. Okay, first is question and response. Here are the different ways in which you can question your students and expect them to respond. First is read question and write a response. Alright, next is listen to question and write a response. Next, read question and answer verbally. Lastly, listen to a question and answer verbally. Okay, so maraming paraan para ma-practice natin, no, yung responding to questions. Alright, and lahat ng ito, talagang beneficial siya dun sa student. Okay? Makikita nyo rin kung ano yung mga merits, yung mga advantages and disadvantages nitong mga strategies na ito, or nitong mga different ways na ito. Alright, for example, dito sa listen to a question and answer verbally, this is the ultimate test of a student's fluency. Alright, so parang beauty pageant, ano? You're gonna listen to a question and then you will answer verbally. So as in impromptu talaga. Not only do they have to comprehend the question as they hear it, something we will discuss in the next module on listening, but they have to formulate a cogent response in English. If your students are able to accomplish this task, then they are well on their way to English fluency. Alright, itong mga ways na ito, pwede nyo itong gawin sa okay, not just prepared material, but also sa free talk. Okay, mas madalas ito, lalo na dun sa mga adult students ko noon sa free talk. Gusto nila kapag, as in, hindi prepared yung mga questions, right? Kasi pag sinend mo na sa kanila yung questions ahead of time, so hindi mapapractice yung vocabulary nila, hindi nila mai-squeeze yung vocabulary nila. Okay, save and continue. Question and answer relationship. Uy, may relasyon pala itong dalawang to. So one of the best ways you can help your students respond to questions verbally is by helping them understand how to find the answers they need. This is a great skill to have no matter what language you speak, but it's definitely something that can help a student who is struggling with new language. According to the question-answer relationship model, there are 4 levels of questions, each with different expectations for students to draw their responses. Okay, first is understanding. Alright, kailangan naintindihan nila yung question, right? Okay, so the question requires the student to look at the text for an answer. But the answer is fairly easy, and the student can focus on how he or she is going to provide an answer in English. Next, think, search, and find. These questions require a higher level of thinking because they require the student to make inferences and understand the subtext of the piece they are reading. This is a great next step for the student who is starting to get the hang of understanding questions, and is easy for a greater challenge. With these types of questions, the student needs to balance the higher level comprehension skills he or she has been developing with his or her ability to verbalize a response in English. Next is connection. These types of questions require the student to think beyond what is in the text, alright, and make a connection with the piece. And creating new knowledge. Alright, these types of questions require the student to go completely beyond the text and synthesize something else. These questions are related to the text but can be answered without having read it. This is a great way to get students creating new meaning and making use of everything they have learned so far. Okay, so minsan tanungin natin yung si student, no? Kung pwede ba niyang sagutin yung tanong without reading from the text. It means using his own words, his own sentence. Alright, so ganun dapat niya sagutin yung tanong. Alright, save and continue. Presenting new ideas. The ultimate showcase of a student's improvement in spoken English is to present new ideas of his or her in this new language. Alright, so remember ESL, second language nito or new language, right? So as the student builds toward fluency, using text and responding to teachers' questions are all great ways to develop his or her skills. But the true test comes when he or she steps away from the source material and uses what he or she has learned to present new ideas. While presenting these new ideas is ultimately up to the student, there are ways you can encourage him or her and support the student along the way toward his or her success. Okay, continue building vocabulary. There will never be a time when a student is done learning words. And the best way to help your students present their own unique ideas is by giving them the vocabulary toolbox they need to express those new ideas. Provide a low anxiety environment. Your student will be taking a risk by sharing new ideas in a language they are not completely fluent in. So take as much anxiety out of the situation as you can. Give them space to work through what they are going to say and be encouraging when they are ready to go. Okay, give them time to practice. It might be helpful to bring back the reading strategy that we discussed earlier and give them a recorder to check their own progress. So, magkakaroon na rin sila dito ng self-correction. No? Once the student has progressed and is improving, it is important to give him or her some control over the process and let the student take responsibility for his or her performance. Alright, last page na tayo. Susunod, save and continue. Next is provide honest and encouraging feedback. Napaka-importante nito. Honesty is the best policy, right? Kasi pag honest, the more, as long as, okay, I'm sorry. Pag mientras na honest tayo dun sa estudyante natin, mas ma-appreciate nila yon. Pero, syempre, being a teacher, kailangan, although, sabihin natin sa estudyante kung ano yung mga room for improvement and so on, kailangan sabihin natin yun in a nice way, no? We will always we will always turn negative into something positive. Okay, even outside of Tesol, simply saying good job is no longer enough to encourage a student. Be specific, be honest, and be encouraging. Okay, if the student is struggling with something, let him or her know, but also let him or her know how it can be fixed and what needs to be done to get better. Students appreciate honesty as long as it is presented to them in such a way that does not immediately make them shut down and not want to try. Okay, kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, lalo na sa mga beginners, sa mga bata, okay, ipapaulit natin yung salita 3 times, right? Pag hindi niya nagawa yun, or pag hindi niya makopya, sabihin mo na lang, thank you for trying. Diba? Yung mga tipong ganon, kailangan i-appreciate mo pa rin yung, yung ginawa niya, diba? You're doing a good job trying to pronounce the word. Alright, maybe we can practice more about it later on, right? Yung mga tipong ganon, hindi yung ipapaulit-ulit mo sa kanya kasi si student mapo-frustrate. Kaya up to 3 times mo lang talaga pwede ipaulit at a time, no? Kanya rin sinabi mo apple, sasabihin niya apple. Hindi mo na ipapaulit sa kanya uli yung apple, yung salitang apple. Okay? So, hintay ka na lang uli maya-maya. Alright? Siguro, pag nakita mo na uli sa slide na iyon uli yung apple. Okay, Sam, can you say apple? Papaulit mo na lang uli sa kanya yon hanggang sa matutunan niya. And each time na ipopronounce ni student yon, okay, be honest kung mali man yung pronunciation niya. Sabi mo, way to go. Basta yung mga tipong ganon. Okay? Alright, so you're doing great. Okay, we will try again later, right? Basta, bahala kayo kung paano nyo i-express yung honesty nyo in a nice way. Okay, next is listen to the student. The worst thing you can do after your student has done all that work is to not listen when they present their ideas. Of course, you would never visibly ignore students as they present, but it can be easy to lose focus on what the students are exactly saying. When the presentation is over, be specific with what you liked about the student's idea. Show the student you care and are proud of him and her. Even if the student struggled, getting up and taking the risk was a big leap. So leave the critic until some time has passed. Okay, parate kailangan may encouraging yung feedback natin sa student. Kasi kumbaga parang A for effort, no? Nag-exert ng effort si student. Talagang hardworking si student para magawa yon. Although nag-struggle siya, right? So we're done with speaking. Let's save and continue, and we are going to proceed right away with our exam. Are you ready? Okay, are you ready for the exam? Ito na yung question number 1. Why are phonetic symbols important? Okay, and there's only one answer. Letter C, they can help your student visualize English sounds. Okay, that's why it's very important to learn the international phonetic alphabet. Alright, save and continue. Ako lang pala yung nakakakita ng check result kasi tapos na ako. Okay, so kayo ang makikita nyo lang is save and continue. Question number 2. Which of the following body parts contribute to the creation of sound? Okay, the answers are letters A, B, and D. Tongue, lips, and heart palate. Okay, save and continue. Number 3. How do vowel sounds differ from consonant sounds? It's letter A. Vowel sounds involve less obstruction of air. Okay, simple as that. Letter A. Alright, save and continue. Number 4. Which of the following are reasons why your students should practice reading out loud? Okay, the answers are letters A, C, and D. Improved self-correction, sharper focus, and practice with intonation. Okay. Ito yung mga talagang diniscuss natin kanina, ano? Kaya, minsan, kailangan gamitin nila yung strategy na mag-record ng salita nila using tape recorder. Yeah, so they can improve self-correction as well. Alright, save and continue. Number 5, what is a downside of round-robin reading? Okay, letter B. Some students find it embarrassing and get anxious. Yes, that is correct naman. Okay, save and continue. Number 6. Confirm if the following statements are true or false. Okay, letter A. Students do not get anything out of hearing the teacher read the text. That is false. Okay, remember, we are the model. We are the role model of the students. Role model. So, when we read to our students, malalaman nila kung paano yung talaga basahin yung salita. So, definitely, they will get something out of it. Alright. Next is letter B. When students are connecting to the text, they are using higher level thinking than when they answer questions about the text. That is true. Okay. So, we are done with number 6. Save and continue. Last question for Module 5. How should you provide feedback to your students when they are presenting new ideas in English? Okay, letters A, B, and D. Okay, we need to be honest. Remember, honesty is the best policy. Be specific and tell them what they can improve. Okay, mas ma-appreciate ni student pag kino-correct natin sila. And gano'n naman dapat talaga, diba? That's why we are their teachers. Para i-correct sila, hindi para sabihin lang na, good job, kahit mali naman, right? Remember that we need to correct our students, but of course in a nice way. Save and continue, and we are done with Module 5. Next is Module 6. Okay, let's continue with our Tesol course, and now we are on Module 6, which is about listening. Listening is an important part of learning a language because the majority of your students want to communicate verbally. Helping your student to speak English is great, but will not help him or her in a conversation unless he or she can understand others. Throughout your class, you will be easing your students into the language by speaking slowly and giving them the chance to decode what you are saying. Once they go out into the world, they will have to comprehend what people are saying no matter how quickly they speak. In this module, we will discuss many of the strategies your students will need to become conversationally fluent in English, including how to decode sounds, how to break down speech, and how to summarize ideas others are presenting to them. Okay, Module 6 has 4 parts. Number 1, repeating what you hear or transcribing. Number 2, paraphrase what you hear. Number 3, conversational English. And number 4, using what you hear to present new ideas. Save and continue. Okay, first part is about repeating what you hear or transcribing. Alright, asking your students to transcribe speech is a great way to get them understanding what people are saying. It is also a way for you to monitor how much the students actually understand speech as opposed to how much the students tell you they understand. It is one thing to get a general idea of what someone is saying. It is another thing entirely to transcribe the speech word for word. In this section, we will focus on 2 different types of transcription, both of which will help your students better understand the language. Okay, first is phonetic transcription. Okay, so these are the 2 different types of transcription. The phonetic transcription. It is a technique whereby an individual breaks speech down into sounds and phonemes and transcribes the speech in phonetic symbols. Using the symbols we discussed in the previous module, we will not repeat the symbols again. So feel free to go back and review them. Okay, and kagaya nga ng sinabi ko kanina, yung mga symbols na yon, pwede nyo rin i-google lang, right? Okay, type nyo lang International Phonetic Alphabet, and each time, for example, merong mga words, like for example, type nyo lang yung word na church sa dictionary. Then, makikita nyo na automatic lalabas doon yung International Phonetic Alphabet or yung symbol, right? Kung ano ba yung symbol ng word na yon. Okay. Alright, so instead, we are going to focus on what phonetic transcription looks like and how it will benefit your students. Okay. Actually, na-amaze talaga ako sa mga Chinese students ko kasi alam nilang basahin yung phonetic symbols, right? So, minsan symbols lang, alam na nilang basahin. Kaya, wow, parang, amazing. Alright, what does phonetic transcription look like? Phonetic transcription can be a great way to decode sounds from speech, but is not a practical activity for them to carry on once they have reached a mastery of the language. It is extremely helpful, but can be time-consuming. Take a look at the following excerpt and what it would look like in phonetic transcription. Okay, so makikita nyo itong original text versus transcribed text. Wow, ang hirap ng transcribed text. Alright, original text, sometimes, no, so makita nyo yung different, no? Sometimes. Okay. Phonetic transcription can be complicated. Okay, so makita nyo yung spelling dito, no? Sometimes. And since letter I, in this word, this letter I is ito yung pronunciation niya dito, I, right? Ito yung symbol niya, yung parang kagaya sa diphthong I, right? Sometimes. Phonetic transcription can be complicated, but once you get the hang of it, it is actually quite easy. It will also help students get the hang of recognizing sounds, which will make conversational English much easier. Okay, shall we give it a try? Alright, so read the transcribed text. Okay, basahin natin yung transcribed text lang mismo. Sometimes, okay, yun na nga. So, makita nyo, F instead of PH, no? Kasi ito yung symbol niya. Ibig sabihin, this has to sound like F. Okay, phonetic. Okay, O. Ito yung salitang ito. Phonetic transcription can. Okay, we don't say can. Can be complicated. We don't say it like that. We say can. Can. Can be. Alright, so letter E, but it is E, alright, like a short E, can be complicated. Okay, complicated, E. But, alright, but, it's not ba, at, it's not ba, alright, or it's not a for but, right, it's but, alright. Once you get the hang of it, alright, not hang of it, hang of it, it is actually quite easy, alright, not easy. It will also help students, okay, we don't say it's students, we say students. Alright, kaya malalaman natin yung correct pronunciation by using this transcription or the transcribed text or the phonetic symbols, right? Students, alright, get the hang of, alright, so get the hang of recognizing sounds. Which, remember this symbol, it's for ch sounds, which will make conversational. Okay, so here we don't see the letter R, so it means ano siya, silent, conversational. Alright, conversational English, E, English. This is the sound or the symbol for sh. Alright, English. Much, much easier. Oh, easier. Alright, parang British accent, no? We don't really hear. This is British accent actually, or British English. Easier. Kasi hindi natin marinig yung R. But if it's American English, masyado silang focus naman dun sa R. Okay, easier. Mga ganyan talaga. Bar. Maririnig nyo talaga yung mga R sounds kapag American English. Okay, save and continue. Alright, next is phonetic transcription. Now you have seen what phonetic transcription can look like. Let's take a look at the different types of phonetic transcription that exists, some of which will be helpful to your students and some will not. Okay, first, the systematic versus impressionistic transcription. If you as an expert in phonetic symbols were to listen to speech in another language, you would generally be able to chart if it's based on English phonetic symbols. Obviously, this is not the best way to handle since phonetic symbols are going to be different in every language. But you are going to use the language you have. Now, a phonetics expert would instead use a more universal group of phonetic symbols to transcribe the speech. This is called impressionistic transcription because although this is still not perfect, the transcriber is charting sounds as best as he or she can without knowing the language. Later, experts can take this impressionistic transcription and revise and modify it to more accurately represent the speech. To more accurately represent the speech. It would be more difficult if the speech was charted using more specific English phonetic symbols. Once experts are able to analyze the speech and get a sense for the sounds of the particular language they are listening to, they are able to revise the transcription into a much more accurate transcription. This is called a systematic transcription, or a transcription that more accurately reflects the phonetic structure of the language it is breaking down. As you may have already figured out, a systematic transcription is more helpful for your students. Although it could be helpful to have your students use their native language to analyze the sounds in an English recording, however, you are typically going to ask them to create phonetic transcriptions that more accurately reflect the phonetic structures of the English language to ensure they are learning. Ang haba. Okay, self-explanatory, save and continue. Continuation of phonetic transcription. Next is simple versus comparative transcription. Okay, when we say comparative or simple transcription, it is something that can be left up to interpretation. Alright, that's why it's called simple, which makes the phonetic translation as easy to read as possible without worrying too much about everything being perfect. Okay, what about the comparative transcription? It is relevant when the sounds for different languages match up, and you are able to use a more vague phoneme to refer to the different versions of the phoneme in different languages. This type of transcription is not very helpful to your students. Okay, what about the phonemic versus allophonic transcription? What is phonemic transcription? We have been hearing about phonemic, phonetics, phonemic, and there are different types of it. Now we are going to use it with transcription. Everything we have been discussing so far in this section has referred to phonemic transcription, which refers to any transcription where you break sounds into phonemes. The other option you have with transcription is to do an allophonic transcription, which means breaking the speech down into allophones. If you remember from previous modules, allophones are a phonic rather than phonemic way of breaking down words. Save and continue. Next is word-for-word transcription. Okay, so here are the steps that your students have to take in order to transcribe speech. Okay, so actually hindi naman natin ginagawa yun, pero mostly kasi sa ESL, mga bata yung tinuturuan talaga, or beginners, mga ganyan, up to level 2, level 3. Pero kapag may adult students kayo, importante din na malaman nyo ito. Okay, so let's go through the steps. Select or provide a text that already has a transcription. Okay, number 2, have the students listen to the speech once. Okay, just once. Then ipa-repeat nyo sa kanila. Have your students transcribe the speech line by line. Okay, it would be helpful if they have a recording of the speech so they are able to go back and re-listen when they need to. Okay, now here are some tips that might help your students. First bullet, if you have the opportunity, use a digital recording so it is easier for students to go back and forth and keep track of their progress. Okay, number 2 or second bullet, have the students write their transcriptions by hand to have a closer connection to the words they are writing. Allow the students to use a dictionary whenever they need. Do not limit the amount of times your students can rewind or listen to parts of the recording. Okay, because even native English speakers would have trouble transcribing a piece word for word without listening more than once. Native speakers na, no? Pero you can still have trouble transcribing. Okay, hindi siya yung isang beses lang. Encourage your students to transcribe the piece word for word. Then look through their transcription to fix errors in grammar and usage. Okay, save and continue. Next is word-for-word transcription. Have your students carefully check their answers. As we said before, they may be at the point where you can assess them instead against the correct transcription. Have your students look at where they struggled and where they excelled, and figure out their strengths and weaknesses so they can use the activity as a learning experience. Transcriptions are not something you can do every day since they are pretty exhaustive, but you should try to do them every so often until your students have demonstrated proficiency. Make sure also that you are using it as a learning experience and have your students continually reflect on their performance to make sure it is worthwhile. How is transcribing text helpful? As we have already discussed, transcribing text can be extremely helpful to your students for the following reasons. Okay, so first, it helps students on mastering the sounds of English. Next, it gives students practice writing the language. Because this activity is meticulous, it forces students to delve into the text and pay attention to every detail, rather than just summarize what is being said. This directly prepares students for conversational English, although it takes out the part where they respond. This is the first step toward being able to have a cogent conversation in English. And lastly, this is a great way to give students the opportunity to work independently. Alright, so save and continue. Alright, page 7, it's about paraphrasing. So this is the second part of this module. 6.2, paraphrase what you hear. People tend to think that paraphrasing someone is easier than quoting directly, but that isn't true. To effectively paraphrase, you need to understand what the person said to put their words into your own words. That is why this is a great skill for your students to practice. It will test their ability to listen, process the words, then rewrite them into their own. In many ways, this task is more difficult than transcription. Since paraphrasing is a difficult skill for students to master, let's take a closer look at how you can help them. Okay, so the next part, teaching students to paraphrase. Alright, so we'll see different ways you can teach your students to paraphrase more effectively. And it is more important skill to practice with them. Okay, it is an important skill to practice with them. First is start out slow and normally. Have your students pair up. Okay, next is do it with them. Next, as you are modeling the process with the students, help them understand how to paraphrase better by introducing 4 strategies they can use. What are those 4 strategies? First, reword. Okay, reword. The student places words with synonyms whenever he or she can. So, pumapasok din dito yung vocabulary, no? Kung rich na yung vocabulary ni student, kaya makakapag-provide na siya ng synonym ng mga words. Next is rearrange. The student rearranges a sentence so that it sounds different but conveys the same message. You will have to model this for the students directly. Mahilig ako mag-paraphrase. So for example, sinabi ko na okay, so today we are going to do modules 5 and 6. Tapos, uulitin ko ulit yung sinabi ko. Sasabihin ko naman na module 5 and 6 naman yung i-discuss natin today. Alright? So, as you can see, nare-rearrange lang yung salita. Okay? So, I am paraphrasing myself. Medyo redundant. Anyway, okay, accept. Okay. Let the students know they will not be able to change every word, nor should they. So, they need to learn to make decisions on what needs to be changed and what should stay the same. Okay, and recheck. Have the students read over the paraphrased version they have written and evaluate it based on how accurate it is to the original message. If you have the students working together, have the students who deliver the speech check the student who paraphrased for accuracy. You can also use this as an assessment tool and evaluate it yourself. Save and continue. Excuse me. Okay, next is teaching students to paraphrase. Now that students are getting more comfortable with paraphrasing, excuse me, nagbe-burp ako eh. Give them text to work with. You can still have them in pairs, but this time, have one student read the text to the other. Once again, also practicing reading and speaking skills. And have the other student paraphrase. Keep the texts simple enough so the focus of the activity is on paraphrasing skills. Okay. Number 2, as the students get the hang of paraphrasing, ask them to do it in front of the class. Bring a pair to the class or to the front to showcase the activity the class has been working on. Let the students in the audience critique the performances. And remember, this step will only work once the students are comfortable with the process. Okay, so we need to remember it para hindi rin sila ma-frustrate kapag minadali natin sila, right? We need to make sure na comfortable na sila to do that. Okay, comfortable and confident. Next, if you really want to extend the assignments and challenge your students, take the next step by giving them complex texts. Even once they start to master the language, this is a good skill to practice. Alright, paraphrasing is a great skill to practice even if there's no listening component. Students can also learn by reading a text silently and paraphrasing it. Remember, anything that helps students gain fluency in the English language is worth doing. Alright, let's save and continue. Now, how paraphrasing helps students. We already have hinted at the ways paraphrasing can help your students master the English language, but we should take some time to explicitly review the benefits of this activity. Okay, so ito na yung mga nakabullets dito, right? First, when you use oral text for this activity, it helps your students improve their ability to listen and comprehend English. Okay, yung comprehension. This activity also works on other skills even if they are not the focus. When you have your students read the text to each other, you also practice all the skills involved in reading out loud, including decoding, pronunciation, and reading comprehension. Learning how to paraphrase will help your students when they begin developing their conversational skills. As they get more comfortable with the language, they will need to take in what people are saying, process it, and respond appropriately. While this activity does not require the students to respond appropriately, it definitely helps the students with the rest of the parts of conversation. Okay, next, if you choose to have your students paraphrase with written text, it does not help them practice their listening skills, but it helps improve their reading skills. Okay, so it's not only practicing, alright, listening skills, although it says here that it does not help them practice. Alright, although syempre, hindi talaga mapapractice kasi it's only written. Alright, unless they read it aloud after reading it. Unless they read it out loud or aloud. Okay, nawala ako doon. Next, paraphrasing text helps students make connections with their own knowledge. This happens in a few different ways. Number 1, the student makes connections to their native language or cognates that help them understand and relay information that is given to them. Relay information. Next, the student connects to what is being said on a personal level and is able to paraphrase the speech because they feel personally invested in it. Next, the activity takes on a much more interesting and less monotonous feel because you are no longer asking the students to simply echo back what they have heard. You are asking them to comprehend and create something of their own with it. Okay, monotonous nga naman kapag nag-echo lang sila dun sa sinabi mo, or yeah, they're just repeating what you read or what you said. So, magiging monotonous siya. Okay, save and continue. Third part in this module is conversational English. Or the third part of this module is conversational English. The next step from having your students listen to someone speak and paraphrase their words is to have students respond to the speech with an appropriate reaction, whereas paraphrasing required students to take someone else's speech and put it into their own words. Conversational English requires students to comprehend what someone says quickly, figure out how to respond, then figure out how to respond in English. Okay, the immediacy of a conversation makes this one of the true tests of your students' fluency and what they have learned thus far. In order to ensure your students are prepared for conversational English, make sure they understand each of the following concepts. Some we have already discussed. Okay, first is verb conjugation. Next is using pronouns properly. Alright, pronoun use is important in conversational English. Alright, dito madalas na makakarinig tayo na mali talaga yung usage ng pronoun. Okay, so for example, my mother, she went to the store earlier. Alright, so maraming gumagamit ng ganon. Okay, so for pinagsasama yung noun and pronoun sa isang sentence, so mali yun. It's either sabihin mo na my mother went to the store earlier, or kung alam na ng kausap mo that you are pertaining or you are talking about your mother, you don't have to say my mother. You can just simply say, oh, she went to the store earlier. Mga tipong ganon. Next, how conversational English varies from formal English. Your students may be fluent in formal English, but if you haven't discussed words like gonna with them, they might find themselves confused in a conversation. I have that student. She always uses this. I wanna, I'm gonna. Alright? Kasi she finds it cool. Alright. Okay, so alam natin slang yun, no? Few people speak with perfect English or even scrutinize spoken English the same way they scrutinize written English. While you don't need to teach your students all the slang they might hear, it would be helpful to give them information on slang words that have been generally accepted into the English vocabulary. Okay, next is understanding English idioms. While these cultural sayings will not pop up in every conversation, you should try to give them some instruction in some of the idioms that are most commonly used. Since idioms are cultural, we will leave it to you to decide which are the most relevant in your region or country. We are talking about idioms, right? Na-discuss na rin natin kanina, yung merong metaphor, irony, etc. And lastly, how English differs from their language. Okay, this will require individualized instruction, but will be worth it. Try to provide extra practice and instruction to help them understand some of the specific differences in grammar and structure between English and their native language. Students who speak Spanish, for example, will have to get used to the fact that the adjective typically comes before the noun in English. Baligtad kasi sa kanila, right? It's the opposite way. With specialized instructions in these nuances, you can help your students be prepared for the things that are more likely or most likely to trip them up during the conversation. Save and continue. Alright, so last page na tayo ng Module 6, which is about the last part as well, using what you hear to present new ideas. The next step to take with your students is to help them learn and or practice how to take what they are hearing and use it to present new ideas. While conversational English is great because it requires your students to reply to speakers with appropriate and cogent responses, it is time for them to present ideas of their own. In this section, we will discuss when this will come in handy, as well as helping your students practice these skills. So there are 4 bullets. Okay, right? In a school or business setting, it will be helpful for students to synthesize what they hear in English and generate new knowledge from it. Next, the skill will improve their conversational skill, or English. Keeping this skill in mind, students will be able to carry a conversation that is give and take, rather than simply answer and respond. You can help your students practice by extending your lessons in conversational English to account for this need. If a student is creating something completely new, like an invention, or an innovation, or an idea, then it would be very difficult for them to express their ideas if they only have the ability to respond to questions in English. Students need the tools to speak about getting they have not heard anyone say. This takes a great understanding of the basic framework of the language, which you have hopefully provided for them. Students need to be prepared to speak off the cuff, without a language safety net. Alright, so to truly demonstrate fluency and mastery of the English language, they need to improvise with the language and understand it in the same way they understand sorry, their native language. With the right amount of commitment from both you and your students, you will get them to this point. It will take patience, preparation, and follow through. Yes, so we're done with Module 6. We are now going to answer our exams. Okay, are you ready? What is phonetic transcription? It's letter B, transcribing speech using phonemes. Okay, obviously nakita na natin yung sagot dun sa tanong, phonetic. So, phonemes. Okay? Save and continue. Question number 2, which of the following are phonetic transcriptions? Letter A, allophonic transcription and comparative transcription. Okay, save and continue. Number 3, why should you use a text that is already transcribed in your transcription exercises? Okay, letter A, so that there is an answer key for comparison. Makes sense, right? Para mas madali nating maituturo din kay student. Alright, so there will be no room for mistake, especially when we are teaching them how to transcribe. Save and continue. Which of the following is an effective classroom transcription activity? Okay, there's only one answer here, which is letter D. Students transcribe alone. Okay, it's really proven effective. Save and continue. Question number 5. How does conversational English differ from formal English? Okay, letter C. There is more use of slang and improper language. Okay, so pag conversational English ang gagamitin natin or ang binook ni student sa'yo, you can allow your student to use like gonna, wanna, I'm trying to, alright, something like that. Kasi mga islang yun, and they really want to sound like native, like for example, they want to sound like American or British. So let them be. However, it is really important that we tell them, alright, kung paano yun sa formal English. Okay, that it's really different. Conversational English is really different from formal English. Instead of saying gonna, I'm gonna go there. Okay, sabihin mo, I'm going to. Okay, yun yung formal English. Nung slang na gonna. Alright, I want to. Alright, it is very important that the students know the differences. Okay, save and continue. Question number 6. Confirm if the following statements are true or false. Letter A. Students need to understand all English idioms to understand conversational English. That is false. Okay, kasi yung idioms nga, yung mga idiomatic expression, depende yun, conforme sa region mo. Okay? Next is verb conjugation is an important part of conversational English. That is true. Okay, save and continue. Alright, so number 7, which of the following are steps in the paraphrasing process? Okay, so alin ang naiba? Letter A is mali. Okay, ito ay opposite nitong tatlong other choices dito. Therefore, the answers are B, C, and D. Reword, recheck, rearrange. Okay, so thank you for staying with me sa ating next tutorial. Sa ating Tesol tutorial for modules 5 and 6, and see you tomorrow for modules 7 and 8. Okay, basahin nyo na po ahead of time para mabilisan na lang yung gawin natin, kagaya ng ginawa natin ngayon. Okay, hindi kasi pwede na sagot lang talaga yung ibibigay ko. Cheating po iyon. Maigi na mag-go through tayo sa each slide. Okay, so thanks again, and please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Thank you, and God bless your application. Bye! Good evening, everyone. Okay, so we will begin with our next modules. Right. First, we will start with Module 7, Pedagogy. Are you ready? Okay, so pedagogy refers to the art and science of teaching and any methods a teacher uses to teach. Alright, it is both an art and a science because there are infinite strategies you can learn to help your students. But there is also artistry involved in how you implement those strategies. Okay, since you may not be in the classroom yet, we will focus on the science side of teaching and let you discover the artistry as you begin working with your students. In this module, we will discuss the best ways to impart information upon your students and how to learn from your experiences and continue improving throughout your career as an educator. So, Module 7 have um, 4 parts. Alright, part 1 is exposition, part 2 modeling, part 3 know where you are going, and part 4 constructive criticism. Okay, save and continue. Okay, first part is exposition. It is such a complex topic that it could be its own course. As we discuss the theories that inform a teacher's planning, implementation, and assessment, keep in mind we are giving an overview rather than a comprehensive study. Here are some of the most well-known theories of education. Okay, so 7.1.1, Bloom's taxonomy. Alright, 1 of 2. Okay, who is Benjamin Bloom? He studied learning and came to the conclusion that learning activities could be categorized into 6 segments based on the level of thinking that they require. He framed his theory into the shape of a triangle with the lowest level thinking at the bottom. He did this because even though the lower level activities require less thinking, they provide the base for higher level thinking. He believed, as many do, it is hard to extend your learning on a topic if you do not understand the topic itself. We will discuss each category in reverse order, starting with what Bloom labeled as the lowest level of thinking. Number 1, remember. Okay, at the base of this triangle, representing the lowest level of thinking is any activity that requires a student to recall facts and basic concepts. These types of activities are extremely important in a student's learning, since it is hard to take the next step without first knowing the basic facts. Activities that require students to remember include defining words, memorizing facts, listing things, and repeating information. Number 2, understand. At the next level of thinking, teachers ask students to comprehend why they are memorizing and repeating. In order for students to explore content in any way, they need to comprehend what they are studying. Activities that require students to explain ideas or concepts include classifying information, describe, discuss, and explain information. Save and continue. Now here's the Bloom's taxonomy 2 of 2. Number 3, apply. Okay, once students understand the information they are learning, they can take the next step and apply what they learned to the new situations. Okay, this displays a higher level of thinking because the student needs to understand the concept and not to apply it to something different. For example, a student may recite Romeo and Juliet, which displays memory. They may comprehend the play enough to explain it, which displays understanding. Now, if they can take that comprehension of the play and use it to understand Othello, they are applying their knowledge. Activities that require students to apply their knowledge include implementing plans, solving problems, and demonstrating knowledge. Next is analyze. True analysis of a concept requires a student to have accomplished all the levels of thinking that come before it. In order to delve into a topic and analyze more than what is explicitly stated, a student needs to understand it completely. When students analyze, they draw connections between ideas and explore connotative and deep meaning. Activities that require students to analyze include differentiating information, organizing information, comparing and contrasting, and experimenting. Okay, next, number 5 is evaluate. The act of evaluating does not necessarily require much thinking. Nabubulol ako sa R. We are constantly in judgment of things we know nothing about. Okay. However, to make an accurate judgment about something, you need to completely understand it, right? So ask your students if Americans were justified in fighting against the British in the American Revolution. They will need to understand how the war began, why each side fought, then make a determination about the colony's justification. Activities that require students to justify a stand or decision include appraisals, arguments, judgments, and critics. Lastly, number 6, create. The highest level of thinking, according to Bloom, is when you ask your students to synthesize what they have learned and create something new. The idea behind the emphasis on this skill is that students need to understand something completely to now go and create something of their own that is related. Activities that require students to synthesize their knowledge include designing, assembling, constructing, writing, something original, etc. Save and continue. Next point is behaviorism. Okay, so here's the one of two. Behaviorist theory is an idea that hinges completely on motivation and how teachers can get students to succeed in the classroom. While many thinkers contributed to the formation of behaviorism, the ideas can be summed up by the famous experiment conducted by Ivan Pavlov, who proved that a dog could be conditioned to respond to a specific stimulus that does not inherently cause that response. He did this by essentially ringing a bell every time he gave a dog food, to the point where the dog began to salivate in anticipation of food when hearing the bell. After some conditioning with this model, he removed the original stimulus and found that the dog continued to salivate at the sound of the bell, even when it was not followed by food. The dog had now been conditioned to feel hungry whenever he heard the bell, according to Pavlov. In order to understand educational theory, we first need to clear up a few phrases that are misunderstood more often than not. Since behaviorism depends heavily on response to a stimulus, the following phrases refer to the manipulation of stimuli by an outsider, in our case, the teacher. Okay, first, positive reinforcement. Okay, so an example of this is giving a student a good grade for working hard on assignment. Negative reinforcement. This is probably the most misunderstood term in behaviorism. Why is this misunderstood? Because the word negative refers to removal and the word reinforcement refers to stimulus. Therefore, negative reinforcement is when an outsider rewards a desired behavior by removing an undesirable stimulus. An example of this would be rewarding a student for good behavior by not yelling at him or her like you normally would. Okay, positive punishment. This is when an outsider presents the subject with an undesirable stimulus as a consequence of doing something wrong or not doing something right. An example of this would be giving a student an F for not doing his or her work. Negative punishment. This is when an outsider removes a desired stimulus from the subject as a consequence of doing something wrong or not doing something right. An example of this would be telling a student he or she can no longer sit with friends because he or she is misbehaving. Okay, Pavlov's experiment displayed classic conditioning, which refers to conditioning involuntary behavior. For example, a dog does not choose to salivate. Okay, and then B.F. Skinner extended this idea, referring to his ideas as operant conditioning, which refers to conditioning voluntary actions through reinforcement and punishment. Save and continue. Now here's the part 2 of behaviorism of this theory. So according to this theory, learners are not active in the learning process, but rather passive participants who are simply responding to stimuli. Learners begin as a blank page, and behavior is only shaped when stimuli provide either positive or negative reinforcement. The more a behavior is reinforced, whether negatively or positively, the more likely the student is to repeat that behavior. Makes sense. In the same way, the more behavior or the more a behavior is punished, whether negatively or positively, the less likely the student is to repeat that behavior. Alright, in operant conditioning, B.F. Skinner tested the efficacy of different methods of disbursements for reinforcements and punishments. In other words, how often do you need to reinforce or punish behavior in order to have it the most lasting effect on the subject? Okay, there's a sub bullet here. which is about continuous reinforcement. This is when a subject is reinforced every time he or she performs the desired behavior. Skinner found that this did not motivate subjects. They did not work as hard, and when the reinforcement was removed, they quickly stopped performing the desired behavior. Okay, let's scroll down. Next is fixed ratio reinforcement. This is when the subject is reinforced after a specific amount of time he or she performs the desired behavior. Skinner found that subjects worked harder with this method and were less likely to stop the desired behavior after the reinforcement was removed. However, this was not the most effective method. Next is fixed interval reinforcement. Okay, this is when a subject is reinforced after a designated amount of time, provided the desired behavior has been performed at least once during that time. Skinner found the subjects worked moderately hard and were about as likely to stop the behavior as the previous model after the reinforcement was removed. Next, variable ratio reinforcement. This is when the subject is reinforced after a random amount of times performing the desired behavior. So he found that this method made subjects work hard and took a long time to stop the behavior after the reinforcement was removed. Next, variable interval reinforcement. Okay, so this is when the subject is reinforced after a random amount of time elapsed, providing the subject performed the desired behavior at least once in that time. He found that this worked equally as well as the previous model, with subjects working hard and taking a long time to stop the desired behavior after the reinforcement was stopped. Okay, so let us save and continue. Next theory is about constructivism. Okay, it hinges on the idea that educators need to meet students wherever they are in terms of skills and knowledge. All right, and help them build on prior knowledge. It is also a theory that seeks to help students find their own ways as they experience learning and come to their own conclusions. According to this theory, the teacher takes a back seat and monitors students as they take control of their learning. A traditional classroom is teacher-centered, but a constructivist classroom is student-centered. Students have an active involvement in the lesson. Instead of passively accepting the work given by the teacher and completing it to receive a grade, the student drives the lesson and works toward a goal with the teacher's guidance. Dito pumapasok yung mga reporting, right? Yung students yung nagre-report or nagre-report sa harap. Tapos nasa likuran lang yung teacher. The class feels less like this. Excuse me, nabubulol ako ngayon. The class feels less like dictatorship, which is run solely by one person, and more like an environment run by the entire class. Okay, teachers allow the students to find their own answers rather than telling the students what answers to look for. Students explore things in their own ways and come to their own conclusions, instead of exploring things the way the teacher tells them to and coming to the conclusions the teacher wants them to come to. Last point here is teacher encourage students to be autonomous, which means they encourage students to be independent and motivated by their own goals and interests. So many modern classrooms are moving toward this model, or at least toward a model that is similar, following the next theory we will discuss, constructivism, right? Okay, save and continue. Okay, next is student-centered learning. Okay, so while constructivism is student-centered, there is also a movement in modern education for a broader embrace of student learning or student-centered learning. Okay, even if it's not technically considered constructivist. Since the ideas of student-centered learning have already been covered in constructivism, and by the clarity of the title, we will focus this section on how theorists believe student-centered learning benefits the students. So here are alright, sa 5 bullets, makikita nyo kung ano-ano iyon, alright? So let's go through each bullet. It says here that students' potential for learning relies heavily on what he or she already knows. That is what the research shows. Okay. Next, one of the most important parts of learning is reflection. Alright, in this bullet, it shows that the student is able to see All right, and they have more opportunity for this type of reflection because they can see and they can look back what they have learned or whether they have already learned it and where he or she needs to go from here. Okay, next, students who are involved in student-centered learning have reportedly been more motivated and satisfied by the school experience. Okay, mas gusto ng mga student na independent sila, kumbaga, right? Okay, next, it allows students with developmental, cognitive, or other differences to all progress. Okay, a student or a teacher leading the class is more likely to need all of his or her students to reach a specific spot at the end of the lesson. However, if the students are working independently, they can set their own goals. Okay, and lastly, one of the biggest obstacles teachers face is the students who is not engaged. Studies have shown that asking students to move around, control their learning, and take responsibility for their development lead to more motivation and progress from the students than in traditional classrooms. Save and continue. Next part is modeling. One of the best ways to help students understand new knowledge or get a grasp of difficult skills is through modeling and scaffolding, which involve the teacher showing students how things are done. Too often in education, teachers make the assumption that students already know exactly what they need to do. More often than not, this is not true. Students will benefit from watching the teacher model a skill or activity. Students are incredibly influential and will look to the teacher for examples on how to act, what to do, and how to succeed. Here are some different ways you can model for your students. First, model desired personal characteristics. Okay, you need to present yourself as a role model for optimal behavior during a lesson. Alright, tayong mga teacher, tayo talaga yung role model ni students sa school, right? So, if we are asking our students to be responsible, creative, diligent, thoughtful, and respectful, alright, we need to show it first. Okay, students are more likely to meet these expectations if they see you meeting them as well. Okay, right, it's like action speaks louder than words, right? Okay, next, model a task. Let's say you want to teach active reading and annotation strategies to your students. You can do one of two things. You could tell the students exactly what they should do and let them do it. Or you could show them what they should do and help them work on it. Select a piece of reading and read it with the class, annotating it in the same way you expect your students to annotate. This way, there will be no confusion about what you are expecting from them. Okay, next, model metacognitive thinking. When you are trying to help your students become better thinkers and arrive at conclusions more effectively and efficiently, it can help to show them how your thought process works. In math class, for example, this works perfectly because you can wait or you can walk your students through the process of solving a problem. In language classes, you could walk your students through how you would break down a word for proper pronunciation and potential meaning. Diyan din pumapasok yung decoding, right? Okay, next, let the students do the modeling. Assess your students' strengths and weaknesses, and give them opportunities throughout the year or course to model their strengths to the class. Not only will you be reinforcing their success and solidifying their mastery of the skill, but you will be letting students learn from other students. Alright, in whatever way you choose to use modeling, you will make a huge impact on how well your students understand the skill or knowledge you are working on. Sometimes students need to see how it is done, not just hear how it should be done in order to find success. Save and continue. The third part is know where you are going. Instruction planning is not an aimless adventure where teachers decide what they are doing as they go. It takes a lot of forethought. In order to be effective as an educator, you have to understand what you are leading to on day one and categorically take steps to prepare your students to reach that goal. In order to be an effective teacher, you have to know where you are going. And if you want to have an impact on your students, you also let them know where you are going. Okay, first part or subpart is planning for assessment. This is one of two. So backwards planning is an educational strategy that helps teachers make sure everything they do leads to their assessments. It is a pretty simple idea, though it is fairly difficult to execute perfectly. Here are the steps you need to take if you would like to implement backwards planning. First, figure out exactly what you are trying to do with the unit you are planning. At the end of the unit, what are you hoping your students will be able to do? These are your unit objectives and should be created with care because everything you do during the unit will have worked toward these objectives. When you are creating these objectives, focus on what the students will be able to do and by the end of the unit rather than what content you want to cover. Alright? Your ultimate goal is to lead your students to the success, not get to a specific point in your curriculum. Okay, pumapasok din dito yung vision, mission, right? Okay, but to sum it up, it's about our objectives. Okay, next, design an assessment in line with the objectives you created. If your objectives are an expression of what your students should be able to do by the end of your unit, then your assessment needs to assess whether your students are able to do these things. Think of it this way. If you bring your car to a mechanic and they tell you they will fix your car, you will assess their success by whether your car is fixed when they are done with it. If you say your students will be able to do A, B, and C by the end of your unit, you need to assess whether they can do A, B, and C at the end of the unit. Alright. Third, now that you have created objectives and designed an assessment, you need to figure out what your students will need to achieve your objectives. What skills do they need to improve on? What knowledge do they need? What do they need to practice? What steps do they need to take to get to the point where they can be successful on the assessment and therefore fulfill your objectives? Save and continue. Next is planning for assessment. Okay, two of two. Okay, so number 4, it is about design a unit worth of lesson plans to target the specific skills, knowledge, and areas you have identified as necessary for your students to find success. Later on, we will also discuss about lesson planning, right? So the whole planning process is recursive. Number 5, after you have taken your students through the unit and graded the assessments, it is time to reflect on your teaching. Okay, magkakaroon ka rin ng sarili mong reflection. Alright, were you successful? Did enough students succeed that you can move forward without worrying about their progress? If students did not succeed, what kept them from succeeding? How can you do things differently the next time you implement the unit to ensure that your students are more successful? Alright, those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Okay, number 6, there are 2 ways in which the previous reflection can inform your teaching. First, redesign your unit so it more effectively helps students achieve your objectives. Alright, let's save and continue. The last part and the last page is about constructive criticism. The process we discussed in the previous section does not fall only on your shoulders as a teacher. Great teachers make the students a part of the process, asking them to reflect on their own learning and identify what kept them from finding success. And in order to do that, they need to receive honest and specific feedback from you on their performance. So telling a student good job isn't going to help them improve at all. Honesty is important, and as what we've learned in the previous module, the student will appreciate it. Alright, if you are honest to them. But it is also important that you are sensitive to the fact that excessive criticism could simply demotivate your students. Alright, so when we are being honest to our student, do it in a nicer way, right? Okay, not really directly criticizing them. Okay, here are some tips for providing your students with constructive criticism. First of all, you need to make sure your expectations are very clear to your students. If they properly understand what is expected of them, you can get a true picture of what they are able to accomplish, and they don't feel blindsided by your feedback. If you have the opportunity, you may want to provide your students with examples to show them what a successful assessment looks like as opposed to an unsuccessful assessment. Next, when you are providing feedback, be specific. Vague, general feedback is worthless. You're already going to have to overcome the obstacle of students not paying attention to your feedback. If you provide meaningless feedback, they are even less likely to focus on it. This is important when you are giving feedback on what they did well as much as it is when you are providing feedback on their weaknesses. Alright, so they need both their strengths and weaknesses so they know where to work for or on. Okay. Next is try to balance your positive and negative feedback. Never only provide negative feedback. There is always something good you can say. While a student will be upset getting negative feedback, it will definitely help that you have provided a silver lining so they see their work was not worthless. Next is refer back to your instruction. If students are struggling with something you have not taught in the unit, then it is something you will have to discuss with them. If it is something you have gone over, then you will probably have to go over it again. When the students are struggling with something you haven't taught, it may not be fair to punish them for it. So instead, provide encouraging feedback that identifies the weakness and promises you'll discuss it as a class. Alright, and lastly, require your students to do some sort of reflection activity that forces them to read or review the feedback you have provided. If they do not receive the feedback, what is it accomplishing, right? Okay, so we are finally done with Module 7. And now we are going to proceed with the exams. Are you ready? Let's proceed with the answer or with the exam. Okay, so question number 1. According to Bloom's taxonomy, what skills or what skill requires the highest level of thinking? Alright, the answer is letter D, which is creating. Check results or save and continue. Question number 2. According to behaviorists, what is it called when you give a student an F for not doing his or her work? Okay, so it is actually a positive punishment. Okay, so the answer is C. Save and continue. Question number 3. Which of the following, according to B.F. Skinner, is a method for dispersing reinforcements to your students? Okay, so there are two answers here. Letter A, variable ratio, and letter B, fixed ratio. Save and continue. Number 4, when you are planning backwards, what is the first thing you need to identify? Okay, we need to identify first the objectives. Okay, so it's letter A, save and continue. Number 5, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Letter A, as a teacher, you should model desirable behavior for your students. That is true. Okay, we are the role model. And letter B, lecturing is a great example of student-centered learning. Okay, of course, that is false. Alright, we need to have the student involved or the student-centered, not just involved. Okay, so the answer is false. Save and continue. Number 6, which of the following are good tips for providing your students with constructive criticism? Okay, there are 3 answers. Letter A, be honest. Letter C, be specific. And letter D, balance strengths and weaknesses. Okay, we already know all about this, right? We know that the students will appreciate the more that we are honest with them. Okay, and also we have to be specific. Saying good job is not enough. Actually, it doesn't motivate our students. So, alright, we have to be really honest, specific, and of course, we have to balance strengths and weaknesses. Alright, kagaya ng sinabi kanina about dun sa silver lining, right? Although, kunyari, puro weakness lang talaga yung makita natin, puro weaknesses lang, we still have to find, alright, a strength out of those weaknesses ng student para ma-motivate natin siya. Save and continue. And we're done with Module 7. Let us proceed with Module 8. Next is Module 8, Lesson Planning. As a teacher, lesson planning is extremely important because it helps you understand where you are going and makes it easy to show the administration you are following the curriculum. Remember earlier, na-touch na natin ng bahagya itong lesson planning when we write our objectives and we make sure that pati yung mga strategies natin na nagpa-follow dun sa objectives natin. So, pasok yung lesson planning doon. Alright, for the latter reason, lesson plans have become more formal in the recent years. And it is now more important that even to understand what goes into a lesson plan, as well as how your lesson plans further your objectives. To further this end, this module will review all the components of a strong lesson plan, as well as how you can prepare your lessons in a way that will be most effective and beneficial to your students. Okay, so there are 5 parts in this module. Number 1 is standards and objectives. Number 2, following a curriculum. Number 3, varying instruction. Number 4, teaching strategies. And number 5, meaningful assessments. Let's proceed dun sa first part, standards and objectives. So every time you create a lesson plan, you need to create an objective and make sure it is aligned with a standard. We will first take time to discuss standards since they should be the basis for all your lesson plans. Alright, so 8.1.1 is standards. What is standard? Alright, standards are a set of skills students need to have by the time they leave your classroom. Okay, so what are standards? Okay, kasi maraming standards. So, these standards are not set by the teacher, but rather accessed by the teacher for use in their lesson plans. Depending on where you are teaching or where you are teaching, the skills the standards require are going to be different. For the sake of this module, we will focus on the general idea of standards and how they inform instruction. Let's first look at the general skills that standards usually focus on. Okay, so here are the general skills. There are 5. First is reading literature. Next is reading for information, writing, speaking and listening, and also language. Like what this is really very important for us as a Tesol teacher. Okay, save and continue. Alright, so next are objectives. Alright, so once you have a clear understanding of the standards you need to hit within a unit, it is time to think about the learning objectives you are going to create. Whereas standards tell you what your students need to achieve by the end of a unit or the end of the school year, lesson objectives detail where you want your students to be at the end of a lesson. It is your job as a teacher to make sure the lesson objectives you have throughout a unit work toward helping your students master the skills outlined in the standards. Here are some tips for writing effective lesson objectives. First, the first question you need to ask yourself is, what do I want my students to be able to do by the end of the lesson? These objectives should be focused on skills rather than content and cover the skills the students are going to develop through the unit. So there will be some kind of reflection dito, no? When you ask yourself a question. And as a teacher, we always need to do that. Alright, next, once you have written lesson plans for your entire unit, you should review your learning objectives to make sure they all build toward meeting the standards for the unit. Okay, and lastly, lesson plans need to be clear and measurable. At the end of a lesson, you should be able to look back on the lesson and identify how many of your students met the objective with accuracy. Okay, so aside from reflection, alright, we also need to do the review. And also, we have to make sure that our lesson plans are clear and measurable. Okay, save and continue. There are 3 types of objectives. Number 1 is cognitive objectives. Number 2, psychomotor objectives. And lastly, attitudinal objectives. Okay, so isa-isahin natin. Let's review each kind of objectives. The first one, cognitive. Alright, it is something like enriching the knowledge of our student, alright, through demonstration, practice, alright, related to the knowledge that they are enriching. And also, in this cognitive objective, students are expected to comprehend, apply, and synthesize their knowledge. So, pang-advanced level na ito. So, what's the difference between the cognitive and the psychomotor objectives? Yung psychomotor objectives, basically it's more for early education, for beginners. And also it says here that education for students who struggle with coordination and dexterity. Alright, so the example is given here. Okay, because this kind of objective are less common in mainstream classroom as they apply to dexterity and physical coordination. Okay, lastly is attitudinal objectives. Alright, so this is rare as lesson objectives and are more purposeful when used as classroom objectives. Okay, it requires students to behave in a certain way, which is more likely a concern for the classroom all year round, rather than a concern for a specific lesson. Alright, save and continue. There are rules and guidelines that govern your creation of lesson objectives, and while they vary depending on where you are teaching, we will cover some of the universal ideas. Remember that lesson objectives are the backbone of your entire lesson. Okay, and we should always remember na dapat based din ito dun sa standard kung saan tayo nagtuturo. Kaya parating sinasabi ito, no? They vary depending on where you are teaching. Okay, depende din sa company, depende sa type ng students nyo, alright? Sa culture nila or sa lahi kung saan galing si student. First, learning objectives should be focused on observable activities. Okay, in order to identify whether your students have achieved the objective you set out for them, the objective needs to be observable, or something you can measure through observation. This idea will help keep your objectives specific and attainable. Okay, as we have learned earlier, it has to be clear and measurable, right? Next, learning objectives should be focused on student activities. Okay, many teachers make the mistake of thinking lesson objectives should focus on what they hope to accomplish during the lesson. Okay, this puts the focus on teaching rather than learning, and does not ensure the students understand the material, but instead ensures the teacher is delivering the material. Teaching may occur, but learning may not. Your lesson objectives should always be about what the students are going to accomplish. Okay, hindi naman kasi parate merong nag-ano sa atin, no? Nagsusupervise. Or, anong tawag doon? Nakalimutan ko na yung term. Merong nagde-grade sa atin as a teacher. So, kailangan, obviously, ang focus natin sa objective is and ayun naman talaga yung pinaka-goal natin, no? Na may matutunan si student. Alright, merong sub-point dito sa second, alright. So, it says here, learning objectives should be focused on student outcomes. Okay, another mistake a lot of teachers make is creating a learning objective that simply describes what the students are going to do during the lesson. This is not the purpose of an objective, and only measures whether or not the students have complied with the teacher's directions. As a student, I can comply with everything my teacher asks without reaching the true objective of improving a skill or extending knowledge. There should be an outcome tied to each lesson objective. Okay, so what are the good lesson objectives? Number one, students will be able to make a judgment about the strength of a speaker's argument. Next, they will be able to determine which text best portrays the culture of the 1930s. Alright, these are the examples. Okay, next, what are the bad example of bad lesson objectives? First, students will be able to write an essay, and students will be able to hear about World War II. So obviously, self-explanatory na rin to. Once you are able to make a judgment, then of course, that really means that you really understood the lesson, right? You were able to explain it and make a judgment. Okay. Save and continue. Next. Next is following a curriculum. Depending on where you end up teaching, you may have a say in the creation of the curriculum, but it is more likely you will not. Gone are the years when a curriculum was just an amorphous general idea, and here to stay is a culture where schools have an extremely detailed and prescribed curriculum for each of their teachers to follow. To understand how to follow a curriculum, we first need to look closer at the components involved. Alright? Under this, 8.2.1 is curricular components. First is standards again, so don't be confused kasi marami standards dito kagaya yung kanina, di ba? Puro mga phonemics naman narinig nyo. This time, it's all about standards. Okay, as we discussed earlier in this module, all planning should start with the standards you want your students to achieve during the curriculum. Next is essential questions, whereas the standards are focused on what the students are going to be able to achieve or work on during a unit. The essential question is the thematic question the students should be exploring throughout the unit. For example, you may decide you want your students to work on a standard that focuses on using two informational texts to draw conclusions. You may want to design a unit that covers World War II and ends with a discussion on the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You can have an essential question that asks something like, should there be rules in times of war? Then, your students could explore two non-fiction texts to draw conclusions about America's decision to drop atomic bombs to inform their understanding of the essential question. Save and continue. Next. Next, assessments. As we discussed before, The summative assessment for the unit should assess how well the students fulfill the standards and objectives of the unit. However, a detailed curriculum will also include formative assessments that help your students build skills and scaffold on their way to the summative assessment. Next, model lessons. A thorough curriculum will provide you with exemplar lessons or lesson plans you can either use, modify, or look to for guidance on how you should be framing your lessons. Exemplar texts. Your curriculum will likely detail the texts you can use for each unit. These will be the texts that are vetted to make sure they fit the unit thematically and fit within the appropriate reading level for students in your class. Secondary material. Your curriculum should also offer your secondary sources that fit within your units. In an American English unit plan, there are typically suggestions of arts and music to go along with the literature that needs to be covered. Save and continue. Alright, so second bullet, which is teaching to the curriculum. Although a lot of school systems have adopted standard curriculums that do not budge very much, research shows the best model for a curriculum is a plan that is fluid. In this section, we will discuss the way curriculum should be used and followed in the classroom, even if many schools are not necessarily listening to the research. Yeah. Alright, the best way to use curriculum is in a cycle, where the plan is in the hand of the teacher or group of teachers, and within the reach of their revisions. The ideal curriculum cycle hinges on 3 parts. Okay, planning, implementation, and reflection. Although, actually, 4 parts siya. Meron ding revision. Alright, so what is planning? The curriculum plan is initially created based on what the teachers and administrators generally accept as the needs of the students. Alright, so the implementation, it means that members of the teaching staff design their own lesson plans to work within the structure of units in the curriculum plan. Alright, so there will be a group of teachers now, or the staff. Next is reflection. After the implementation of the curriculum, teachers meet with each other to discuss strengths and weaknesses of the plan. The teachers use data they collected from the formative and summative assessments, not just anecdotal evidence to inform their discussions. Alright, so although hindi nila isinali itong revision dun sa hinges or dun sa ideal curriculum, basahin natin kung ano ba itong revision. This is the most important part. Many schools are not giving their teachers freedom to use. Teachers use what they found in their reflection to inform revisions to the curriculum. If there are difficulties the students had or skills they did not retain, the teachers rewrite unit plans and ensure these problems are addressed. Without the revision process, the reflection process is not effective. Next year, the teachers go through the same process and make sure their planning and instruction is constantly improving. Okay. So actually, ang lesson, before naalala ko yung mother ko, no, nagawa siya talaga ng sarili niyang lesson plan. Meron lang parang guide. Pero ngayon, ano na yata, nakalimutan ko. nakalimutan ko na naman kung ano yung term. Tagal ko na kasi hindi nagawa ng ano. Alright. Ano bang tawag dun? Hindi naman portfolio. Anyway, pag naalala nyo, pakitype na lang. Okay, tatry ko yung alalahanin maya-maya. Okay, so save and continue. Nasa dulo ng dila ko. I think it starts with a P. Oh my gosh, I really forgot. Okay, save and continue. The third part is varying instruction. Okay, if there is one thing educational theorists agree on nowadays, it is the best way to reach the most students is by varying and differentiating your instruction. Magiging boring kung walang ganun, ano? We will begin by discussing first one of the basic ideas behind the efficacy of varied instruction, the idea of multiple intelligences. Okay, 8.3.1, Gardner's multiple intelligences. A Harvard professor named Howard Gardner penned the theory that there are multiple types of intelligence, each valuable in its own way. If you buy into this theory, which many do, this means the students in your class all have specific strengths and weaknesses you can access through varied instruction. Here are Gardner's multiple intelligences. I really agree na iba-iba talaga yung mga student. Okay, so kailangan adaptable din yung lesson natin sa kanila or yung instruction, yung method natin. First, visual spatial. People who are intelligent in this area are very good at understanding their environment and reasoning spatially. They respond to activities that allow them to problem solve, organize, or create with their hands. Bodily kinesthetic. People who are intelligent in this area are very controlled with their body and are prone to athletic and or dexterous tasks. They respond to activities that require them to move, act, and learn with their hands. Next, musical. People who are intelligent in this area are usually natural musicians who understand sound and rhythm more than most. They respond to rhythmic activities and anything that involves music or creating sound. Ay, ako to. Charing. Alright, save and continue. Next, interpersonal. People who are intelligent in this area have an easy time connecting with people and love to help others. They respond to anything that involves working in a group, participating in a discussion, or activities that require them to make connections with people around them. Intrapersonal. People who are intelligent in this area are in tune with themselves, are good at setting goals, and keeping themselves on track to accomplish them. They respond to independent and self driven learning because it allows them to take control of their own progress. Next, linguistic. People who are intelligent in this area are very good with words. They understand language and how to use it to their advantage. They respond to activities that require them to read, use words creatively, and or solve word puzzles. Logical mathematical. Okay, so iba pala to, excuse me, iba pa to dun sa number kanina na nabasa natin. People who are intelligent in this area are very good at reasoning and calculating things. They respond to activities that require them to work logically, reason things out, and solve puzzles. Alright, so save and continue tayo. Next is how to differentiate. Okay, so differentiate. Here is where you find a point of contention in the educational community. Differentiation is a buzzword politicians and administrators love to throw around without actually helping teachers understand what it is. Okay, ang liit, di ko na siya mabasa. Teachers often fear differentiation because they are afraid of the amount of work the idea brings with it. Okay, it doesn't have to be scary. However, here are some simple steps you can take to differentiate your instruction and appeal to your students of different abilities and learning types. Okay, tayo mga teacher magaling dito, ano? Sa dami ng students natin, alam natin yung names nila. At first dito, sabi, get to know your students. It's not only their name, right, that we have to know. Alright, so there is no way to vary instruction to your students if you do not find out information about them. There are a few different ways you can research your students' learning styles. The first is to ask them. Alright, we need to ask them. This strategy works better with older students and often yields the most honest results. The second way is by giving your students benchmark assessments early in the year. This strategy can give you a lot of information, but it can also be skewed by apathy, distractions, poor testing abilities, etc. The third way is through observations during classroom activities. You may have guessed the best course of action is one of these strategies alone, but rather a combination of all of them. As a teacher, use everything at your disposal to better understand what works best for your students. Alright, next, be prepared with the toolkit of teaching strategies. Now that you have a good understanding of each of your students and how they learn best, you need to be able to access your vast repertoire of teaching strategies in order to facilitate your students' needs. These teaching strategies should be very diverse, covering a wide array of teaching styles, including, so here are the teaching styles, right? Direct instruction, cooperative learning, inquiry-based learning, information processing strategies. Okay, so here are the teaching styles na matututunan din natin dito sa module na ito. And tingnan natin isa-isa. For example, itong direct instruction. Okay, traditional, alright? Kita naman natin, self-explanatory. Next is cooperative learning. Alright, actually ito is very trendy teaching style because it allows students to take responsibility for their learning and is conducive to a student-centered learning environment. Which is kung mapapansin nyo, dito sa Tesol, dito sa course na to, ilang beses sinabi yung the effectiveness ng student-centered way of teaching, no? Okay, next, inquiry-based learning. So according to many experts, this is one of the most rigorous form of teaching because it requires students to create their own questions or hypotheses, research, experiment, or explore these questions or hypotheses, then draw conclusions based on their findings. Pang-graduating level na to. Okay, next, information processing strategies. These types of lesson ask students to practice and deepen their core skills in order to become better writers, readers, and thinkers. Students are getting the practice they need in the skills that are most important. Save and continue. Next is identify which strategies will work best for your students. You know what your students need in order to succeed, and you have a toolkit full of teaching strategies. Now it is time to put it together and match teaching strategies with your students' needs. Right, next, vary your instruction. Here is the part where many teachers and administrators slip up. People often think varied or differentiated instruction means you always have your students doing group work and working independently. Sometimes, direct, teacher-centered instruction is also appropriate. Sabi dito, sometimes, no? It means not all the time. Okay, the point of varied and differentiated instruction is balancing different types of instruction throughout your curriculum. When appropriate, use direct instruction, and when appropriate, use cooperative learning. The point is to use all types of instruction to appeal to every kind of student and to make the most impact you can. Okay, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, simpleng-simple. Pag pareho lang yung style natin, alright, puro teacher lang nagsasalita, maboboard si student. Pagka puro si student naman ang pinapagawa natin, right, puro reporting, magkakaroon din ng bad outlook si student dun sa teacher, or may, baka isipin ni student, ay, tamad naman ni teacher, puro pa report lang. And okay lang sana kung gano'n, no? Kung student-centered, as long as si teacher is nagsusupervise talaga and nagbibigay ng sarili niyang insights, right? Talagang ginaguide si student. Okay, next, assess and adjust. As we discussed in following a curriculum, you need to assess your students, reflect on your teaching, then adjust your teaching strategies to better serve your students. Teaching is a growing experience, and you need to constantly question and adjust strategies to become more effective. Save and continue. Teaching strategies. Okay, ito na yung next part nitong module. Going through all the existing teaching strategies would take an entire course. So we are going to focus on few effective strategies that appeal to students with different learning styles. Okay, so yung few lang, hindi natin lalahatin, ano? Alright, and here are a few. Okay, number 1, Jigsaw. Jigsaw is a great cooperative learning strategy because it gives students the opportunity to take control of their learning and is a natural scaffold. In a jigsaw, you group your students to interact with new knowledge and give them a short time to focus on a specific topic. Each group has a different topic, so at the end of this short period of time, you rearrange the groups and students become experts on their original topic. For example, you can split your class of 25 into 5 groups of 5 and have each group research a different European country. Then, you go to each group and give each member a number from 1 to 5 and have the students rearrange based on those numbers. Now you have 5 groups, each containing 1 student who has researched each European country. Now the students teach each other. Number 2, think, pair, share. Okay, so this is a very versatile strategy because it can be used for a 5-minute initiation or for a class-long activity. Put simply, you give your students something to think about, then ask them to get into pairs, then ask them to share what they come up with. This can be done as formally or informally as you would like, and it works with the different types of content. Number 3, Fishbowl. This is a modified Socratic seminar that asks students to participate in a discussion and evaluate each other's performance during the discussion. Essentially, students are structured into 2 circles, one inside the other. Inside the circle, students are given a topic, question, or idea to discuss. In the outer circle, students are paying attention to the inner circle and evaluating the strength of their discussion. The most effective fishbowls ask the students in the outer circle to focus on specific parts of the discussion. Teachers can either ask each outer student to focus on one inner student or ask each other student to focus on one skill, idea, or form of discussion. Alright, and lastly, testing a hypothesis. Hypothesis. Okay, as we mentioned in the previous section, asking students to pose hypotheses, test their hypothesis, then draw conclusion is accessing very high levels of thinking. Pang-graduating na to, no? Yung mga nagawa ng thesis. Okay, anyway, alam natin na itong different learning styles na to, ito talaga yung most effective out of all different learning styles. Okay, save and continue. Alright, last part of Module 8, Lesson Planning. It's 8.5, Meaningful Assessments. We discussed assessments in the previous module, so we will not discuss them ad nauseum here. Okay, so that means that we are not going to be redundant, because it's gonna be so annoying if we keep on talking about that. Alright, so to ensure your assessments are authentic and meaningful, we make sure that they align with the standards you are trying to meet and the objectives you have set for your students to help them reach those standards. To make an assessment truly meaningful, it needs to be reflective of something students might see in a career they end up, and should also give students multiple ways to display their knowledge. Alright, so here are the example of different types of assessments you can create. First is writing, performance, arts, and teaching. Alright, so our writing assessments do not have to be traditional essays, right? Ang dami. You can just have your students create storybooks, poems, journal, etc., etc. Next is performance. Having your students create a presentation, a performance, or something that requires them to stand up in front of the class and create something informative and entertaining is a great way to find out how much your students know. These types of activities are creative, entertaining, and allow students to have fun with their learning. Next, art. Students can display their understanding of a concept by creating something artistic. Whether you ask your students to create an illustration, draw or build a diagram, or create a visual project, you should allow your students to access their creativity in order to display their understanding of the material. Next is teaching. Asking your students to teach material to a class is a great way to judge whether they know it or not. As you know, or will soon find out, you cannot effectively teach something unless you understand it inside out. Okay, so unang-una, dapat alam natin yung itinuturo natin, right? That's why napaka-importante na, okay, i-relate ko lang yung sa certificate. Kasi marami dyan nagbebenta ng certificate, right? Sinasabi nila PM for assistance. But actually, they will just sell you the certificate. Hindi ito yung kagaya ng nabibili lang sa recto, right? Kailangan alam natin mismo kung ano yung content nito. Although, binasa lang natin, at may konting explanation lang. But, it still helps, At least, hindi lang basta sagot ang nakuha natin, or hindi lang basta ready-made na certificate lang yung nakuha nyo. Kundi, alam nyo rin kung ano yung content nitong course na ito. Alright? Okay, save and continue, and we are going to proceed with our exam. Alright, question number 1. Sa Module 8 Lesson Planning, which of the following is not an important trait of effective lesson objectives? Okay, so the answer here is letter D. The objective relates to the standards. Alright, ang question dito is not, right? It means the first 3 are definitely important traits of effective lesson objectives. Alright, the objective is measurable, it's written in first person, and focuses on students' actions. Alright, so the question here, kaya minsan tricky din yung question, Kaya dapat talaga binabasa natin. Sabi dito, not. Alright, so the answer is D, relates to the standards. Save and continue. Right, question number 2. Which of the following are typical categories for education standard to cover? Alright, there are 3 answers here. Reading for information, C, writing, and letter D, reading literature. Okay, save and continue. Number 3, what are cognitive objectives? Okay, letter D, objectives that measure a student's exploration of knowledge. That's the correct answer. Save and continue. Question number 4, which of the following are common components of a curriculum? Letter A, assessments, C, standards, and D, exemplar texts. Save and continue. Number 5, which of the following steps comes first in the curriculum process? Ang hirap basahin curriculum. Okay. Letter B, planning. Okay, comes first no, in the curriculum process, planning. Save and continue. Number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Letter A, for a curriculum to be effective, teachers need to be able to revise it. True. Okay. And letter B, Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences refer to his ranking of which types of intelligences are more important. False. Okay, naalala nyo yung varied techniques. Kailangan ano? Okay, save and continue. What is the purpose of varied instruction? Okay, letter A, to appeal to the different strengths of your students, and letter B, to appeal to different types of intelligence. Alright, bakit nga pala 92? Okay, yung sagot ko, may mali yata ako dito, kaya ito na lang yung score ko. Pero lahat na nung nandito ngayon, yung mga nakikita nyo, ayan yung mga tamang sagot, right? So, I assume, pag chinek nyo yung result, is still 100% pa rin kayo, right? Okay, anyway, kagaya nga ng sinabi ko, it's up to you kung gusto nyo talagang 100% yung maging score nyo, no? Although alam nyo naman na dito sa course na, or sa tutorial na ginagawa natin, puro mga tamang sagot na yung makukuha nyo, right? Bakit naman natin mamaliin? Or bakit ko naman ibibigay yung maling sagot? Tutorial nga ito. Alright, so thank you for being with me on our 4th day of tutorial. Alright. Anyway, pwede nyo namang ma-replay ito, right? So, don't forget to share this video para sa mga wala pang Tesol. Okay? And make sure that you share this for free. Okay? Kung free nyo na nakuha yung tutorial or yung information, free nyo rin siyang i-share. Alright? Okay. Huwag tayong maging mapang-abuso. Thank you! See you tomorrow! Welcome back! Okay, so ito na yung last day ng tutorial natin dito sa Tesol course. And after this, magkakaroon na kayo ng certificate. Yay! Congrats! Okay, so Module 9, it's about classroom management. Alright, yung pinaka-importante, di ba, na topics. Although lahat naman importante, pero yung pinaka-importante, nilagay talaga sa last na modules, right? Kagaya yung last, yesterday, it's all about lesson planning, di ba? Kasi importante din yung lesson planning. So today, Module 9, it's about classroom management. Alright, curriculum and lesson planning is an important part of helping your students find success. But you also need to handle a classroom to make sure you can carry out your plans. Hindi madali na i-handle yung classroom, right? Nakita niyo naman dito sa picture. Pero sa atin naman, one-on-one mostly kapag ESL teacher tayo, right? Pero dun sa isa kong company nung nakaraan, meron kaming group classes. Kagaya na sinabi ko, minsan sa isang class ko meron akong over 60 students. Okay, anyway, let's continue. Classroom management is the biggest struggle for new teachers who are trying to figure out their style and do not yet have the tricks a veteran has. In this module, our focus will be on making you feel like a veteran before you enter the classroom so you can implement your plans and help your students excel. No one has perfect classroom management, but we will help you feel comfortable enough to control your classroom the way you see it. Alright, so sa Module 9, meron tayong 5 parts. Number 1, setting expectations. Number 2, respect. Number 3, accountability. Number 4, choosing your battles. And number 5, unique strategies. Alright, sa mga momshies dyan, magagamit din natin to sa mga junakis natin. Especially itong part 4, choosing your battles. Super effective. Okay, save and continue. First part is setting expectations. Students need structure to find success in school. That does not mean you have to be a disciplinarian who spends most of his or her time punishing students for small misbehaviors. It just means you need to be clear about your expectations for the class from the beginning and carry out those expectations throughout the year. We will start by discussing some strategies you can use to set expectations for your class. Then, we will review how or some common expectations teachers have found success with. Okay, so alam na natin, no, na discuss na natin yung positive, about dun sa positive punishment at nakita natin na effective din na kapag yung student hindi niya ginawa yung, kunyari, hindi siya gumawa ng homework niya. So, of course, yung magkakaroon siya ng F doon sa grade niya. Anyway, let's continue. Subpart is 9.1.1, how to set expectations. Alright, first bullet here, more than anything, make sure you address classroom expectations on the first day to set the tone for the rest of the year. First impressions are important. And if you begin the year allowing behavior you do not want for the rest of the year, you are going to make things more difficult for yourself. Naalala ko yung mga teachers ko noon, no, nung high school, traditional, way. Alright? Sasabihin ka, yung teacher mataray ka agad pagdating sa umpisa. Sasabihin niya ka agad, pag kayo mabait, mas mabait ako. Pag kayo salbahe, mas salbahe ako. Alright? So, tandang-tanda ko yung litanya na yan ng mga teachers ko noon. Anyway, next. One method for setting classroom expectations that has met success is to use the first day of class to have the students work together to create the classroom expectations. Have your students get into small groups and discuss what they expect out of this class, what they expect from you, and what they expect from themselves and the other students. After 5 to 10 minutes, bring the class together and create a list that you narrow down into the final set of classroom expectations. Bringing your students to the process gives them the opportunity to see the importance of these expectations, expresses them, and gives the students the feeling they are in control. Alright, remember, student-centered tayo dito. Now, when they break a class rule, they are breaking the very rules they helped develop. Okay. Next, you can also draw the students into the activity by having them work together on a class pledge or class promise. This would work the same way, except the pledge or promise is more personal and less quantifiable. If you would like, you can take the class pledge and synthesize it into a list of classroom expectations so you have both. It will be more effective. Next, you can also take a more traditional route and create the list of expectations on your own. If you do this, make sure they are posted already when the students walk into the classroom, and you take time to review them with the class. Students will notice them if they are posted on your wall, but won't take notice of them unless they are explicitly reviewed. Save and continue. The second subpart is about common expectations for classroom. Even if you ask your students to come up with classroom expectations, you want to make sure that they are going to be effective. As the students make suggestions and you generate the list, find subtle way to steer the list toward what you are looking for. By doing this, you ensure the expectations are clear and they encompass everything you think is important. Here are some expectations you should definitely make sure end up on your list. Okay, first of all, be respectful of others. This is the most classic and universal expectation for you to set for your students. Okay, this is a great expectation because it encompasses so many things. It refers to students being respectful to the teacher, okay, listen to the teacher especially, to other students, to the school, and to anyone who walks into the room. A respectful environment is more conducive to learning because students feel more comfortable to take risks and are less likely to feel ridicule. Okay, the second one is routines. Okay, we are not going to outline your routines here because you're going to come up with them on your own, but you should try to end up or to set up a routine for your students. Okay, it will save class time throughout the school year, make your lessons flow better, and engage the students more effectively. Okay, here are some examples. Example number one, when the students come in, where do they get the daily paperwork? If you get your students into the habit of looking in a specific spot every day, when they walk in the door for any worksheets or paperwork, you will save time by not having to hand them out and take advantage of time you wouldn't have in the lesson. Alright, in example, the time they were walking to their seats. Next, is there a routine or set of rules for when students can leave to go to the bathroom, and whether they need to tell you or not? This seems petty, but it can save you from a lot of interruptions from students not knowing if they can just leave or not. Alright, third, when you have class discussions, how do students participate? Do they raise their hands and wait to be called upon? Do they just speak out and respect each other enough to act civilly? Do you have a ball or other object that students can hold when it is their time to talk? These types of routines help students understand how they should act and what behavior is not conducive to a respectful classroom. Okay, kapag nagturo kayo abroad, alright, I'm not sure kung meron to sa Pilipinas, no? Pero dito kasi, um, ang teacher, parati siyang merong assistant. Alright? So, yung assistant, yun yung nagpapanatili rin na tahimik yung yung classroom, no? Alright. Pero yung mga sinabi dito, pwede rin to sa strategy. Halimbawa, kung meron kang ball, alright, parang ano siya, mag-create din siya ng, tawag dito, na magiging fun yung learning environment ng students. Okay. Next is responsibility. Alright. So next is expectation. All students need to display a modicum of responsibility for their learning. But the responsibilities for which you hold your students accountable are due to their age and your preference. Whatever you decide, you should be clear about the rules to ensure your students follow them from the start. Let's save and continue. The next part is respect. We already discussed a little about respect in the previous section, right? But it is so important to the way you will manage your classroom that it warrants its own section. Building an atmosphere based on mutual respect will help you avoid most problems new teachers face. Okay, so let's discuss how respect manifests in your classroom. First, why is respect important? Respect is a fairly small word that represents a lot and can have many different manifestations in the classroom. Respect in the classroom does not just mean that students listen to the teacher. It is much more than that. And there are three types of respect you need to facilitate in your classroom. Number one, respect for the teacher. This is the kind of respect people usually think about when you talk about respect in the classroom. While this is only one of the three types, it is still extremely important. Part of discovering who you are as a teacher is discovering your teaching style. Some teachers demand specific behavior in their classroom and hold students accountable for acting outside these guidelines, while others are more laid back in their style. Neither will work if the teacher has not gained the respect of his or her students. If the environment is too strict and students do not respect the teacher, they will lash out and be combative. If the environment is too laid back and students do not respect the teacher, they will walk all over him or her and not listen. Regardless of what your teaching style evolves into, your classroom environment has to be predicated upon respect. Alright, so what's the next one? Next is respect for other students. Okay, besides direct lecturing, almost every teaching strategy requires students to interact with each other or take intellectual risks. If your students do not show respect for each other in the classroom, these strategies will not work. How can you expect a student to answer a question he or she is not sure of when other students in the class feel justified in disrespecting and ridiculing him or her? If you ever want to have class discussions, work in groups, have your students present, or do anything that involves students speaking out loud and taking a chance, you need to rely on the class treating each other with respect. Okay, so basically, tayong mga teacher, makikita naman natin yun. And of course, we should never tolerate this kind of behavior, right? Next, respect for themselves. Just as much as you need your students to treat each other with respect, you need students to have a respect or to have respect rather for themselves. You do not have the ultimate control over this, but you can do everything you can to constantly encourage them to respect themselves. This means being encouraging of students sharing and offering students positive reinforcement for contributing to the class. Alright, if you can find a way to facilitate all three types of respect, you will accomplish much more with your students. Let's save and continue. The next subpart is about how to facilitate respect. Creating classroom environment that has foundations in mutual respect does not mean you can never have fun. If done properly, it will give you the opportunity to have more fun in the classroom because you will know your students can handle it and still get their work done and progress as students. Here are some tips on how to provide that safe and enjoyable community classroom for your students. Okay, the first one, your classroom needs to be built on mutual respect. So discuss respect on the first day, alright, on the very first day, and you really have to stress it throughout the year. Let the students know they have your respect, and you require them to show your respect. Students will have a harder time being disrespectful to teachers who have shown them respect. Okay, respect begets respect, right? Kailangan mutual dito. So tayong mga teachers, kailangan ipakita natin na nire-respeto natin yung students natin. Remember that we are the role model sa class natin or sa mga students natin, right? So, tayo mismo yung kailangan maunang magpakita nun sa kanila para i-respect din nila tayo. Alright, this sounds obvious but needs to be said. Follow your own rules and treat your students with respect. Do not make them feel dumb for an answer that is wrong and lead by example. Kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, right? Okay, tayo yung role model. Kung sinabi natin we need to show respect to each other, kailangan tayo rin mismo yung magpakita muna, right? Lead by example. If a student is off the mark with an answer or comment, in terms of being correct, not in terms of being disrespectful, look for your train of thought and give them credit for where they went with the answer, while letting them down easy. Students will look to you to model the behavior you are looking for from them. So be a good classroom role model. Third, whoever you are doing, or whenever, rather, I'm sorry, napakaliit. Whenever you are doing an activity that will require students to step out of their comfort zone, make mutual respect a spoken goal. If necessary, attach a grade to it. Students need to be reminded constantly about how they should act, so when you need them to show respect to each other, it is worth it to take a few minutes to go over it. If you are doing an activity that requires students to critique each other, model the behavior first to show them what constructive criticism looks like. Next, handle disrespectful behavior severely. Even if you have a lenient classroom where students feel free to express themselves, make disrespect the thing you draw a line in the sand about. If you have discussed respect and the students are aware how they should act, treat disrespectful behavior seriously and implement real and meaningful consequences for disrespectful actions. Okay, positive punishment naman yung ibibigay natin, right? Alright, and lastly, do not be afraid to bring parents and administrators into your plans for a respectful classroom. Disrespectful behavior should be accompanied by both punishment and by contact home. Students will often make rash decisions and not worry about the in-school consequences. But if your students know they will also face consequences at home, they are more likely to think about their actions. Okay, ito ay napakagandang tip, right? Ito, especially yung pinakahuli. Kasi minsan, magkaiba talaga yung behavior ng students natin, no? Sa bahay, iba sila, tapos iba rin yung pinapakita nila na behavior pag nasa school sila. Right? So, kailangan alam ni student na in case or kapag nag-misbehave sila, we will get their parents involved or we will inform their parents about their behavior. Okay, save and continue. Excuse me, the third part is accountability. While most discussions of classroom management focus on managing classroom behavior, accountability is an important aspect you can control in many other areas of your class. It is a pretty simple idea. Set expectations for your students and hold them to those expectations. Oh, nabubulol ako, sorry ah. Why is it, then, that so many teachers have problems holding their students accountable? Here are some possible reasons. Alright, subpart, why is accountability so hard? Why is it hard for teachers to hold students accountable sometimes? If you all admit it is important, why isn't it second nature? Okay, so hindi lang mga newbie or mga new teachers nakaka-experience nito minsan or may struggle holding their students accountable, right? Minsan pati yung mga matagal na rin kasi depende rin sa ugali ng student, right? Or depende rin sa student. Okay, first, holding students accountable requires a confrontation. While teachers know student behavior will be better if they hold the students accountable, that does not make putting their foot down any easier. While instinct tells you the right thing to do when a student acts inappropriately is to punish him or her accordingly, it can be hard to actually do it because you will or you know it will often end in an argument. Okay. When you are trying to build an atmosphere of mutual respect, it can be difficult to know when you are overreacting and when you aren't being strict enough. If a student clearly acts inappropriately, it may be easy to punish him or her immediately. What happens, though, when the student toes the line of inappropriate? At what point do you act? And at what point do you let it go? This can be a very difficult decision. Okay, sabi dito, no, immediately or right away. Alright, you don't give the room for that bad behavior to grow. Okay, next, if you come down too hard on students, it could encourage more inappropriate behavior rather than appropriate behavior. If students feel they are being punished unfairly, they are more likely to act out in defiance. Some students are terrible at dealing with confrontation, and it can be easier to let their behavior go. While this might be a good strategy with some students as long as they are not being disrespectful and are getting their work done, it could have a negative effect on the class environment. Excuse me. Students do not like it when they are held to stricter standards than their classmates. So, if you make too many concessions, you end up making concessions for the entire class or upsetting the students acting appropriately. Confrontations are stressful, and it is easier to let something go or pretend you didn't see or hear it rather than make an issue of it. Every student has a different story, and when you know one of your students is going through a tough time or has a less than satisfactory home life, you feel compassion toward him or her and want to cut him or her some slack. No one strives to be the mean teacher. And as much as you want to believe that you don't care what your students think about you, you will care. Yeah, totoo yun. Okay, minsan sasabihin natin, I'm still the teacher, they're just the students. Pero, ang totoo niyan, we really care about kung ano yung tingin nila sa atin as a teacher, right? Not only about our performance, but also how we treat our students, right? Kung paano din nila tayo i-treat as their teacher. Okay, are they treating us with respect? Okay, and also, I think yung bottom line dito, no? Alright, so kapag sa isang classroom, tapos yung estudyante nag-misbehave siya, initial reaction natin, minsan sisigawan or sasawayan agad yung bata, right? Pero much better if you, hindi mo siya sasawayan sa harap ng klase, right? Kasi number one, nagpapakita na yun na dinisrespect mo siya or pinahiya mo ka agad yung bata sa harap ng mga classmates niya. So, ang ending nun, mas magiging siya parang tawag dito defensive, alright, and then ang sabi nga dito, although ang sinasabi dito is in general, no, they are more likely to act out in defiance. Ito naman kapag nagpunish ka sa buong classroom, although yung iba is matino naman, pero binigyan mo pa rin sila ng punishment. Alright, so kailangan i-weigh natin, timbangin natin ang mga bagay-bagay. Save and continue. The next subpart is how do you keep vigilant? Alright. With all these reasons to let things go, how do you remain vigilant? We all agree the right way to act is to punish inappropriate behavior with a reasonable teacher response. But how do you make it easier, less stressful, and less disruptive? There is no easy answer, but here is a strategy that might make things a little easier for you. Okay, first, it's not me, it's you. Think about it. Most of the concerns listed in the previous section stem from being the enforcer as a teacher. Okay, ito no, parang kapag makikipag-break, it's not you, it's me. Ay, baliktad naman. Alright, so the best way to make things easier on you is to remind the students they are controlling their behavior. Instead of being the enforcer, be upset they have done this to themselves. And upset they will have to face a punishment. Excuse me. This shift in attitude mentally shifts the confrontation and makes the student realize their actions are causing their problems. Of course, this only works if you have clear rules of conduct for their behavior already in place. Okay, so the first one is, as much as you may feel bad when you are doing out punishments, remember that you are doing nothing wrong and have done nothing wrong. You are not the one who misbehaved or acted inappropriately. They are. Put the burden back on the students and watch how many of them begin to check their own behavior. Right? Isa to sa way ng pagdidisiplina natin. Remember tayo mga teachers, tayo yung second parent nila, no? Sa school. So, syempre, as a parent, dinidisiplina natin yung mga anak natin. Actually, ginagamit ko rin to sa anak ko, no? Hindi ko sinasabi kapag kunyari, meron silang nagawang mali. Sinasabi ko na hindi ako sa kanila galit. Galit ako dun sa ginawa nila. Alright? And then, I will ask them kung anong kailangan nilang gawin. Diba? Para makorek yun. Alright. Next, when a student gets in trouble, your attitude and behavior should reflect the following ideas. The student is the person who chose to break a classroom rule. The student is the person who had a choice in this situation, not you. You are forced to punish the student because of the rules you all set at the beginning of the year. Remember, they are involved dun sa pagsiset ng rules, right? Okay, this is going to help your students, so let go of your guilt. Okay, let go of that guilty feeling. Next part, when a student misbehaves, treat it like you are on their side and accept they will now have to face a punishment. This makes the process seem like both of you are experiencing the punishment, and you are beholden to the rules. The rules become the enforcer, not the teacher. Oh no, Billy, that's the third time you had your phone out. Now you have to get detention. Right? Okay. Next, notice how this shift in attitude helps you keep your students accountable without making you feel the guilt you usually would. You will see this is actually easier than letting behaviors go and seeing your classroom slowly de-evolve and break down. Lastly, students will begin to make more responsibility or to take more responsibility for their actions. They will realize it is their behavior, not the teacher, that is causing them to face punishment. This shift will help you create the classroom environment you want without making you be the bad person or the disciplinarian. Let's save and continue. Pasensya na, nawawala ako. Next part is choosing your battles. With everything we said about holding students accountable and creating a classroom environment based on respect and having control over your classroom, it is still important that you choose your battles. At the end of the day, your goal as a teacher is to help your students find success. And that can happen if you are kicking your students out for every little infraction. Okay, sabi dito little, no? Kailangan i-stress natin yung salitang yun. This is especially true in the case of a volatile student. This does not mean you should let him or her get away with anything that threatens the environment in your classroom. You just need to decide what behaviors are worth the fight and what behaviors are not. Here are some things to consider when working with a child who is prone to confrontation. Right, first, what is causing this behavior? Okay, kailangan alam din natin yung background ng student, no? Alright, a lot of times, the answer to this simple question will tell you how to act. If the student just has a problem dealing with a confrontation, then you can correct his or her behavior by quietly approaching it in a way that does not make a scene. Alright? Tawagin natin sa student, labas tayo saglit, kausapin natin doon, no? Hindi yung sisigawan mo sa gitna ng mga kaklase niya. If the student needs to speak to someone when he or she is having a tough time, it might be smart to have a routine set up so that he or she can see a counselor or school psychologist when he or she feels an outburst coming. Right, next, with volatile students, pasensya na po, try to focus your attention on prevention rather than reaction. Okay, get used to seeing the signs of a problem and try to head them off before it gets to the point where you have to impose a punishment or start a confrontation. Quietly approaching a student when he or she seems to be having a bad day shows you care and might compel the students to take control of his or her behavior. While students do not like it when someone gets different treatment than someone else, you need to remember that fair and equal are two different things. Just as you need to differentiate your instruction to account for your students who struggle with a skill, you need to differentiate your management for students who have difficulty behaving. Talk to the student. Ask him or her what triggers outbursts and how you can best approach him or her in a time of stress. Often, the student will know what will help. When he or she does not work together to come up with a set of rules and routines that hold the student accountable while giving him or her breathing room. Okay, kapag naggawa tayo ng rule, no, much better na meron tayong list talaga that it is printed para alam din ni student, hindi yung basta sabihin lang natin, natandaan mo yung rule, ganyan. Next, enlist the help of other students, with the consent of the volatile student, of course. Does the student have a friend who can help him or her down in stressful situations? If so, you can deflate tensions by giving the friend a signal to step in so you do not have to start a confrontation every time the volatile student acts out. That being said, the friend is a student also, who does not deserve to bear all the weight of his or her friend. Use the friend as a resource rather than a crutch to bear the weight of the disciplinary actions you should be imparting. Okay, excuse me, save and continue. Yeah, last part na tayo, which is unique strategies. Well, the best strategy for creating a positive classroom environment involves everything we discussed so far in this module. Sometimes you need to employ fresh tactics to encourage positive behavior. Here are some unique strategies that can help you take the confrontation out of the classroom management. First, countdown. Second, commercial break. Ay, kailangan natin yan. Okay, next, body system. Number your students and tight schedule. Isa-isahin natin. Countdown, there are many strategies like this, but essentially the countdown involves having some sort of signal to the class that they need to calm down. If you do this properly, you can get students to modify behavior without saying a word. When they get out of hand, simply start the timer and let the students regulate themselves. Okay, nakakatawa kasi yung mga anak ko, magbilang lang ako, 1, 2, alright? Although hindi nila alam kung anong mangyayari pag dumating na ako dun sa number 3, pero pag marinig pa lang nila yung 1, behave na sila. Okay? Alright, next, commercial break. If you have a very loud or social group, set up a routine where students are rewarded for positive and diligent behavior with a commercial break, or a period of time during the day which they can break from work to walk around and talk to friends socially. You will need to regulate the time for the commercial break carefully and keep it short, right? Like 2 minutes, it's probably best since that is the traditional length of commercial break. Okay, next is body system. Pair your students up and hold them accountable for each other. If one of the partners missed the directions, the other is there to explain. If one of the partners is acting up, the other is there to deflate the situation. Handle problems with one of the students as problems with the pair to keep them linked in both reward and punishment. This will not work, however, if one student is compliant and always causing the problems. Okay, I think mas maganda, no, ipag-partner mo yung parehong compliant. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, next, number your students. Of course, you want your students to feel like individuals, not just numbers on a sheet to you, right? But assigning each student a number can be helpful. When you need them to act quickly, either getting into groups, presenting ideas, or other behaviors like this, save time by calling out numbers. We're going to have a debate. All the even numbers get on one side of the room, and the odd numbers get on the other side. This will cut down on wasted time of organizing students and will promote compliance and a classroom harmony. Lastly, tight schedule. Building up a tight routine can help you encourage diligent behavior. If you create a routine of bell work and exit slips, your students know they need to begin working immediately as class begins, and they know they are accountable for something before they leave. This may seem very simplistic, but it sets a class routine and promotes appropriate behavior. Students know they need to do this every day and come ready to work. Okay, i-share ko lang, no? Yung sa work ko sa Palfish, meron dong timer, which is gustong-gusto ko. Kapag halimbawa merong activity, right, or exercises, isaset ko yung timer. So, alam ni student kasi maalam siya, maririnig niya yung tik-tik, mga ganyan, no? Then, magra-rush siya na, or yeah, talagang magsusubikap siya na tapusin niya yung activity na yon. Then, kasi kapag nagawa niya agad-agad yon, sasabihan, well done, right? Kapag natapos niya naman yung oras, time's up lang, right? So, syempre, mas gusto nilang marinig yung well done. Alright, save and continue, and we are going to proceed with the exam. Ito na yung second to the last exam natin, no? So, Module 9, Classroom Management. Question number 1. How can it be helpful to have your students create the class expectations for behavior? Okay, so the answer is letter D. They will be more invested in rules they have set. Okay, kaya mas maganda talaga na involved natin si student. Alright, sa pagsiset ng rule sa class. Alright, ng class rules. Save and continue. Number 2, which of the following is a type of respect students need to have in the classroom? Alright. Una dito, although naka-arrange siya, no, alphabetically. Okay. First one, dun sa napag-aralan natin, respect for the teacher, right? It doesn't involve only listening. Okay. Number 2, or the second, is respect for other students. and also respect for themselves. So itong tatlong answers na to, A, B, and D. Save and continue. Next, how do routines help teachers with classroom management? Okay, so the answer here is letter C. They give students consistency in terms of what behaviors you expect. Save and continue. Number 4, when is it a good time to discuss respect with your students? Okay, on the very first day of class. Okay, that's letter A. Letter C, before lessons that promote student sharing. And letter D, whenever there has been an issue with respect. Okay, sabi nga dun sa napag-aralan natin, no, you have to stress it throughout the school year. Okay, kasi minsan nakakalimutan nila, alright, especially kapag meron mga exciting na group projects and so on, group discussions. Okay, so A, C, and D. Save and continue. Number 5, why do many teachers avoid holding students accountable? Okay, simple as this, they want to avoid confrontation. Okay, sa iba, iniisip nila, sayang sa oras, ano, kapag lalabas ka pa tapos i-confront mo sa student. And also, kapag kinonfront mo sa student in front of the class, magkakaroon din yun ng negative na reaction, right? Save and continue. Number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Removing yourself as the enforcer can make confrontations with volatile students easier to handle. That's true. Okay, so the enforcer is the rule that both of you, the teacher and the student, sets, right? And letter B, you should not let a student's home life impact how you deal with the student. That is definitely false. Okay, remember yung napag-usapan natin kanina, mas matatakot si student, no, na mag-misbehave kapag alam niya that we can involve or that we are going to involve his parents. Alright, and we are making sure that his parents will be informed of his misbehavior. Okay, save and continue. Number 7, why is it helpful to choose your battles in the classroom? Okay, letter B, to maintain the level of mutual respect you have created. And letter D, to accommodate students who need their discipline differentiated. Okay, kaya naalala nyo kanina yung sinabi, no, na fair and equal are two different words, okay? Hindi siya talaga, it has two different meanings. Magkaiba talaga yung sinabing fair and equal. Okay, pwede nyo balikan yun, hindi ko na ma-explain. Save and continue. Okay, finally, Module 10, getting a Tesol job. Okay, basa natin dito, Tesol, pero actually, ang bigkas dito is Tesol, right? Okay, Tesol, mag-stick tayo doon. Getting a Tesol job. Okay, so thank you sa pag-stay sa akin dito sa tutorial. Okay, you've learned everything you need to know. And now, it is time to think about taking the next step and getting a job in the Tesol field. Regardless of the training you have, getting a job in any field can be difficult. So, we will discuss how you can differentiate yourself from others when you are seeking employment. In this module, we will discuss what you need to start the process, how to build and write an effective resume, the best interview techniques, and other skills you will need to display your value to potential employers. Everything we have done so far has led to this. So, get ready to start marketing yourself to the kind of employers you would like to build a career with. Okay, so there are 5 parts. What do you need? Building a resume, interview techniques, what are they looking for? Possible destinations, and preparing to join a different culture. Alright, save and continue. What do you need? This is the first part, right? So there is a lot of demand for qualified individuals to become teachers of English as a second language, or ESL. So the most important job we have is to ensure you can find your way to the school, companies, and organizations who are looking for someone like you. In this section, we'll look specifically at what you need to get a job in the Tesol field, helping students develop their proficiency in English. Okay, ito, college degree, right? Kapag iyan talaga yung if you're a teacher by profession. Pero sa ngayon, kapag meron kahit undergrad ka or you have a different degree or another degree, pwede na rin yun, no? As long as certified ka. Meron kang teaching certificates like Tesol and TEFL, right? Close study of Tesol. Alright, so courses like this one, give you the background you need to look desirable to an employer. Kaya, di ba, kailangan talaga na napag-aralan na siya itong course na ito. Okay, that you have undergone this course. Okay. Kasi, kagaya na sinabi ko, minsan isasama nila ito sa interview, right? Kaya hindi tayo bumibili ng certificates. Work experience. For many of you, this course is your first step toward becoming a teacher or toward becoming a Tesol teacher. So you may not yet have work experience. However, many organizations and schools welcome interns and volunteers at different levels of commitment. Some of these organizations and schools offer a track toward full employment from these volunteer or intern positions, right? And so on. Yung importante, makikita natin yung future or yung potential employer natin. Okay, a strong resume. We will also discuss how to build and write a resume in the next section. And of course, a good interview. We will also discuss interview techniques in great detail in a later section. Save and continue. Next part is building a resume. In this section, we will discuss how to write a great resume. But we will first discuss what you can do to build a great resume. This means looking at activities, jobs, and interests that will catch the eye of potential employers and getting experience in them. With that in mind, let's split this section in two. Alright, first part or subpart, what looks good on your resume. Okay, before you think about getting your resume out there, think about what you need to have on it to make it impressive and something that will help you stand out in a stack of viable candidates. Alright, first, education. This does not mean you have to run out immediately and get a master's degree in Tesol, but rather employers want to see you have education relevant to the job. Ito kapag yung mag-work talaga kayo abroad, no? Siyempre kailangan relevant talaga yung job, yung education nyo dun sa trabaho. Okay, like for example, teacher talaga kayo sa Philippines, right? Maganda pa rin na meron kang extra, na certified ka rin sa Tesol or yun nga, sa TEFL. Okay, save and continue. Okay, pero wag kayong mawawalan ng pag-asa kasi kahit hindi naman relevant yung education nyo dun sa job, meron pa rin tayong tinatawag na work experience and also related work experience, right? Okay, so dito sa work experience, sinasabi dito na if you're just starting out, so that is highly unlikely. Alright, if you have teaching experience, that is something you want to highlight. If you don't have either, that is alright. Okay? You should look into getting some intern or volunteer experience before you go looking for a job. Okay? Yung mga ginagawa natin na online teaching, pasok na yon dito sa work experience. Related work experience. Even if you're not experienced in the Tesol field, this section is where you display any work experience that is even tangentially related. Nabulol ako doon, pasensya na. Okay, have you ever worked with children? Have you ever worked with non-English speaking people, helping them not just work alongside a non-English speaking individually? Think about what it takes to be a Tesol teacher and if you have used any of the same skills in a different job. Okay, yun yung minsan sinasabi ko sa mga nag-a-apply sa Palfish. Kasi sasabihin nila, wala akong teaching experience. Kasi meron naman tayong tinatawag na online and offline. Although basically pag sinabing offline, yun yung talagang sa school mismo, na actual school. Pero, kapag, for example, meron kang kapatid or basta kahit sino na tinuturuan mo, although, for example, hindi ka kumikita, wala kang sweldo doon kasi voluntarily yung ginagawa mo, pasok na rin siya as work experience or as teaching experience, right? Ito yung sinasabi dito, related work experience. Kaya yung mga nagsasabi dyan, wala talaga akong experience. It's up to you kung pwede mo siyang sabihin na wala ka talagang experience but you're willing to be trained, yung mga ganon. Otherwise, hindi kasi sila naghahanap ng employment certificate. Alright? So, kung sigurado ka sa sarili mo na meron ka talagang, kunyari, tinuruan mo yung kapatid mo or yung anak mo, pasok na siya sa experience, right? Tinuruan mo sila sa homework or tinulungan mo sa homework, pasok na siya as experience. Okay, save and continue. Next part, how do you make your resume look good? Okay, formatting. Ito, sabi dito, use wide margins to take advantage of space. That doesn't mean you should fill every bit of space with wordiness. Use a bulleted list to make things short, sweet, and easy to read. Okay. Organize your experiences and skills into logical and clear sections that are marked accordingly. Use bold and italic print sparingly, but smartly, to draw the reader's eye to the information you want to highlight. Okay, kasi kapag mukhang komplikado talaga yung resume mo, minsan, ang sabi dito sa job yugglog ang tawag dito. Ang sabi dito, kailangan yung resume mo talagang attractive, ano? Hindi dahil super daming nakasulat, pero kailangan talaga organized yung resume. Kasi you have only up to 10 seconds to impress the employer dun sa resume mo. Kailangan pagkakita niya, within 10 seconds, nakita na niya kaagad, naka-highlight na kung ano yung i-offer mo sa company. Save and continue. Next, focus on accomplishments, not job descriptions. Okay, mention your job title, then describe what you accomplished and what you worked on that job. Alright, were you a manager? Okay, ask yourself why the employer needs to know you did what you are claiming. If they do, highlight what they need to know. If they don't, remove it. Make sure the accomplishments you write are yours. Okay, not just your team's or your company's. The employer isn't hiring your project team. They are looking to hire you. Okay, lagay mo kapag na-promote ka, mga ganun, or kung anong project yung na-accomplish mo. Alright, be specific. Alright, being able to explain your former job in a fancy way is helpful, but will not separate you from the field. So be specific about what you accomplished. No mistakes. Okay, ito kailangan talaga no mistakes. Flawless dapat talaga yung resume natin. Okay, read your resume over 5 times and have 5 friends read it over 2. This may seem like overkill, but something as simple as a typo is enough for an employer to toss your resume aside. Okay, this is especially true when you're applying for a job to teach English to new English language learners. If you cannot create a 1 to 2 page document that is error-free, how can the employer expect you to be an effective English teacher, right? So, no room for mistake dun sa ating resume. Kailangan talaga merong magpo-proofread, kailangan merong mag-check. Sabi dito, hindi lang basta 2 times, no? Hindi lang basta twice, but over 5 times. Alright, save and continue. The third subpart is about avoid these common resume mistakes. Okay, being too vague, focusing on jobs instead of experience, and length. Okay, self-explanatory. Alright, save and continue. Sabi dito yung length, no? Alright, so the old rule that your resume has to fit on a single sheet of paper has been thrown out of the window. That does not mean you should turn in a dissertation. Study shows employers give each resume about 25 seconds of attention. Yung sinabi ko kanina 10 seconds, no? That is only how to impress or attract the employer. Pero sabi dito, 25 seconds of attention. So make sure your resume is dynamic. It is acceptable to have a 2 or 3 page resume, but only if you have a lot to show. Do not have a 3rd page on your resume just to tell the employer your hobbies are sports and movies. Use the space you need. Be concise, but do not worry about fitting it onto 1 sheet of paper. Save and continue. Next, no focus. Most resumes include an objective or career summary. If your objective is missing or vague, you may not get a second look. Okay, this could be a great spot to tailor your resume specifically to each employer you are contacting. So be specific and highlight what you are looking for. Okay, and what you want to accomplish. Too busy. Make sure everything on your resume is in a logical place and your resume does not appear too busy. If the employer can't make sense of what you are saying, he or she is going to move on to the next one. Missing important information. Now is the time to be humble. Feel free to act humbly in your interview. But here you are showing the employer everything that makes you desirable. Then, when you interview, they will have those accomplishments in front of them as they ask you questions. Okay, save and continue. The 4th subpart is final resume tips. Okay, so here are some tips. Dami nito. Okay, 1, have a purpose in mind when writing your resume. Alright, besides being organized and categorized effectively, your resume should have a purpose and tell a story. The more you know what the story is, the more a potential employer will see it. Pay attention to your diction. Look at the job listing and figure out what the employer is looking for and use keywords that will draw their attention. Okay, if you're applying online, some employers filter resumes they receive using a keyword search. Do not be afraid to discuss the future briefly in your resume. It can be helpful for you to let the employer know that your career goals are, okay, kailangan mga long-term goals, right? Use numbers and figures when possible. We discussed making your accomplishments quantifiable earlier, right? So if you can provide a number that displays your accomplishments, do it. It could be helpful to directly acknowledge any difficulties the employer is facing that you can solve or you could solve. Do some research, but only use this if you find something relevant. Do not assume the employer has a problem when they are not or they may not. Whenever possible, use action verbs rather than is or was. These will highlight your role in whatever accomplishment you are noting. Avoid pronouns. Even though you would typically use them, you are the implied subject of every sentence because it is your resume. Instead of writing, I excelled in my graduate work earning a 4.0, write excelled in undergraduate work earning a 4.0. Okay, kasi kapag naggamit tayo ng mga pronoun, mga ganyan, hindi na siya magmumukhang formal. Right? Kaya kapag sinabi na numbered or, di ba, kapag bulleted form yung resume natin, hindi mo na kailangang ilagay, hindi mo na kailangang gumamit ng first person or ng pronoun, no? Ganun na lang. Excelled, kasi you're talking about yourself naman eh. Okay, save and continue. Okay, interview techniques, what are they looking for? Okay, here are the interview tips. Do some research, dress to impress, be prepared, be enthusiastic and optimistic, and of course, do not be late. Okay. Right, so first we need to do some research about the company. Alright, what exactly they're looking for, what they are lacking, and what their mission is. Kailangan alam mo talaga kung ano exactly yung ina-applyan mo, right? Dress to impress. Kailangan talaga kasi doon makikita yung kung ano tayo as a person, right? Alright, so it says here, while it won't necessarily hurt you to look a little flashy, you might be better off going with classic color combinations. You want to look stable, responsible, and prepared. Makikita yun sa pananamit natin, right? Be prepared. Even though any good employer will have copies of your resume and other materials on hand, bring extra copies in a folder. Okay, if you know you are interviewing with a committee, bring enough to go around. Just in case, if you know they are going to ask about something specific, have an example ready. There is no downside to being prepared, and in a best case scenario, the employer is impressed by your preparation. Be enthusiastic and optimistic. It is a job interview, so it is okay to be nervous, but you should still be enthusiastic. Be happy to be there and optimistic about your future with the company or school. Confidence is an attractive quality, so remember you have prepared for it. Let yourself be confident, but not overconfident. No. Do not be late. This should go without saying, but it's worth saying anyway. Be early for your appointment. If you are traveling a route you are unfamiliar with or has the potential to be heavily trafficked, give yourself extra time. Save and continue. Next, pay attention to the person interviewing you, okay? The interviewer will certainly be listening to your answers, so listen to their questions carefully, okay? Not only will this ensure that you don't seem uninterested, but will also help you understand what they are looking for. Okay, so you can tell a lot about what an employer is looking for by the questions he or she asks. So pay attention to details and tailor your answers accordingly. Next, be specific. Ask questions. Be cognizant of your body language, right? Sabi dito, the interviewer is going to be evaluating everything about you, including your body language. Make sure you are projecting confidence, passion, interest, and enthusiasm. Do not act overly comfortable, but try to stay loose and appear like you belong there. Next, anticipate questions. Many interviewers have prescribed questions to avoid legal issues, right? So searching the internet for common interview questions are preparing answers could really pay off. Practice and follow up. Okay, so we need to follow up after the interview. Okay, pero alam naman natin na, no, kung ano yung mga cues. Minsan, kasi right after the interview, sasabihin ka agad nila, lalo na kapag sa mga online teaching, sasabihin ka agad kung pasado ka and they will give you the next step. Pero, pag sinabi sa'yo na, okay, just wait for our email, alam mo na, right? But it would still be good that after the interview, you send them a message, an appreciation, send them an email, right? That, thank you for the time spent, right, dun sa interview. And, ayun, kung kunyari, kung during the interview, hindi sila masyadong na-impress sa'yo, pero ito guaranteed na kapag nag-send ka ng email sa kanila right after the interview, magpapakita yun na talagang interested ka dun sa job, and it might change their decision. Alright? Okay, so be pleasant and grateful, and you will make sure your name remains in their minds. Alright, save and continue. Okay, third subpart is what not to do in an interview. Alright, so there are 3 tips, or there are, just as there are tips for how to act in an interview, there are some tips also how not to act in an interview. Okay, not. Alright, try not to ramble. While you want to answer questions to the best of your ability, keep your answers to the point. Alright, no going around the bush. You will show that you know what you are talking about, that you are listening to what they ask, and that you know how to get things done. Okay, be friendly, but do not be too personal. It is alright to make a joke, but it has to be a joke you would be willing to make to a stranger, right? So the interviewer is not your friend, he or she is likely your potential boss or at least a boss, so act appropriately. Try your best not to look disinterested. If an interviewer has a group of candidates coming in to interview, why would he or she offer the job to someone who does not seem to want it? Pay attention to your involuntary actions and your body language, and make sure you are projecting enthusiasm. Save and continue. Okay, a common question that interviewers ask is why are you leaving your old job, right? So avoid saying anything negative about your old employer or company, even if you frame it as a compliment to the interviewer or his or her company. Okay, unprofessional yun. And also unethical. It will still look like you are being disloyal, and no one wants a disloyal employee. Give a reason that is steeped in positivity, like you are looking to grow professionally. Yun, pwede mo siyang sagot na ganon, that you would like to grow professionally. Okay, nothing against the old company, no? Or your previous company. Although you want to appear confident, do not bulldoze the interviewer. It is alright if you take control of the interview at times, but always let the interviewer know that he or she is in charge, or else he or she may be put off. Who wants to work with someone who is going to drown them out, right? Have an opinion, a purpose, and a set of standards. You have to strike a balance between confidence and flexible, right? Well, no one wants to hire someone who is rigid and arrogant. No one wants to hire someone who just goes along with whatever he or she thinks the management wants, right? So you need to have your own set of standards and opinion. You need to have your own say, right? Avoid being a cliche. The biggest cliche is answering the classic, what is your greatest weakness? Question by turning it into a strength. Saying someone like, my greatest weakness is that I work too hard. Your interviewer is not an idiot, and this is not going to impress him or her. So give him an honest answer, but also provide the work you have done to improve on that weakness and how you handle your weakness on a daily basis. Okay, first of all, hindi naman kasi talaga pagiging weakness yung working too, yung that you work too hard, right? Okay. Save and continue. Right, so next part, possible destinations. While many of you are looking to teach English as a second language in your home country, there are many opportunities for teachers who like to travel, see the world, and learn from different cultures. Here are some of the countries for the most help. Okay, Europe, Asia, Latin America, and Middle East. Okay, sa Europe, meron sa Spain, Portugal, Germany, France, Italy, Greece, Poland, Czech, Hungary, and Russia. Okay, kung member na kayo dun sa group ko sa Facebook, alright, yung ESL, TEFL, and Tesol tutorial, alright, meron dong sa job referral, yung quizzing, actually yung mga students doon, mga Spanish, alright, so they're from Spain. Alright, Asia, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, China, Indonesia, Mongolia, Turkey, Latin America, Mexico, Costa Rica, Colombia, Chile, and Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco. Save and continue. Remember, dun sa previous module, sinabi natin na kailangan alam mo yung background, pati yung culture ng mga students. So now, sa last part in getting a Tesol job, preparing to join a different culture. So if you decide to use your Tesol talents to travel to another country and learn about another culture, make sure you are prepared for the culture you are about to immerse yourself in. Research your destination and learn as much as you can about the culture before you get there. If you do this, you can avoid offending anyone accidentally and ease your way into the culture easily. Typically, you will likely experience this new foreign culture in the following stages. Alright, beginning stage, prepare your journey by doing research about the culture and make sure you are ready for your journey and new environment. Initial happiness, you're in new place, and everything is unique and cool. You will initially feel happy to be in this new place and excited to help out the people you meet there. Frustration, okay, ito yung mga kasama talaga, no? Ito yung mga stages. Alright, frustration, adjustment, adaptation, and re-entry. So when you leave this foreign culture to return home, of course, you may find a way that you go through these stages all over again. Alright. You will always cherish your experience with another culture, but be very happy to be home where you are more comfortable. Okay. Wow, finally, natapos na natin itong buong course at maraming salamat ulit. Alright, so let's proceed to the exams. Okay, save and continue. Alright, so first question, to get a Tesol, are you required to have a college degree in the field? Yes, because employers will not hire you unless you do. Okay. Kaya kapag sa abroad ito, no, yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. But kapag online ESL, yung ina-applyan nyo, kahit wala kayong college degree dun sa field na yan. Remember, ang tanong dito, yung Tesol job, right? Okay, save and continue. Right. What do you need to include on your resume? Work experience, of course, education, and skills. Ito yung mga titingnan nila. Alright, save and continue. What do employers most want to see in your work experience? Okay, your skills and accomplishments. Right, make sure that it's yours, right? Not your team, not the company, but your own skills and accomplishments. Save and continue. Number 4, when is it important to do research in your preparations? Okay, of course, before applying and also before your interview. Yung mga sasabihin mo dun sa employer din, no, to impress them that you have done your research. Save and continue. Number 5, what should you do after a job interview is over? Okay, follow up with your interview to thank her for the opportunity. Okay, yun yung sinabi ko kanina, no? Kung merong email address, which is napaka-normal ngayon, no? May email address, send them an email right away. Or you may call them as well. Pero mas maganda kung i-email mo na lang sila. At least your name remains there in their mind. Mababasa nila yung email mo. Okay, save and continue. Number 6, confirm if the following statements are true or false. Letter A, you cannot really do much to anticipate the types of questions that your interviewer will ask. That is false. That's why we really need to do our research, right? Letter B, you should not treat your interviewer like your friend. Of course, it is true. Okay, you can be comfortable, you can be confident, but do not treat them like your friend. Now, you can make jokes, pero kailangan yung relevant dun sa topic din. Don't be overly confident. Or because pwede ka na you might look like arrogant to them. No? Okay, so save and continue. Last question. Alright, which of the following feelings should you expect when you leave home to teach English in a different country? Okay, ito na yung iba't ibang tawag dito, stages na natalakay natin kanina. Letter A, a sense of biculturalism. Letter B, initial happiness. And of course, frustration. Okay. So, natapos natin finally. Ngayon, check natin yung marks natin. Ako, ito lang yung mark ko kasi meron akong hindi na-click dito sa mga to, right? Kanya, baka ang na-click ko lang is initial happiness lang and frustration. So, it means, hindi ko na-click itong isa, yung a sense of biculturalism. So, bawas na siya sa score ko. Okay, save and continue. Yeah, you did it! You just completed the course and we couldn't be prouder of your achievement. Now, click below to see what's next. Okay, so click natin itong next steps. Alright, so natapos na natin, ayan, graduate na tayo. Way to go, you did it. You're an International Open Academy graduate. And we couldn't be prouder. But why stop there? You're already in the learning zone. Let's look ahead and see what's next. Ayun, kapag gusto nyo mag-continue, pero syempre, hindi naman tayo natapos na natin yung course. And ito yung kailangan natin. Okay, balik tayo dun sa pinaka-homepage, dun sa main page. Dahil natapos na natin yung course. Ngayon, click nyo yung proof of enrollment. Ayan, makikita nyo dun yung I suggest na i-screenshot nyo siya. Alright, so print screen, tapos save nyo sa either mag-open kayo ng Word document or lagay nyo sa page. Right? Tapos i-crop nyo na lang. Or you can download or print. Okay, print nyo and then print to PDF. So, masasave siya automatically dun sa computer nyo. Next is letter of completion. Ito, importante rin to. So, print, then print to PDF. Okay, next, results transcript. Ayan, makikita nyo na yung score nyo, each module, right? Okay, certificate, mada-download siya right away. Okay, PDF siya. So, print to PDF then save to desktop. Alright, or dun sa folder nyo. Tapos itong ICOES certificate, mabuview nyo lang siya, pero hindi nyo siya ma-print. So, it's up to you if you want to order it. Okay, click nyo lang yon. Okay, so we're done. Alright, thank you once again, and I hope that you liked our tutorial. Feel free to share this information or share the link sa mga kakilala nyo pa or sa mga iba pang aspiring teachers. Thank you, and may God bless your application. Alright, so pakita ko lang uli, ito yung mga certificates ko from International Open Academy. Yan, 120 hours. Alright. Certificate number, and the date, and then from ICOES, nakita niyo naman sealed siya, and hard copy talaga. Maganda yung paper na pinagprintan nila dyan. Okay, meron din siyang personalized na letter. Kasama nito kapag minil nila ito sa inyo. Okay? Once again, thank you for attending our live Tesol course tutorial. Alright, please don't forget to subscribe, like, and share share this information. No? You got this tutorial for free, so please, okay, wag tayo magbebenta ng certificate, okay? Share this information for free as well. Alright, sa panahon ng pandemic, kailangan magtulungan tayo. Okay, hindi tayo manlalamang ng kapwa natin. Thank you, and God bless your application.